Donald Trump was utterly preposterous. And so when you look at what really ticked off this beginning of this unceasing lawfare was the actions of the Attorney General of the state of New York. And so when you ask yourself, what is the underlying action at play here? If there is a case, again, there is a federal agency that found there's potential mortgage fraud case. There is certainly that legitimate allegations that the civil deprivation of liberties was engaged in. So I would ask anybody who's making the allegation of weaponization of this tit for tat, actually look at what the underlying facts are of these individual cases and which one has merit, objectively speaking.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think they're able to be objective, the other side, that is. I guess last question for you. Does Fani Willis, the prosecutor, district attorney down in Georgia,
right,
it seems to me very similar. I mean, the cases were different. One was about election. One was about the civil business case. But it seems like political persecution. Could they do the same thing of going after her for abusing her position under the color of law, as the quote is?
I think certainly, and then this is also the case regarding the conspiracy regarding Russia hoax. This is certainly in line with all of the evidence that's come to light regarding Brennan, Hillary Clinton, Obama, all the apparatus, all the intelligence apparatus that's been recharacterized and fraudulently perpetuated on the American people. So this underlying criminal statute that we're talking about, deprivation of civil liberties, is certainly on the table for all of these prosecutors and all of these individuals who went after candidate private citizen Trump in the previous 4 years.
Yeah, well, I'm glad all these grand juries are formed. We'll see how this plays out. Landmark Legal Foundation, Michael O'Neill, I appreciate you coming on a Friday. Thank you, sir.
My pleasure. Have a great day.
Absolutely. You too. All right, I want to turn now to immigration and the absurdity of the left. Really, talk about not being able to see common sense. So Donald Trump is now asking the Supreme Court to weigh in on his ability to conduct what amounts to roving raids in Los Angeles, California. The left is so angry about this one. This was a Penske truck that ICE agents used as, I guess, virtually a Trojan horse to go to a Home Depot. Now, the left will accuse ICE of going after just random immigrants at Home Depot. That wasn't the case. They were actively targeting gang members there. But that didn't stop Karen Bass from making this ridiculous claim. She's, of course, is the mayor of Los Angeles.
To survive in our city economically, you need 2, 3, and 4 wage earners to keep housing, to keep food on the table, to keep clothes on your kids. When that is taken away from you, that just doesn't destabilize a family. That destabilizes a neighborhood, it destabilizes businesses, it destabilizes a community, but we are not going to allow this administration to destabilize our great city.
Who do you think put the people of Los Angeles in that position where it takes 3 or 4 wage earners in one household to survive? Gas prices right now are pushing $6 in California. Why? Because of outrageous taxes and an inability to drill and move oil around that state. What about food? Outrageous costs there because of regulations on business owners and farmers and environmental concerns. Liberal lunacy in California put the screws to the middle class in California. Don't be blaming President Trump for rounding up criminals, people who snuck into this country and, even worse, committed crimes once they're here, on trying to take away wage earners from households. You've got to be kidding me. All of it's baloney. This was the Customs and Border Protection Chief of Patrol, Greg Bovino.
And when we look at the damage that unmitigated immigration has caused to this country, look at the Jacqueline Nungares and the Kate Steinleys and all those that have been hurt, maimed, and killed by illegal aliens. I think they need to redirect their attention and maybe think a little harder before they say things like that.
I believe he's talking directly to people like Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom and the rest of them that would rather stick up for a violent illegal alien who shouldn't be in this country than they would stick up for law-abiding American citizens who simply want to be able to roam this country freely without fear of being attacked. This goes for most blue states, by the way, blue cities too. including Washington, D.C. And it's not just illegal aliens making Washington, D.C. dangerous, but American criminals, too, by the way. Criminals who are coddled, criminals who are not given court appearances, are not given bail. They're basically rushed in and out, put back on the streets every time they're arrested. Well, it's gotten so dangerous in Washington, D.C. President Trump says it's time to federalize the police force, bring in the troops, bring in the federal agents to try to take control of that city.
We're considering it, yeah, because the crime is ridiculous. I could show you a chart comparing D.C. to other locations, and you're not going to want to see what it looks like.
Well, we're now getting pictures in of agents, ATF agents in particular, that are out on the streets of Washington, D.C. These ATF agents are going out there. I hope they're finally looking for unlawful gun owners instead of lawful gun owners, which is who the Biden administration targeted. All of this scary. This is Jeanine Pirro, the new U.S. attorney for that district. Listen.
And I think that what the president was saying is that we're seeing far too much crime being committed by young people, 14, 15, 16, 17 years old, that I can't get my hands on. I mean, I don't know if you've seen some of the pictures, but, you know, young people are coddled, and they don't need to be coddled anymore. They need to be held accountable.
They absolutely do. In fact, you know who else needs to be held accountable? Corrupt politicians, sheriffs, district attorneys, attorney generals, just like Letitia James, attorneys general, just like this sheriff in Boston. Take a look at this guy. He's accused of an extortion case, trying to extort $50,000. This is the sheriff in the Boston area. I believe we have a photo of him. Sheriff in the Boston area who's accused of extorting a cannabis company for $50,000 to come do business in Boston. He has been charged with that. Go figure, that's the same city where many of these Texas Democrats who were AWOL on the run from doing their duty when it comes to redistricting in Texas. We have learned today that Attorney General Ken Paxton has filed suit with the Supreme Court to remove 13 of these Democrats from their offices, insisting that because they have not returned today, and today was the deadline, that they have vacated their office. He has also launched an investigation into these Soros-based PAC that he believes, the Attorney General does, is funding the runaway movements of these Texas Democrats. And we've talked about this. This could certainly fall into the line of bribery. If you are paying a lawmaker to go to another city, paying for them to stay there, paying for their travel, to not vote on something, to me, that is a clear bribe. This is Republican Speaker of the House Burrows down in Austin. Listen.
For those that have fled to Illinois or to California, be reminded that the FBI's assistant has reportedly been enlisted, and their powers are not confined to any singular state's boundaries.
So the FBI now involved, and the FBI can go anywhere in the country. They can arrest these people, bring them back here. Will that happen? What's the next step on the battle, really, for control of the U.S. House of Representatives, going right through the Texas State House of Representatives? On with us now is our good friend, Republican Brian Harrison, who is a state representative in Texas. Brian, it's great to have you back on the program.
Always great to be with you, my friend.
All right, so Attorney General Ken Paxton making very big moves today. Your response?
Thrilled to see this bold legal action coming out of the Texas Attorney General's office. I mean, quite frankly, it's good to see bold action coming out of some part of the Texas government after this quorum break that's been now going on officially 5 days, although unofficially 9 or 10 days, because it's actually the Speaker of the Texas House that you just showed there who released the Democrats and assisted them getting a head start on their quorum break last Wednesday when we had all the Democrats in the chamber. We had the maps, we had a quorum, and instead of enforcing the quorum, he released them to go scheme with Hakeem Jeffries and get a jump on the quorum break. So I was very pleased to see bold action coming out of the Attorney General's office on two fronts. Like you said, number one, to ask the courts to assist in potentially vacating their seats, to remove them from office so we can have special elections and replace these rogue Democrats. That's something that I absolutely think needs to happen. And then number two, to make it harder for the Democrat, whether Beto O'Rourke or these George Soros-funded organizations, to help facilitate and fund in manners that might, quite frankly, be against federal or state laws, for example, on illegal fundraising or on potential bribery charges. So bold action out of the Attorney General's office. But the problem with this, of course, is that this will be in courts, and there will be some timeline for these things to work their way through the judicial process. But the reality is there are still plenty of tools that are non-legal that are absolutely available to other parts of Texas elected leadership, like our governor, lieutenant governor, speaker, that unfortunately are not being employed. The stakes, as you mentioned at the top, could not be higher. This is a fight for the future of the United States Congress, the future of our country, and the battle runs right through Texas.
Give me an example of something Lieutenant Governor or the governor could do here to help this situation move forward.
I'll give you lots of examples. If I was the governor of the state of Texas, I would immediately declare that any of these rogue Democrats who have not returned any single bill that has their name on it, as long as I'm the governor of the state of Texas, that bill will be automatically vetoed. Same thing with the lieutenant governor. A bill that one of these rogue Democrats files will never commit to never letting it see the light of day in the Texas Senate. The Texas Speaker could also do the same thing and proactively or preemptively kill any future bills drafted by these radical Democrats. And yes, in the state of Texas, we let liberal, radical, socialist Democrats write and pass bills. It's insane, but it happens. That's one tool that's available. Number two, I'm sick and tired of Democrats playing hardball and Republicans twiddling their thumbs. Let's play hardball here. If the Democrats want to play these games, let's hit them where it hurts. For every one seat that they're gone, okay, if I was in charge, for every 1 week these Democrats are gone, we're going to redraw the maps, and we're going to add one more Republican seat. So instead of adding 5 Republican seats, you've already been gone 1 week, we should redraw the maps right now and make it +6. If you're gone next week too, we're going from 5 new Republican seats to 7 new Republican seats. We need to fight fire with fire. But then also, there's a ton of other options. These Democrats haven't had their seniority taken away from them. They've not had their committee assignments stripped from them. Most of these Democrats are some way in House leadership. Many of them are co-chairman or actual chairman of powerful House committees. Why have those not been stripped away from the Hell? We haven't even touched their parking spots. The only thing that our liberal rhino speaker has done is told them, like, this is what his bold punishment was today. You'll be paid in full when you get back, but it might be a paper check instead of direct deposit. Okay, or we're not going to let you do your newsletter this year. This is beanbag. It's not serious. It looks great. It sounds great for the TV clips and sound bites, but Texans want results. They want these Democrats punished. They want them arrested. We've had arrest warrants, no arrests. They want punishment. They want these Democrats brought back, and they want these maps passed.
Again, sounds an awful lot like a microcosm of what's going on in Washington, D.C. when it comes to weakness of Republicans. As you said, Brian, they could at least take their parking spots away. Their parking spots, and they're still there.
The lowest of low-hanging fruit.
Exactly. Of all the things and committee assignments, I mean, really, Speaker Burrows, I hope he's listening, because we've been very critical of him. Hope he's listening to some of the ideas you have. The governor and lieutenant governor as well. Brian Harrison, as always, thank you for coming on tonight. Great to be with you all. God bless Texas. God bless America. Great to be with you. Amen to that one. I'll tell you that much. All right, folks. At some point, they've got to come home, right? I mean, they can't stay away forever. But who knows? They're Democrats. Maybe they will. They bury in like cockroaches. Who knows? All right, the Trump administration is bringing positive changes to our healthcare system, but to truly make America healthy again, it starts at home with you. The Wellness Company offers top quality products to keep your family safe and healthy. Their prescription medical kits include life-saving medications and guidebooks, plus they offer parasite cleanses, which I'm on right now, a weight loss solution, and more to help you live a longer, healthier life. Visit twc.health/voice. Do it today. Use the promo code VOICE to save 10%. That's twc.health/voice. Use the promo code VOICE and save 10%. Nearly 2 years have passed since the Maui fires. We'll check in with someone on the ground there next. morning, everyone. I've got very, very good news to report. President Trump has vowed to stop the war between Russia and Ukraine. And quite frankly, from my opinion, I wouldn't even mind if President Trump finally said, you know what? If we can't get any more movement on this, America is washing its hands of this. Russia, Ukraine, you're going to have to figure this out yourself. And I'm telling everybody out there, all you warmongers who think that somehow Russia's going to go into Europe, it's not happening. So because I go under the assumption that Russia is not going into Europe, in fact, I'm 100% confident of that, we wash our hands of this. But it doesn't mean maybe you give it one final last try. And that's what President Trump is doing. He's now set to meet with Vladimir Putin Friday in Alaska. This is a home game for President Trump. Coming next week, 7 days from today, this is what President Trump said about Vladimir Putin.
So we're looking at that, but we're actually looking to get some back and some swapping. It's complicated. It's actually nothing easy. It's very complicated, but we're going to get some back. We're going to get some switched. There'll be some swapping of territories to the betterment of both.
So, swapping of territories to the betterment of both. I've always said, in order for this to work, Russia is going to have to take some of the land that it wants, and not just the land that it originally got in the first invasion. So now they're going to have this meeting. Zelensky is not going to be at the meeting. That would be, in my opinion, the next step if all is successful. Here is President Trump again.
Europe wants to see peace. The European leaders want to see peace. President Putin, I believe, wants to see peace, and Zelensky wants to see peace. Now, President Zelensky has to get all of his everything he needs, because he's going to have to get ready to sign something, and I think he is working hard to get that done.
All right, so is he? We shall see. Now, some of the things that have to happen in all of this. Apparently, Zelensky is just letting the world now know that he needs, that Zelensky needs the country to approve this, any giving up of land. He would need the country to approve it. That makes absolutely no sense that we are just learning this now. If that's the case, he better come forward and he better get that done. This is President Trump, cut 9, talking about saving the lives of Russians and Ukrainians.
Number one, I want to save lives. That's why I'm involved so much with Ukraine and Russia. It's saving lives of Russians and Ukrainians. It's not American lives. Now, I would say this, that war could have escalated in something much better. That could have been a world war. I think if we didn't come, Ukraine-Russia would have ended up being a world war.
For sure. Now, you know that President Trump, one of his legacies is he wants a Nobel Peace Prize. And my Lord, if this guy doesn't deserve it, I don't know who else does. He should get it. One more time at the White House, cut 10 for President Trump.
What really had an impact was NATO has stepped up in terms of their spending on buying military equipment. You know, we're in for, probably through Biden and his people, $350 billion. $350 billion. When they hear these numbers, you're saying that's a lot.
It's a hell of a lot of money. So, Mr. President, I wish you the best of luck with Vladimir Putin. I know you are at the end of your rope with him. This is a guy who says one thing when he's with President Trump, then does another. And the two countries bomb the hell out of each other. If it doesn't work after this, I say, America, be done with it all. Enough is enough when it comes to these two corrupt nations going after each other. Turning now to another corrupt nation. Nicolas Maduro, the dictator of Venezuela. Good news to report here. Pam Bondi says she's issued an arrest warrant for him and $50 million reward for anybody who can lead to his arrest as the world's, one of them at least, worst narco traffickers out there. This is Pam Bondi.
Maduro uses foreign terrorist organizations like TDA, Sinaloa, and Cartel of the Suns to bring deadly drugs and violence into our country. To date, the DEA has seized 30 tons of cocaine linked to Maduro and his associates, with nearly 7 tons linked to Maduro himself.
7 tons. Now, I believe China also works with Maduro on all of this. How do I know that? Because China pulls the strings for all of these communist nations. Bondi called Maduro one of the worst of the worst. Listen to this.
He is one of the largest narco traffickers in the world and a threat to our national security. Therefore, we've doubled his reward to $50 million. Under President Trump's leadership, Maduro will not escape justice, and he will be held accountable for his despicable crimes.
All right, here's what's interesting. It's not just Maduro. It's his top confidants inside the Maduro administration that are also responsible for this. Apparently, charges are being filed against them as well as part of this cartel that is pushing drugs into America, killing American citizens. So I congratulate President Trump, Pam Bondi, for doing what the Biden administration never, ever would. I promised you we would talk about Maui. Do you know today is the 2-year anniversary of the fires in Maui? Unbelievable. Well, as you can see there, it was brutal. The smoke was brutal. There was all kinds of problems with everything going on there. The escape routes. People died because of this. Well, now we're learning more people may have died because of the Maui fires that we didn't know about. This is from a study. Let's go to Tear Out One for the guys behind the glass to put up on the screen. According to the latest study, the Maui fire was directly blamed for more than 100 deaths, but it also left 1 in 5 with lung damage and as many as half with symptoms of depression. The new research found the month of the fire saw 13 suicide and overdose deaths, translating to nearly double the normal suicide and overdose death rates. Now, the study was interesting, and I believe there are parts of it that were true, but it was also filled with liberal garbage, talking about this is what happens when climate change affects fires and wildfires throughout the nation, the world, etc. This, again, had nothing to do with climate change. 2 years later, people are still waiting to find homes, get into homes. The good news is there is a group called the Global Empowerment Mission that is working on building tiny homes, lots of them, for people that were displaced during the fires. I want to play a clip from Garrett Marrero, founder of Maui Brewing Company. Listen.
Or ADUs onto the properties so that these families can move back to their land in a home that allows them to be there while the main home is rebuilt. It's probably one of the most important things I've ever done. Beer and food, these are great and fun things that bring people together, but seeing the impact that we had to those families was what actually really made me feel like we're doing the right thing.
All right. All great stuff. And again, the greatness of America can be seen in the response to these types of disasters. Every state in the country, I don't care whether it's blue or red, Americans are great when it comes to this kind of stuff. We were going to have somebody for there, but they missed their interview slot, unfortunately, and we'll get an update sometime soon from them. All right, of all the cell phone providers out there, only one stands for freedom. That's Patriot Mobile. For over 12 years, Patriot Mobile has fought for our rights while offering exceptional nationwide service across all 3 major networks. Join hundreds of thousands of Americans supporting causes they believe in by switching to Patriot Mobile. It's easy. Activate in minutes. Keep your phone number. Keep your phone. Upgrade. Their U.S.-based team is ready to help with whatever you need. Call 972-PATRIOT or visit patriotmobile.com/RAV. Use the promo code RAV for a free month of service. Switch today or call them at 972-PATRIOT and tell them that Grant Stinchfield sent you. All right, our favorite segment of the week. Greg Hartley is back, our body language expert. We will see if he thinks Tulsi Gabbard really believes in aliens. It's next. it's no secret over the last few years, we've been fascinated with UFOs, the possibility of aliens, the drones, all of this stuff. Well, who better than to assess what's really going on than our body language expert, the host of the Behavior Panel on YouTube and former military interrogator, body language and behavior expert Greg Hartley is with us. Greg, welcome back to the show.
Thanks, Grant. Always a pleasure.
All right, you ready to go through some of these? I'm gonna throw you our vice president first, talking about how he too is obsessed with UFOs. Let's roll that one.
Like, I'm obsessed with the whole UFO thing. What's actually going on? What were those videos all about? What's actually happening? I haven't gotten to the bottom of it yet, but we're only 6 months in. We've been very busy. That's actually the August recess is in part me going to try to dive to the bottom of the whole UFO thing from last year. So,
Greg?
I love this one because remember we watched a couple of weeks ago the bad Kung Fu movie where the mouth and the hands did not line up. Watch this body language. Watch the congruency. When you do a polygraph, what you're doing is looking for all three of the signals to match. And what this guy's doing is his words, his cadence, everything he's doing, his illustrators, use of his hands to illustrate what he's saying, they all match. He's got a helpless face and body shrug when he's like, who knows? Then you notice that he goes into his hands are all down around his waist, which my partner on the show, Mark, calls a truth plane. That's where people usually do. When he talks about the past, he does this. His cadence, his pitch, his tones, and his illustrators are all congruent. Even when he says, I'm going to do a deep dive. Looks true. Looks believable. It's all consistent.
All right. You know, you've told me before when you do that move with your hands down below to that you're protecting yourself from something. Is that different than the truth plane?
Yeah, so truth plane, when Mark talks about truth plane, he talks about you talking around waist level other than putting your hands in your lap. He's just folding his hands in his lap. Protection of the fig leaf nature is when you stand up and you put your hands and you cup them as a barrier. He's just relaxed and folding his hands, but he comes up and speaks with his hands from there and then goes back to it. So it looks pretty consistent and pretty congruent to me.
All right, let's play Tulsi Gabbard because, in my opinion, she gave all but an admission that she saw something in these UFO files that's interesting. So let's play that clip.
Anything in the files that you think you could find or you have found?
Nothing that I'm prepared to talk about today.
So watch this space.
Say what?
Watch this space.
We are I'm just going to say this. We're continuing to look for the truth and share that truth with the American people.
Greg, I can't wait to hear what you say about this.
Well, I love this one because if you watch her normal speaking style, her normal baseline we talk about, she breaks eye contact to way down and to her right when she's looking away from somebody. And she does about 50-50. She does that here. The other thing that she usually does when she's trying to persuade you, however, is a short head stroke, nod, combined with a brow up and looking you in the eyes. She doesn't do that here. She's not trying to convince you of anything. She does exactly another congruent message. She sits back, braces her hands on her knees with a big smile. That's a blocking maneuver. And her eyes drop down to her left after she breaks eye contact. And her cadence stops and starts to go very slowly as she navigates the right language. And then even her fingers mill a little bit in adapting. So I agree with you. I think there might be something she knows that she's not prepared to talk about at this time. That's what the message says. She's not trying to persuade you at all. She's just simply saying it. Looks promising.
Is there nervousness involved in this?
No, I think the only nervousness I see at all is that milling of the hands. She's braced her hands on her knees because she came knowing what she's going to say if she's asked that question. So you can see that. Her hands come up and she illustrates a bit even at that, but not a lot of nervousness. That smile is pretty characteristic for her when she's pushing people to the side. And I think the slowing of the cadence is the best indicator. She's trying to make sure she says the right words. And by the way, does not answer the question about what's in the files. She avoids the question.
Yeah, well, she knows whatever it is, it's classified. She'd be in big trouble if she did. Exactly. Interesting stuff to say the least. All right, let's go a little more serious now. Bibi Netanyahu made an admission that they are going to take over Gaza in an effort to help Gazans and save them from Hamas. I'm not sure the Gazans are going to be so happy about that, but I want to play Bibi and get your take on his body language.
Will Israel take control of all of Gaza?
We intend to, in order to assure our security, remove Hamas there, enable the population to be free of Gaza and to pass it to civilian governance. That is not Hamas and not anyone advocating the destruction of Israel. That's what we want to do. We want to liberate ourselves and liberate the people of Gaza.
What do you make of it, Greg?
Yeah, I love this one because when he starts, it's more congruency, congruent message, congruent body language. Watch that hand when he's asked the question, quickly tap. That means he's prepared for the question. He's been at this a long time. He's got a lot of body language that he's used over and over and over and been successful with. But if you watch, his body is saying what his mouth is saying. We want to be free and we want them to be free. We want Hamas out. You see what he's doing. His body is saying exactly the same thing. He, however, is concerned about how it's perceived, likely because if you see his forehead up, that's a request for approval, and that's waiting to see how you respond. You can see it in big scale on a guy who's older and whose face is a little more saggy.
I believe outside is a whole slew of protesters, so he's up against that as well. Yep. This guy he's been around for as long as I can remember. Let me play one more clip because I guess my question will be after we play this one is, when you are such a seasoned politician and so experienced, does it become harder to read it, or are they adept at not giving clues to what they're saying? Let me play this, and then maybe you can talk about that a little bit with the next one.
New York Times puts out a major story on the front page, a Palestinian mother holding a child, starved supposedly, and then it turns out that that child has cerebral palsy. It's a congenital disease. He has a brother who's well-fed, family is well-fed, but it's...
What do you make?
Well, yeah. So you ask the question, do politicians get better? Of course. If you think back to Joe and doing the come on, man, and the now look, those are his two styles. He's been at this for a long time. But look at his body language as he defines something. He's illustrating with his hands. He's asking you for belief as you do it. I think he believes. Now, we can't ever tell what's true and what isn't when we're getting both sides. But look at the animation in a guy his age when he's pushing forward. Clearly, he believes what he's saying.
All right. Interesting stuff, because him of all people knows this messaging, I mean, has world ramifications, Greg.
For sure. Yeah, for sure. And look, every time these guys feel stressed the same way we do, they just get better at masking that stress, Grant. Just like you have less. Imagine if you had stage fright, how you'd feel doing what you do. The same thing with these guys. They get batted in the face 50 times, and then they get really good at taking the SWAT. So they still bleed information, though, when you watch them, because you can see his brow rise. You can see him asking for approval. You can see him illustrating. All those things that we all do as well. So if you can learn to message like a politician, but be honest, which most of them aren't, there's a big, powerful tool for you.
All right. Speaking of one who's not, we're almost up on a break, but I'm going to play him anyway. We like to analyze Gavin Newsom. We've done it before. This is him at a press conference defending the Texas Democrats who have fled the redistricting process in Texas. Here's Gavin Newsom.
I think and at the end of the day, they understand what's at stake. I mean, we can just sit on the sidelines. We can watch him roll back. I mean, they're not stopping with 5 in Texas. They're in Indiana. They're going to all these other states. We can sit there and we can be, stewards of, intellectual good government and just watch it all go away.
Greg?
Yeah. Well, we know him. We know his style. We know he flips off with one hand when he's saying something positive, something negative. He's appealing to his base, so he's got that telegraph of helplessness, cynicism with one brow rise as he does it, and then both shoulders up in helplessness. Look at his arms fall under their own weight. That's helplessness. He's sending a message. Look, we got it. We're all in this together. We've got to stick together. Yeah, I mean that's his standard.
At least he wasn't rocking back and forth like he usually does, as much as
Axl Rose
he does. Yeah, right, exactly. Greg Hartley, it's always great having you on the program. I'm going to tell people how they can find your website. Thank you, my friend. All right. You can go to readbodylanguage.com. That's readbodylanguage.com. And don't forget Greg's YouTube show. It's great, by the way, The Behavior Panel. All right. Speaking of unidentified flying objects, you will not believe what is happening at the WNBA games. We will talk about these unidentified flying objects. Oh, they're identified, all right. I'm not going to encourage throwing sex toys onto WNBA courts, but I have to admit, it caused me to chuckle, maybe even a little bit more than that. And then the WNBA is getting so crazy to the point where they don't even want to show this stuff. So over and over and over again, you see these sex toys, I'll let you use your imagination, we're trying to blur them out here, being thrown onto the court. Well, is it funny? A little bit. Is it bad to do? Probably. Should you be arrested for this? I say no. This is an 18-year-old, Caden Lopez, who decided to do this while at a Phoenix Mercury game. He was arrested for all of this. I mean, maybe you kick you out of the stadium. What happens when there's a hat trick? You throw a hat onto the ice. When my Dallas Stars have one of the players has a hat trick. So I know it's not quite the same. Anyway, one of the players, her name is Sophie Cunningham, tells a story about when it happened.
But my mom, she goes, instead of like my good luck text, she goes, watch out for flying tonight. And then the other one said, did you really just post the tweet? It got some legs. And she goes, it's funny, a lot of others think so too. Did you see the dildo hit the court? I was like, I never thought that I'd be talking about this with Mama P.
So at least she has a sense of humor about it all. I heard another story of the WNBA my son told me about, that one of the players actually lost their wig. They were so embarrassed, they grabbed the wig and ran off the court, and the broadcast group would not show the replay of the wig falling. Now, I think that's funny. But here's the thing. They will show you a running back having their leg broken over and over and over again, and they can't show a wig being fallen off. I mean, that's the difference here, right? It says everything you need to know about society today. Too bad. All right, here's another thing you need to know about society today. Did you see the video of this attack on Planned Parenthood? That guy right there attacks two, I guess, elderly folks, starts beating the crap out of them. Well, the sentencing came down. That is one of the victims there. The sentencing came down. He has a year of home confinement and 3 years probation. This was at a Phoenix Planned Parenthood. Check out the lawyer who appeared on Fox.
He's essentially said that, well, Mr. Bryce could really think that Mr. Crosby was coming at him in some fashion or other. And it was almost like a self-defense, which was ridiculous. The defense attorney didn't even argue that.
And a quick note that is somewhat breaking news here on another story. Thank you very much for the video. I don't even want to watch that anymore. I mean, it's just awful that the guy gets no jail time. Can you imagine if that was a conservative doing it to a liberal? They'd be on the death row. Some breaking news to tell you about. Apparently, President Trump has authorized military units to go in and secretly take out cartel members. This is a good thing. It's what I've said needed to happen for a long time. We are at war with the cartels. President Trump is ramping that war up. All right, as the New York City mayoral race heats up, a bizarre video of Mayor Eric Adams has resurfaced. We will show it to you.
they can come for you.
I think it's a shame. I think it's a disgrace.
When former White House advisor Peter Navarro stood on principle, he never imagined it would land him behind bars.
They demanded that I break the law.
But he refused to betray Donald Trump or the Constitution and paid the price as a political prisoner. Locked inside a Miami federal prison, Peter found 2 lifelines, postcards of hope to his fiancée Bonnie Pixie Brenner, and a hidden multi-million-dollar prison scandal he's now exposing. Went to prison so you won't have to. Peter and Pixie share a riveting prison diary, a heartfelt love story, and a shocking look at injustice in America's prison system. Stand with Peter. Scan the QR code now or go to Amazon.com to order your copy.
I went to prison so you won't have to.
You know, New York City Mayor Eric Adams was a police officer before he was, I believe, a state senator and then the mayor. This was one of his videos before he was mayor, and it's resurfacing now because I guess he's showing kids where to hide all the contraband. That's what it amounts to.
Carrying, in addition to a book. Something simple as a crack pipe. Could be just a baby doll, but also it could be a place where you could secrete or hide drugs. Invitation to hide something. I felt something bumpy. I would reach in, see what it is. Inside your bookcases, it could be more than just books. Perfect place to hide cocaine.
So he's supposedly trying to show parents how to search the kid's room when in essence what he did was he just showed the kids where to hide their guns, like literally pulling out what it looked like a .38 out of the backpack, cocaine, bullets behind picture frames. It's literally a bizarre video from Eric Adams. Hey folks, have yourself a great weekend. Stinchfield's Army rolls. We'll see you Monday.
Of 103.9 LI News Radio. Glad you're in on another Friday night. Room full of great patriots here at the America First Warehouse. Ready to roll? Yeah. They're a little subdued as of right now, but we'll wake them up.
Coffee, please.
Coffee, please. And rows 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 all around the area.
Slick Rick, lose the top.
Not yet, Slick. Wait till hour 2. Lots to do on a Friday night. Glad you're in. That is Slick Rick sitting right here to my right, all in red. Slickster, how are you?
I'm doing good, Big D, on a Friday night.
Yeah, Friday night at the American First Warehouse. Slick's going to have sports. Of course, brought to you by our friend Mike Lindell. We'll get to sports. Vinnie Mac sitting right there. Yep. Vincent Kennedy Buta. How are you, Mr. Buta?
Vincent Kennedy Buta, huh? Yes. That's a good one. I don't know where you got that from.
Yes, that's mine.
There you go. I told Slick, wear some red tonight. And look, he came out with it. It looks beautiful.
Yes.
It looks amazing.
I
read the room. Yep. You did. You read the room. Well done.
Vinnie Mac, how was your day today?
My day was good. You know, I had decompressing. I was away for a little bit. And, you know.
Yeah. He's sitting in on meetings and walking around Palm Beach. Real tough.
He's decompressing and I'm moving kitchen furniture, cabinets, digging holes.
I had a lot of sand.
Very stressful.
A lot of sand in my toes this week. It was very difficult. I need to decompress with a little warm water.
Even if you do nothing, you got to decompress once in a while. So I was decompressing.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Very
That's
good.
what I do. I decompress.
a perfect segue to Delgado.
Speaking about decompressing, yes.
Well, look,
Delgado.
hey, at least he got all the wrinkles out for tonight, so that's good.
Thank you. Yeah, a little Botox here and there. That's okay.
No, you look good, Vin. Vin Max shirt.
I appreciate that. I was a former model for many years.
I know you were. Rick Delgado's here. He's going to do the news. Mr. Delgado, how are you?
I am well, Damon. Thank you so much for asking. I have a lot of great news, the greatest headlines in the world, actually.
No doubt.
So we've got that, and I have a little special something for everybody. It's called the Flashback in Trump. So we'll do a little bit of that as well.
Okay.
That'll be fun. Yeah. How was your day? I don't care.
Very good.
Other than that, I feel good.
Okay, very good. Bastard. KDJ is here.
There we go.
Kevin Downey Jr., the host of the Kevin Downey Jr. Show, which you can hear right here. Oh, Kevin gets a nice round of applause.
Yeah, busiest man in showbiz.
1039 LI News Radio right here, Suffolk County, Long Island. You can hear the Kevin Downey Jr. Show weekdays 9 to 11. And, of course, you can see him here Friday nights, and you can hear live from Studio 6B Wednesday, Thursday, Friday nights 8 to 10. Mr. Downey Jr., how are you?
I'm lovely. Thank you, Big D. I'm not going to be here next Friday. I have a big gig at the Wheeling Island Casino. That's in Wheeling, West Virginia. And there are 18 tickets left.
Okay.
18.
Wow.
How do people get those 18?
Got to go to wheelingisland.com, snag some tickets now, and I might even be funny. I'll try.
All right, very good. If you're in the area, make sure you get those tickets. Let's get it sold out here before the end of the show tonight. Go see Kevin Downey Jr.
If you had a radio show, you could announce this and sell the tickets.
That's true. I should get one of those.
You could work on that.
You know, I got an email about you, Big D. I've gotten several, but this one
who hasn't?
This one didn't say hi, KDJ. It just said KDJ. How tall is Big D?
That was it.
And that was it. I said minimum 6'4", maybe 7'5". I said he's on my can of string beans back home. That's him. Ho ho ho.
Yeah, somewhere in between. Yeah. Who, me? Oh, Kevin, pull your mic closer to you. 6'5", KDJ. So, all right, Kev's going to Kevin Downey Jr., as he always does, will be out in the audience tonight talking to. We have a room full of patriots here at the America First Warehouse, and hopefully some of them want to talk to Kevin. If they've watched past shows, maybe not, but I would encourage them to do so, and we will be doing that at the bottom of the hour for the rest of the show. Paul Nolan sitting right here to my left. Mr. Nolan.
Right.
How are you?
I am very, very well.
How was your day today?
Today was a fun day. I got a lot done, and
did you
didn't
decompress?
Wear a nice red suit. What?
Did you decompress?
Oh yeah, I decompressed. I raced from one job to another job to visit my mom in the hospital, and then back to home, and then back to here. So yeah, I decompressed in bumper-to-bumper traffic.
You got to start hanging out with me. That's what you need to do.
I just got to know how you. My guidance counselor sucked.
Push you in the wrong direction. Huh?
I think there's a few of us that could claim that.
Yeah, we're all here, right?
Right. Well, that's a good point, Delgado.
That's nice, Delgado.
Yeah, no problem.
Very good.
You got it.
All right, well, we're glad you're in on a Friday night. Lots to do. A lot of news to get to today. A lot of stuff. President Trump active as always. But I think I have to start, as I tweeted today, 3 years ago today. 3 years ago today. One of the most grotesque abuses of power we've ever seen in this country, as 30 plus so armed agents show up at Mar-a-Lago to issue a warrant to search the property with the authorized use, don't forget this, the authorized use of deadly force given by the corrupt attorney general at the time. One of the most disgusting abuses of power we've ever seen in this country. We should never forget it. And as President Trump says now, the hunted is now the hunter, and rightfully so, to all these bastards who did all of this. But specifically 3 years ago today, Vinnie Mac, they showed up in Mar-a-Lago to start looking for, now we know what they were looking for.
Yeah. The more outrageous that all sounds, and the extent they went to do that, shows you how much they had to hide and how scared they were that Trump had certain documents there that are unfolding now. And the hunted is the hunter. And every day we're seeing more and more information come out. Wait till January 6th comes out. I can't wait. I know you were there and you went through.
Allegedly.
Talk to my lawyer.
Is the FBI in the room? Kash Patel, anyone here, please? No, but I know you were there, and you know what craziness that happened there. That's the next shoe to drop. You know, whatever Trump had in that raid, they were desperately trying to find it, and I bet it had something to do with just about everything.
Yep, I think they're going to find I think everything's going to come out. We're going to know exactly what did and did not happen on January 6th. We're going to learn eventually that they stole the 2020 election.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
and
I totally agree.
That's the one they're afraid of.
100%.
That's the one they're afraid of. That's why all those skanks got the J6 committee skanks got the pardons.
That's a formal term here on the show. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
They got pardons because they know what they did was a bunch of conswallop.
Yes.
And they put like violent sounds onto some of those videos because it just wasn't.
Yeah, there wasn't. It just wasn't ruckus enough.
Right. Yeah. And I didn't even see any violence, allegedly. So,
allegedly.
No, I really didn't. I saw nothing like that.
Just real quick, the word tonight is skank, not scrotum.
Skank, yeah.
Okay.
Kevin's up in his game.
Unless we're talking about your skanky scrotum.
Right.
Yeah.
If we remember back,
what just happened?
If we remember back to that warrant, by the way, besides the use of deadly force that the Attorney General gave, if you think back to how absurdly broad that warrant was in the actual description that they wrote, which of course was any government and or presidential records, quote unquote, any dated during the years of Trump's presidency and containers/boxes collectively stored near classified documents. According to the FBI raid affidavit, Trump possessed presidential records subject to record retention requirements, which of course was an odd claim given that presidents have an established right to designate records as personal records. So it was all nonsense. All the terminology was nonsense. We now know exactly what they were going in for. They were not on a fishing expedition, as I think I said at the time. They were going in because they knew that he had probably the evidence of everything that Tulsi has now shown us.
Yeah. You know, and it cost us $10 million.
Yep.
And that one day was a $10 million we paid for. $10 million bill for an absolutely illegal panty raid.
Here's the irony of it, though. The irony is, number one, he was entitled to those documents. He's the president of the United States. He's entitled to those. He can declassify whatever he wants and takes them. The irony is, Joe Biden gets busted for documents he took while he was a senator, documents he was not entitled to
and
whatsoever. He gets investigated and all that stuff. So they go, armed guards come out, SWAT teams go into Trump. They go through Melania's underwear drawer. I mean, this was really insulting across the board. Insulting to us as MAGA. You know, it wouldn't have happened if it was anybody else.
Well, you said it earlier. January 6th to me is the lowest hanging fruit. It's right on top. They're right on top of it. There's so much documentation that's been hidden and buried, and the Pelosi's recorded so much of their misdoings. That to me is the one that so many crazy leftists hang their hat on.
Oh yeah,
and that's the one when that caves in. How do they deny that one?
Right.
You know, because the evidence that day, we said it the day it happened, like false flag. Look at this, it's false flag, and this is one of the most effective tools in politics. And we watched it unfold in real time.
Yeah.
Remember Delgado, how many videos we had of staged events during it, and they boom, this from the internet.
Yeah, and then we just find out, I think it was yesterday, there was a DOJ official who was identified as stirring the crowd up, saying you got to go kill some DC cops. Yeah. That just came out. And then this, I don't know if you guys saw this breaking. Kyle Seraphin, you know who he is? Mm-hmm. Former FBI guy?
Yeah.
He is now, what he found out triggered the firing not only of Brian Driscoll, who was moved into a top position. He was the last man standing, so to speak, of the Ray people. He kind of survived. He got fired. The Washington field office guy, the director in charge of that, who was in charge of January 6th, and what do you call it, going after basically Kevin Downey Jr. types who were just walking around. He was also identified, and this is a real stunner. Kash Patel's own pilot that flies him around right now, or up until today, was the guy who led the raid on Mar-a-Lago.
Wow.
Yeah, it's amazing.
It's amazing.
Just it's all the same. We talk about it all the time. It's all the same people. They all know each other.
Once a spook,
they all cover for each other. They move them around.
Yeah, if you're a spy, you're always a spy.
Yeah.
Once you're trained to be a CIA asset, you're always in that position. No matter where you go in government, you are still an asset. That's just the way it works.
Yeah, it's amazing that this guy was a pilot, and from what I understand, and again, this is from listening to Kyle Seraphin talk about this on his podcast, is that Brian Driscoll, the FBI guy, goes to Patel and says, "You can't fire him." Like basically threatening him, you can't have this guy out there because how's it going to look? You're going to fire a veteran, hero. He's an FBI agent. Oh, and he's been on your plane for the last 7 months, listening into all your conversations.
Wow,
that's basically a threat.
Well,
right?
I say they punish him, make him go through Jill Biden's underwear drawer. That should be.
Oh no! Don't do it.
That all depends.
That's an act of terrorism.
Depends to the front aisle, please. Depends to the front aisle.
All right, fire it up, Corey. Corey's sitting in for Fran tonight. Fran's off for the weekend, live from Studio 6B. Just getting started. A busy night at the America First Warehouse. We're back. We'll do sports with Slick, and we'll do some news starting right after this.
The Flash.
live from Studio 6B at the America First Warehouse on a Friday night, 17 past the hour. Glad you're in, boys. Are all here. Slick Rick's going to do some sports. Vinnie Mac's going to do some news. Rick Delgado's got headlines. Kevin Downey Jr. is going to be talking to the people.
Hello.
And he's going to do some news. Paul Nolan's got some news as well. Aaron holding it down with Corey tonight. Fran's off for the weekend. He'll be back on Monday. Glad you're in. A room full of Patriots here at the America First Warehouse, and we always appreciate people coming down.
Yes.
And, of course, Joe the Box and his staff always as welcoming as can be, and we always appreciate them as well. So lots to get to. We'll start, as we always do, this segment with the man to my right, decked out in red tonight, looking sharp as always. Sports is brought to you by our friend Mike Lindell and MyPillow, mypillow.com/LFS6B for all the best deals for this audience. They sponsor sports. You can use code LFS6B at checkout to save, sometimes upwards of 60% off what you put in your cart. It's absolutely ridiculous. Slickster, what's going on?
All right, Big D. Well, the West Coast is going to have to hold their horses a bit for rodeo. We'll do that in the next segment. But we're going to get to the NFL preseason. Here we go. Right now, the Lions 7-3 over the Falcons. 2:18 to go there in the second quarter. 2:19 to go in the second quarter. Browns and Panthers tied at 7 down in Carolina. Patriots 17-0 over the Commanders. 15 to go there as well in the second quarter. FedEx St. Jude Championship. That's in Memphis, Tennessee. There we go. South Wind, TPC. Tommy Fleetwood 13 under for 2 days. Big D leading the pack. Colin Morkay and Akshay Bhatia both shot a 9 under, and they trailed by 4. So we'll see what happens there. We'll have an update, of course, on Monday night. Major League Baseball.
Who did Farmer Brook pick tonight, Aaron? Do we know?
Oh, for the preseason?
Yeah, he picked some Farmer
He
Brook.
probably picked the Commanders.
Who's trying to get back on the odds makers this year, made some picks, but I don't remember. Aaron has them. I don't remember who they were.
Odds makers coming up soon, right? College football gets started at the end of the month, so we'll be rocking that as well. That'll be Friday night here, the odds maker. We may have to have an live audience member come up and make a pick. We give them a gift if they nail something.
That's
right?
true. We will be doing the odds makers here on Friday nights. I didn't even think about that.
I'll have to do that interview. Yeah,
who did
good.
Farmer Brook pick tonight, Aaron? Okay.
All right.
So Aaron doesn't know, basically. So, all right,
well, she can't know everything. Come on.
Yeah. Hey,
please.
Easy there.
All right.
It's true.
I'll continue with sports, folks. Okay, here we go. Reds and Pirates tied at 1, top of the 6th, top of the 4th. Astros 2-0 over the Yankees. Did I hear this right? Elon Musk wants to buy the Yankees. Is that fake news, Delgado?
I
or
don't
is that
know.
true?
That looked pretty real. It came out a couple days ago.
Wow. $13 billion would have been
14
billion. Do I hear 20? No, I mean that's what we're hearing. Elon Musk. Yeah. That is crazy. I think it's fake. He gave me that story. I think it's fake news. I really do. Totally. There you go. Fucking front row. There we go. Front row. I know. I think it's BS too. But anything I get from him usually is. So, the greatest headlines going.
Who ordered a vodka tonic, please, in the front row? Anybody? A vodka tonic?
Well, I think we have. Yeah.
Do we have a trunk somewhere we can put him into?
The audience cursing here at the show.
Thank you.
I think we have 3 or 4 Met fans here too tonight. So we have Mets 1-0 over the Brewers, bottom of the first there. Now to steal a line from Kevin. Kevin, here's one that really broils my bratwurst. LA Times columnist urges city to ditch 2028 Olympics, warns Trump will humiliate Blue LA. This is Dylan Gwynn of Breitbart. A columnist
they do a good enough job of that themselves.
Yeah. Well, that's the truth, yes. But a columnist for the LA Times has issued a call for the city of Los Angeles to pull out of its hosting duties for the 2028 Olympics. Now, we know the president had a big announcement, right? Signed an executive order. It was great. Got the gold medals from the Reagan era, 1984. Gold, silver, and bronze. Great stuff. I think they're jealous, obviously, of what Trump's going to do because he's not going to be a typical figurehead sitting in the crowd. He's going to be active. He's going to be involved. And it's going to be all about the USA. I mean, obviously, there's other countries involved. Don't get me wrong. But it's going to be USA, I feel. So Gustavo Arellano specifically highlighted the president's role on the 2028 Olympics task force as a particular point of concern. Arellano said that naming Trump as the head of the organizing committee task force was akin to offering the city a giant whoopee cushion. The writer did not spare other Trump officials who are involved with preparing LA to host the Olympics. On Trump's right was a rash of LA haters, some of whom played a prominent role in Southern California's summer of deportations, including Vice President J.D. Vance and Department of Homeland Security head Kristi Noem. Arellano wrote, not present but hailed by Trump during the presser as an MVP candidate was Deputy Chief Staff Stephen Miller, who made his life's mission to crush the multicultural metropolis that birthed him. So, you see where this is going, obviously. But Arellano, who called out organizing committee chair Casey Wasserman for fawning over Trump, I haven't seen such a suck-up since the last time I vacuumed my dad's pool, he wrote. And you definitely don't entrust a kiss like Wasserman. I'm still not sure, I'm quoting him here, I'm still not sure he did deserve his powerful LA 28 gig. Expect being being the grandson of his late Hollywood mogul Lee Wasserman with the calming down someone like Trump. Arellano acknowledges that the federal government was always going to be involved in hosting the games, but Trump's involvement is what makes the whole thing worse. The federal government was always, so on and so forth.
Oh, God, with these people.
I know. Well, I just wanted to get that story out. It was kind of big news, but honestly, we know what it's going to be. It's going to be fantastic. It's going to be 2028. It's going to be in LA. Everything's going to run well. We'll have some security. We will not have men in women's sports. That'll be one of the biggest things that's going to happen. So, Big D, that's a wrap in sports. Back with the rodeo next segment.
All right, Slick, very good. 22 past the hour. So Farmer Brook has tonight, he's got Cleveland.
Oh, Cleveland. That's that game's
so
tied
he's got the Browns and he's got the Texans. Those are his two picks for week 1 of the preseason.
Oh, okay.
He has to hit at least 6 out of 10 in the preseason to make it onto the odds makers this year. So
unless he wants to pay a substantial fee.
Yeah. Yes. So.
To be on every week.
All right, let's do some headline news in the time we have left in this segment, and that is the greatest headlines in the world.
Yes.
That's brought to you by our friends at Eternal Lifecoin, eternallifecoin.com, all one word. Check them out online, eternallifecoin.com. Rick Delgado's got him. Mr. Delgado, what's going on?
All right, now, excuse me, Damon, now that these are the world's greatest headlines, and I'm not going to bow to pressure from the audience, even though someone last night complained that we were trying to cover up the Epstein story. So here's the Epstein story. I do have an Epstein story, believe it or not, as Jeffrey Epstein, according to this, now this is just breaking, was secretly working with the U.S. government, according to news.com, the late tycoon and predator who died in jail, of course, blah, 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 we know that. A 2008 internal file obtained through a successful FOIA request lawsuit shows Epstein was operating as an FBI informant, Paul. Prior to his now infamous 2007 sweetheart plea deal, Epstein has also provided information to the FBI as agreed upon, as according to the special agent, whose name was redacted in the internal cable back on September 9th of 2008. The case agent advised that no federal prosecution will occur in this matter for Epstein as long as he continues to uphold his part of the agreement within the state of Florida. So there you have that. Now, again, we've all suspected it. They all say, no, he wasn't an operative. He wasn't an intelligence asset. We're seeing now that, due to this, this FOIA request lawsuit, that this information is now starting to come out.
Yeah, well, we all know what he was. He was an asset for the highest bidder.
Yeah,
he was a treasure trove. He was a human ATM of favor and money, and we don't even talk about it, but we should. His incredible accounting skills. Where is the data for that? You don't want to tell us about the kids. You don't want to tell us about the horrible, most despicable crimes against humanity that could ever be. Okay. You afraid you're going to hurt someone's feelings because they knew him? Fair enough. I'll give you that. What about the money trails? He laundered billions upon billions upon billions of dollars for so many people. Where is that money? He was tied all the way back to Iran-Contra. He was moving money because he was an elite money launderer.
Yeah.
Give us something. Give me something. Give us something.
Think about this, though. If this is true, if he was an FBI asset, they overlooked this guy's pedophile behavior.
Right.
They overlooked it for
they used it
information.
To leverage him.
It's disgusting.
They didn't overlook it. They knew they had him by the short curlies.
Right. But
they still allowed it. They allowed him to keep going.
That's the crazy part, is that they were okay with, you can do this, continue to do this to kids with you and your friends, as long as you give us what we need.
Yeah, that's
psychotic.
That's the crime.
All right, more headlines when we get back from the America First Warehouse, 103.9 LI News Radio, Real America's Voice on a Friday night. We'll do more when we get back right after this.
Wah, 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 wah. Joe the box with his cardio.
Welcome back, Patriots. Welcome back. We're here live at the America First Warehouse, the most patriotic venue in the galaxy. We're here with Patriot Rich again. Let's hear it for Patriot Rich, folks. Yeah. Now, Patriot Rich, what's that say on your shirt there? What are you part of?
Right now, I'm part of the Suffolk County Civilian Police Academy alumni, and I'd like to talk a little bit about that. Before I do, I'd like to thank Joe and his great staff for this tremendous venue that we have to come every Friday. So thank you, Joe. So, as MAGA conservatives, as true MAGA conservatives, I think we're all very, very supportive of law enforcement. Do I have everybody's agreement with that?
Yep.
Well, if you'd like to learn more about law enforcement, and I have to tell you that I am not a law enforcement officer, but I am a law enforcement advocate. I am a graduate of the Suffolk County Civilian Police Academy, and I'd like to take a moment to tell everyone here and those listening from afar to approach your local police or sheriffs for the opportunity to learn more about your local law enforcement officers. Here in Suffolk County, there is a 16-week program that occurs at the beginning of March and one in September. And it's a 16-week program, 3 hours a night per week. And at the end, you go to a formal graduation ceremony with all of the top brass of law enforcement. It's a tremendous opportunity. You learn everything that you'd want to know about law enforcement that you thought you knew, but when you go to the class, you actually participate in various activities from canine to aviation to SWAT to emergency vehicle operations and control center, where you actually ride in a police car during a training exercise. And at the end, you get a chance to do a ride along with the police department. So it's a great opportunity. Great opportunity.
And did you say canines too?
Yes.
I saw a policeman coming at me with a dog once. I was like, wow, a blind cop. Holy moly. I am going to take his gun. He wasn't blind. I got shot and bit. Let's hear it for Patriot Rich, ladies and gentlemen. Patriot Rich. Thank you, my friend.
All right, Kevin Downey Jr. Well, I mean, and that's great. And by the way, that's great stuff, right? That's great stuff. We need young people to be people to want to be involved, and obviously we salute law enforcement on this show every single night.
Yeah, just bring a dog biscuit.
So yeah, well, but great stuff. Good job, Kevin Downey Jr. He's going to do some news here in a second. But let's get back to the headlines here at the American First Warehouse on a Friday night, and that, of course, is with Rick Delgado. What's going on, Delgado?
Well, Damon, one of the greatest headlines I think we're going to see this week is right here, right now. This one, listen to this. This is cut number 3. Take a listen to this for yourself and applaud when you hear what makes it so great. Cut 3, check it out.
That's a breaking news coming into the Situation Room right now. The U.S. Justice Department is opening an investigation into the New York Attorney General Letitia James's office. This comes as part of a criminal investigation into James, who previously prosecuted Trump.
Look out.
That's right.
Letitia.
Big Tubby Tish is now under investigation.
Queen Letitia.
Yes. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi, who you notice doesn't get on TV much lately, has authorized a special prosecutor to investigate not only Melonhead Adam Schiff, but New York Attorney General Letitia James. It's just a glorious day because this is something that we've waited for a while, because we know she has been one that made her bones. She ran on the platform of, I'm going after Trump. Even though he wasn't guilty of anything, there was no evidence, that was her platform. That's why she wanted to get into office. And of course, she succeeded in going after President Trump. Well, it turns out there's a better part to this, Damon. You're going to enjoy this, because as it turns out, Bondi has named Ed Martin to serve as the special prosecutor to go after
Thank you, Tom Tillis.
James.
And pencil neck, too.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Tom Tillis, the worst representative North Carolina has ever seen. But for this, kind of served his purpose, because look out, here comes the eagle, baby.
Right. Be careful what you wish for.
Here
you
comes
just might
the
get
eagle. Eagle Ed Martin, yeah.
And they're about to get it. Bondi issued subpoenas and impaneled the grand jury as part of the criminal investigation into the multiple allegations against the state of New York. According to a source familiar with the matter, they're also investigating whether Democrat James and the state sued the NRA solely to violate its First and Second Amendments. So there's two here. Not only are they going after her for what she did for Trump, but now they're also going after her for what she did when she went after the NRA and trying to deny people their Second Amendment rights.
And let's call spade a spade here. Pam Bondi has had a fire couple weeks.
Oh, boy.
She has
Absolutely.
had a fire couple weeks. I know people were, what's going on here with the Epstein files a month or so ago, and people were saying Trump's going to get rid of her, which I thought was ludicrous and laughable,
Well,
which
she
it
saved
is.
herself.
But she has had a fire couple of weeks.
Right. And as I pointed out, it's better if she doesn't go on TV. Don't go on TV. Put yourself out there. Get these investigations going. That's speaking way more than you should.
As Mike Davis put it today, she is a savage. Justice is coming.
Yeah. So it's great to see. And again, Ed Martin, one of those ones that, Trump really wanted in a different job, but now he's got him doing this. And it looks like definitely a benefit when it comes to...
That's a great place for him, man.
Yeah.
He's savage, too.
Yeah, exactly. So great news on that front. You want me to do one more?
Yeah, give me one more.
I'll give you one more.
One more.
Have you heard of this girl called Sydney the Sweeney?
Yeah.
Have you heard of her? I don't know if you heard of her, Damon.
Yeah.
She's kind of a good-looking girl.
Yeah.
She's got this jeans, thing going on. Well, there's a story here. There's backlash, believe it or not, against Sydney Sweeney. Believe it or not, from an
Rosie
author
O'Donnell?
of the James. No, I've got Rosie's story later.
Can't wait.
The actress is being trolled by a woke writer and called her a butterface. So the writer, the author of this article, who's criticizing...
Is there a picture of the writer?
Yes, I have that for you. Give me a moment.
Okay.
Give me a moment.
Perfect.
Criticism against Sydney Sweeney over her American Eagle ad campaign. Sweeney was called a butterface who looks great in jeans by, and here's the author, Rachel Bitecoffer. Have a look.
I mean, I hate to laugh.
Is that a guess?
That's exactly what I pictured.
Yeah.
Is that Jabba the Hutt? What's going on?
She looks like a thumb who just ate a stick of butter.
I'll have a number 3 with the large Coke, please. Yeah.
So she's telling us how we should feel about Sydney Sweeney.
Yes, she's telling us that Sydney Sweeney is a butterface.
The one who goes to the diner and says, "I'll take the left side of the menu."
Yes.
They call her husband the Prince of Wales.
It's your turn, Ben. We're all getting canceled tonight.
Why not?
Hey, come on now.
That's just unnecessary, Kevin. It's just unnecessary.
Oh, that's unnecessary.
Extremely accurate.
Is there any cheesecake left?
It's all about the facts.
No, she got it all, Ben.
Oh, God.
Anyhow, so of course, what you saw there, Rachel Bitecoffer claims to be a national political analyst and is now quickly sparked outrage as everybody points to her, making, let's face it, it's the unfortunates that hate everybody else, isn't it?
And they just
Beauty's only skin deep.
They always just look the part. I don't know.
Yeah, so there you have it. Another piece of the left taking it right in the face.
All right, we'll do some more headlines with Rick Delgado coming up here in a little bit. But right now, let's welcome Vinnie Mac to the show. Vinnie Mac, what's been on your mind in the news?
A couple of things. Ellen DeGeneres and Rosie O'Donnell are still not living in the United States. Just want to make that clear, everybody.
Nice.
I like to check on that every week, make sure things are still going smooth and compliant.
Yeah.
But I do want to, anytime I see something that relates to...
Is there news, by the way, out of ABC tonight?
Oh, yeah.
Has anyone confirmed that is actual news? Because I've seen both sides.
I don't know.
What's that?
I had that as one of my stories that Rosie O'Donnell was complaining about. Oh. She heard that they're canceling The View.
Yeah.
But I don't know yet. Let's not count our gigantic chickens before they're hatched.
Yeah.
Let me throw this in, though. She started doing comedy with Joyless Behar.
Yeah.
Joy and Rosie. Have there ever been two more misnamed people in the history? Holy moly.
Yeah. What about Whoopi?
But
that's appropriate.
Exactly.
The three amigos.
Literally.
Those actually, yeah. Whoopi was West Coast for a while, but those two started comedy together. They're like this, so this could come directly from the horseface's mouth. Joy Behar.
Exactly.
Have you heard that The View's going to get canceled? Yep. Because I've also seen things that say, no, they're on hiatus. They're coming back September for their 19th season or whatever the hell it is. But I saw a lot of stuff today that said ABC might have finally come to their senses and said, no, enough with these blowhards. No one's watching. Let's get them out of here. But I don't know. So, Vin, anyways, what's on your mind?
Anytime I see anything related to Melania Trump, I have a soft spot for Melania Trump. They put this woman through such hell during the first term and now the second term, just in general. A brilliant woman, a legal immigrant who came here to this country, made a good life for herself, and they got to trash her. James Carvell.
Carvell.
Yeah. Oh, man. I just want to give him a shout out. Here's to James Carvell, everybody. Now,
Carvell is where you get ice cream.
That's the ice cream place.
Every Wednesday, Tuesday, Willie the Whale, James Carvell. Yes. He had to apologize.
Married to Mary Matlin, by
Mary, another loudmouth. He had to
she's great. Mary's great. She's a Republican strategist.
Yeah, they're both loudmouths.
Okay, fine.
Well, she's great because we don't hear from her anymore.
Well, fine. Yes.
But he had to apologize because I don't know if you remember the story where he accused her of meeting Trump through Epstein.
Yeah.
He finally apologized to her. And you know what? They should all apologize to her. All the media, all these networks, they should apologize to this woman. Put her on Vogue. Put her in these magazines. Show some pride here with this with the trashing of Melania Trump. So I always want to talk about her. But what's been on my mind lately is our ICE agents. And we're talking about law enforcement in the break. These ICE agents. I think our police in the blue states have a big handicap because they're just not treated. Look at the thing in Cincinnati where they really didn't do the job that was needed because they know that nothing's going to happen. But these ICE agents are really handicapped. And who's coming to the rescue? Superman. Yeah. Superman is coming to the rescue. Yeah. Dean Cain's coming in. He's joining the troops here to be a part of ICE. And it's symbolic. It's symbolic when a guy like that steps up, and we have some pride around ICE agents, and they deserve everything that they're getting. The recruitment's up. They're offering some good money, but when a celebrity comes in, I love it. And the last story I think we're going to talk about, I think, Paul, this is something you might be talking about further, is what the blank is happening with Bill Barr?
Yeah.
Where is Bill Barr? How is Bill Barr part of this Fannie Willis thing? How is it possible?
His nickname throughout politics was the Fixer.
Well,
he's been a bad guy since day one.
This is one of the inside guys in the Trump campaign. Another one of them. I mean, how many of these people have to come out now and we find out that they're bad dudes, that they're undermining the president in his first term? And thank goodness that the hunted is the hunter now, because the hunter is going to find out about this stuff. And if he cooperated with Fannie Willis, I mean, let's take this guy down and let's take him out.
Yeah. All right, well, let's get into that story because I haven't heard that story. So, live from Studio 6B on a Friday night, more to do with the America First Warehouse. Kevin Downey Jr., Paul Nolan, both coming up right after this.
watching live from Studio 6B. On a Friday, we have a house full of patriots, no commie pinkos anywhere near the joint. Are we patriots here or what? Oh, yeah. Are we patriots here or what? Oh, yeah. Speaking of patriots, we're going old school, folks. I got my friend Mark here. He's from Spy Trail Distilleries. That's a distillery out here on Long Island, named after George Washington's spy ring that you've probably seen in the show Turn. And this is Mark. Let's hear it for Mark. Let's hear it for Mark from Spy Trail. Mark, tell us about Spy Trail Distilleries. How'd you get the name? Everything, whatever you want to tell us.
Well, we started this a few years ago, and we love the history of the island and the whole spy ring history that goes on the North Shore. We live on the North Shore, have a son that's in the military, and when we started our distillery, we said, well, we need a story. Our story is going to be a little bit about history in America. So our tagline is faith, family, freedom, like a lot of other conservatives, and we live that lifestyle. We had a religious family. We decide to do everything, faith-based, and we go from there. And we're right here in Ronkonkoma, started our distillery, and working on bourbons, vodkas, gin, and just having some fun.
Slick Rick and I are known to imbibe a little on the, a little bit, just a little bit. Oh my. It was fascinating. I'm telling you, that is some
fantastic
good bourbon. There's some good bourbon. Well, now, what's going on? You've got bourbon. What's the flavors?
So Slick Rick tends to stop by every once in a while.
Yes.
We have some new bourbons. We have a honey bourbon. We have a black tea bourbon. We have our classic straight bourbon and a vodka.
Incredible.
Everything's made New York State grains, New York State ingredients, Long Island especially. So we're really ultra locally hyper-sourced.
Nice. And what's the website so we can check it out? And you sell on the website, right?
We do. It's spytraildistillery.com.
Spytraildistillery.com. Check it out, folks. I've had it. They can't keep Slick Rick out of the joint. Oh, free tasting?
I know the trail. I make a trail all the time there.
Mark, thank you very much. We're all heading to Spy Trail Distillery. Oh, is that for me? Oh, thanks, man. Thank you very much. Let's hear it from Mark.
There you go. Kevin Downey Jr. and Mark.
There we go.
I think we might have to rename Slick Rick.
I think we've got breaking news here. I think we may have to subpoena Mark and put him under oath and really find out if Slick Rick is happens to be showing up at, like, let's say 7:40 Monday through Friday nights before 8 o'clock.
Let me tell you, most nights to get through this show, you need it.
I think we should rename him Sloshed Rick.
Big deal. I'm going to be late. I got my chamber meeting.
Chamber meeting.
Yeah, sure you do.
He's got a bottle in a chamber. That's what he's having.
That is good stuff.
Oil slicked Rick.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, that bourbon is off the. I brought it back for Fran and Aaron. They couldn't believe it.
Oh, I bet you did.
It's amazing.
Yep. They loved it.
It's great.
Bet you did.
Yeah. You know what?
See?
Oh, there's Aaron.
Oh, great. Now Aaron's chiming in.
Right. She just was allowed to drink now.
Drunk
right?
pushing the buttons is not a good combination here.
May I say, as someone who, a fourth generation alcoholic, I will say that.
Only fourth? I'm sixth.
I don't know about the rest. That bourbon, it's one of those few bourbons you can drink it straight with an ice cube, perhaps, or in a nice Manhattan. It goes well either way, and I can't say that about every bourbon out there.
No exception.
Now, I had a bottle of it. I didn't get to taste it because my kids had a party and they were all going haywire over it. They were doing shots with it, and I had no idea. So I would like to see if maybe we get some swag around here.
Is there any room to do like a Thursday night show at the Bourbon House with the cigars?
Oh, that's big time.
I think we're in.
Okay.
I think we're in.
Oh,
wow.
Okay, we may be onto something here.
And if they say no, I think Slick's got a key.
Hey, Slick.
That's a good point.
I got an idea. I think one show, we should each get a bottle, and we should keep doing shots. We should name that show, You Know What Your Problem Is.
Yeah.
Really air it out for the
Oz could just stay on the show. And we don't have to even worry about it.
Okay.
That'll be the shortest show in this history.
Look for that on the YouTubes.
I'll be passed out after one shot, so that'll be the end of that.
You know, it's weird.
You'll really be decompressed.
I got to decompress, then do a shot.
Yeah.
You know what's weird is that Slick goes there all the time, but it closes at 5. I don't know why he's late.
Tracy Morgan in the YouTube chat, is there a Slick Rick or KDJ discount asking for a friend? So, a
promo code.
Discount code now.
Look at the discount code.
Mark's running for the door. What am I doing here?
Say it or slur it.
All right, let's do some more news here. And let's do it with Paul Nolan, who's sitting right here to my left. Mr. Nolan, what's going on in your news?
So I like this little nugget I found on the interwebby. Democrats are pretending to buy $200,000 houses and creating $200 million mortgages, then laundering the money through wire transfers. Have you guys seen this?
I did see this, yeah.
This is pretty incredible. The Magic Mortgages lets you buy a house for $200,000, and it's funded by one of the North American banks. We'll just say Wells Fargo. Please don't sue me. All the records, including the mortgage, the deed and the trust, and the Alta insurance policy, and all of those records are recorded in a county record. Just a few minutes later, when you buy a $200,000 house, you suddenly have $200 million come through. And now it's not that it's really it's traceable because it goes through a title company, so there's no real record of it. There's no lender involved because the hard money loan is is just considered straight cash, so there's no true record of it. Because the money goes through the title company, there's no notation of who the lender is and how it goes through the system. Now, what's interesting is what got caught their attention, and this was Act Blue officers and their corporate officers were fully caught connected directly to this. And this is our own Just the News had this on their the head of this dark money laundering. Who's this guy here?
It's Grant Stinchfield.
Is that guy our guy Stinchfield?
Grant Stinchfield.
Yeah, he's great, by the way. So he had him on, and I thought this was a pretty good. Is he up against us?
No, he's on before us.
Oh, he is?
We love Grant.
Hey, maybe Grant will give us a plug one of these days.
You want another shot?
So
Studio 8H.
So this is another connection to the USAID and all the people who keep getting caught through all these scams. How you wonder how the Democrats had the endless pile of money to continue all their, communist scams. Well, this is just another way they all did it. Yeah. And another, I think this is going to be a big story as it unfolds here. So I like this story. I thought this was another big deal.
And I think they explained that some of the ways that they were using this money, because now they've got this big, wad of money that they can do whatever they want with. And you hear about these people, and I think Project Veritas and O'Keefe have talked to these people who said, oh, you donated 43 times in one day to the Democratic Party, all these donations. They're like, no.
And that just scratches the surface.
Right. That was part of what they were doing, is using this money under those names to slide it in.
Yeah, and the guy in this interview, Mark Fincham, he said that this is going to blow the lid off of Act Blue.
Yeah,
they'll be completely fried when he's done with this investigation. So I wanted to get through that quick because we only.
We've heard that quite a bit about Act Blue, though. There's been a lot of investigations. It's been the number one way the Democrats have laundered their money. Mm-hmm. Everybody's pretty much on board with that. Listen, let's hope it's true. We'll see. What's your story? I know you have a clip here, Paul, on the Federal Reserve.
No, Aaron didn't get it in.
Well, I have it, though.
Oh, you did? Well, we only have 30 seconds, so...
All right, we have a minute 30 seconds, but we'll come back and... but I know you wanted to talk about this.
Yeah, I just think the root of all evil in America is the Federal Reserve and central banking. Central banking is where they get their power from. It's an endless money laundering scam you can counterfeit money and then loan it to the government at interest. And what's the best thing they have? War, because it's a never-ending paycheck for them.
All right, we'll get into that if we have time, plus Kevin Downey Jr.'s news as well. Live from Studio 6B, that's a wrap on Hour 1 already. Back Hour 2 at the America First Warehouse right after this.
I didn't know you had.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
And the best part?
You can watch Real America's Voice right there on Getter.
Live.
So join the conversation.
Hop on the Getter chat room.
Engage with patriots who are just like you.
Good morning, Getter friends.
We're breaking news, we're delivering the truth, and we're doing it on Getter
every single day. So don't wait. Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
It isn't just an app. It isn't just a social media platform. It's a community.
Studio 6B at the America First Warehouse on a Friday night. Room full of great patriots here. Joe the Fox and his staff, of course, on Friday nights here at the America First Warehouse on Real America's Voice all across the country on your televisions. And, of course, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday night, 103.9 LI News Radio, Suffolk County, Long Island. Whether you're watching or listening, we appreciate you giving us a few hours of your weekdays, 8 to 10, right here, Monday through Friday, live from Studio 6B. Slick's here. He's going to do some more sports. Vinnie Mac's going to have some more news and thoughts on what's going on in the news. Paul Nolan as well. Yes. Rick Delgado's got, of course, the greatest headlines that he's ever heard. We'll get to some more of those. But right now, let's get back to KDJ, the host of the Kevin Downey Jr. Show, heard right here on 103.9 LI News, 9 to 11 weekday mornings. And, of course, you see him here on the show Friday nights. KDJ's got another Patriot with him. Who you got?
Yeah, thank you, Big D. I've got Patriot Alden here, folks. Patriot Alden, a young conservative, a young MAGA, and a young Patriot. Let's hear it for Patriot Alden. Yeah. You know, the best part about my job is I get to meet young patriots, and I know that we are going to win this fight, and that the next generation will take over. This nation will be free forever, as it was intended to be by the founding fathers. But enough of me. Alden, tell us what's on your mind.
You know, I just wanted to say I'm so glad that I was able to come here today, and it was all of you guys. You're part of what inspired me to start my website, American Symposium. Yeah.
We can clap for that, yeah.
Thank you.
Slick Rick inspired you?
You know, somehow.
All right, tell us about American Symposium.
Well, I get a lot of people, even people who just graduated high school, maybe like 2019, and I have people in older generations that ask me what it's actually like to go to a New York public high school, and it's pretty rough, honestly. They got pride flags everywhere, and it's crazy. And I talk to a lot of people, and I'm kind of like the token conservative at my school. And a lot of people talk to me about why I believe what I do. So I started my website to talk about my life experience and talk about why I believe what I believe. For the younger generation, to listen, just kind of to see where they're coming, for them to see where I'm coming from, but also for older people to see what it's actually like to be a young conservative in today's world.
All right, AmericanSymposium.com, is that right?
Well, it's actually the switch. So for the website, SymposiumAmerican.com.
SymposiumAmerican.com, and it's all your writings?
Yes, they're all there.
All right, folks, the future will be secure. We got this. We've got Patriot Alden on it, and many more. Oh, yeah. Patriot Alden, thank you so much. God bless you. Back to you, Big D.
All right, Kevin Downey Jr. there with another great Patriot here at the America First Warehouse. Of course, the thing about the left is that they don't want to listen, right? They don't want to listen, nor do they want to have any conversation, nor do they want to talk about any issues because they can't stand on their issues.
No, they just judge. That's it.
And when they
just
know they
judge
don't
you.
have an argument, they start screaming.
Yeah, well, thank you.
Ad hominem attacks.
Yes. So the last thing they're going to do is listen, but...
That's why I'm on Facebook, to defend MAGA.
Really? Is that
Everybody
why?
MAGA.
Is that why?
Yeah, it's one of the reasons I'm on
One
Facebook.
jackass at a time.
Hey, I tell them, bring it on. Hey, go ahead, let's go.
Now, you said, shockingly, you were in a fight today on Facebook?
I was.
No.
And what was this about?
You have so much free time.
I got called out. I got called out about tariffs.
About what?
Tariffs.
Okay.
Someone called me out on Facebook saying, we all pay for this, and I went through this whole litany.
Well, did they think that you put them in place?
They might.
His guy did. Yeah.
There you go
Vin,
again. Well,
Did they know you were decompressing today?
I was
not to bother you?
I had to decompress after this Facebook argument. But yeah, I get called out on tariffs like this is just the sky is falling. It's the worst thing. Trump's evil. All this stuff. And I felt it was my duty to educate them. So I did. I went through all of the litany of things where we've been ripped off, taken advantage of with both regulations, tariffs, and just being mistreated globally. And if you want to straighten this out, what do? You put your big boy pants on and you say, okay, 100%. No soup for you. 100%. We're going to go hardcore until you straighten it out. That's what's called negotiation. This is my rhetoric here on Facebook as I'm reciting it word by word. So I went back and forth on them, just basically saying, you do not understand the actual premise here and what's really happening. And by the way, have you seen what the inflation numbers are? Yeah, they're down. Yeah. Have you seen wages for the poor, middle class, and the rich? All up. Have you seen all the investment going into this country? Apple just announced this amazing amount of money. Everyone else has.
$600 billion.
$600 billion. There's more money coming into this country than ever before. More manufacturing
Almost $7
jobs.
trillion have been committed.
More middle class jobs. More low income jobs. All of these things. So I'm laying all this out. And I got no answer back. So I think I did pretty damn well on that one.
You got blocked.
So you think you won their hearts and minds?
No. At the end, I had to tell them they all have Trump derangement syndrome and let that all, sort of land right there. But there's no convincing them to your point.
And they called you a Nazi.
Exactly. Exactly.
All right, just take a day doing it then.
5 minutes past the hour of 9, hour 2. Let's quickly do an update in sports. Then we'll get to Kevin Downey Jr.'s news. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. Slick's got it. What's going on, Slick?
Friday Night Rodeo, Big D. Come on, let's go. Leah County PRCA Rodeo. We're going to Lovington, New Mexico. Lovely Lovington. Jack McClure Arena. Here we go. Bareback riding leaders. Richard Champion, 85 points on Rafter H Rodeos. Livestock's Cat Ballou. And then we got Steer Wrestling. Second round, we got a tie. Jacob Edler and Gary Gilbert, 4 seconds flat. Team Roping. Cody Snow and Hunter Koch, 10.5 seconds. Saddle Bronc, Tanner Butner, 88 points on Pete Carr Rodeos. Chili wins. Tie down, we got Kincaid Henry coming in at 8.2 seconds. Barrel Racing, Emily Beisel. We know Emily Beisel. She's fantastic. 17.44 tenths. Good stuff there. Steer Roping, third round. Cash Myers cashing in with 11.5 seconds. Good time on that. Bull Riding leader, Rolly Johnson, 86.5 points on Stockyard Pro Rodeos. Bad Magic. So we got a good rodeo going on. We'll give you a full recap, obviously, on Monday night, of course. But I want to get to one other story, Big D, if I might. Kevin, have you been to any of these WNBA games lately? You haven't been to any of those, have you?
Oh, yeah. My favorite player is Wilt Chambermaid.
Okay, yeah, because things are getting out of hand there. So, crypto coin creator claims responsibility for graphic WNBA trend amid arrests. This is an anonymous person linked to cryptocurrency coin disputes arrested suspects' involvement. Ryan Marick of Fox News. A self-described cryptocurrency aficionado claimed responsibility for the recent sex toy disturbances at WNBA games, despite 2 people already being arrested for separate incidents. The anonymous culprit spoke to Outkick on Wednesday, the night before a 4th incident occurred in Chicago, and said that they decided to start throwing the objects on the courts because the WNBA was being forced down our throats. The apparent thrower said there was no intent to harm or injure anybody, but rather the goal was to make people laugh and promote his newly created coin. I don't know what the name of that coin is. With the help of the online community.
I gotta guess.
Yeah, okay. An arrest was made in Atlanta earlier this week. However, the anonymous person told Clay Travis that Dalbert, not Damon's Dalbert Carver, the person charged in the incident, was clout chasing and not really the original culprit. Carver was booked into Clayton County Jail in Georgia on Saturday, about 15 miles away from where the first sex toy throwing incident occurred. Last Tuesday, according to ESPN, the police affidavit stated that Carver allegedly told police the incident was a joke that was supposed to go viral, and it certainly has. Carver was allegedly at the game with friends. We think he was either clout chasing or the police tricked him. We don't really understand what happened there, the anonymous person said to Outkick, adding that the original thrower was still at large. The WNBA did not immediately respond to requests for comment as to the legitimacy of the group's claim. The league previously stated that anyone who throws objects on the court will face a 1-year ban from 10 games. From games. Now, Paul said that they're going to force them to go to 10 games if they continue to do that. That's what I heard. The big ban was. So, boy, the WNBA really put themselves on the map though with this, not whether intentional or not.
Good stuff.
This is really something that's gotten out of hand. But we'll keep an eye on this whole cryptocurrency. I don't want to continue on with the story all night, but we noticed this continue though. It was 4th time it's gone on, so it's been a number of objects being thrown at these games. So
there's so many jokes.
There's jokes. There's memes.
No, there's no jokes.
There's children here.
Jokes start at 10:01.
Yes.
Thank you.
It's a family show. I did say toy, and I didn't say what they really call it. Okay.
Okay.
You can
All
bet.
right.
You can bet on what the next color is going to be that they throw.
It's
I'm not
lesbian.
kidding.
Yeah. I know, it's unbelievable. So that's a rapid sports big.
Okay, thank God. All right, sports is brought to you by our friend Mike Lindell for now. LFS6B is the promo code to use. Let's get to Kevin Downey Jr. Let's see what's on his mind. KDJ, what's going on?
Thank you, Big D. I've got. This is amazing. So folks, a bunch of Democrats. They call them communists, is what I call them. But they're in Texas, and they left because they didn't want to be part of a vote because they're going to redistrict, and the Republicans were going to pick up 5 seats, so they scattered to the wind. Well, check this out. This is a double dose of hilarity. The Texas House Speaker Dustin Burrows announced that anyone who leaves will not get their paycheck through direct deposit. You have to come to the Capitol in Texas and pick up your check. They have to come and pick up their check. That, of course, will bring them back in, and then they will vote. They will not get paid, Sam I Am, until they pick up their check in the House, and then they can vote because they all screwed it up. And even better, Mr. Delgado, you think you're cool with your Letitia James under investigation?
Of course I do.
I see your Letitia James, and I add you one. George Soros is now under investigation.
That's good news. Oh, that just trumped that one.
Yep. The George Soros PAC is involved in paying these animals to run away and hide, and they're giving them, like, I heard $500 a day, just a little walking around money. So now the Texas Attorney General, I love this guy, Ken Paxton, is now going after his PAC. They're investigating George Soros for his role in potentially unlawful financial coordination and bribery of Democratic legislators who fled Texas to break quorum. And that is, I never thought I'd be able to say that anywhere on this show or anywhere, even in a dream. Yeah. George Soros under investigation, Letitia James, Adam Schiff. My God, it's Christmas every day. It's Christmas every day.
Thank you, President Trump.
Yeah.
There is so much going on, right?
Yes. Oh, man, there's so... Yeah, you want another one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So... Always. So the communist who sort of runs Venezuela, this guy named Maduro, they just raised the bounty on this freak show to $50 million. Yeah. And people say, well, why would we do that? Well, first of all, yes, the guns and machine guns and drugs and whatnot, but there's a real possibility that this clown stain was involved in the 2020 election steal. You heard about that?
Yep.
Yeah. Absolutely. So this guy, he's involved. China's involved. It's all coming out, folks. It's never going to be better than this. Wake up early, stay up late, because once Trump's term's over, it's not going to be this much fun.
No, it's not.
Yeah, 50 million put on this guy's head from AG Bondi. That's another thing, by the way, that she's done the last 2 weeks. We were just talking about the couple weeks she's had here. I forgot about that. That was just yesterday.
And again, it's all been without her getting in front of a microphone, thank goodness. Because last time she did, it was a what was it called? Oh, yeah, an S show, as one of the audience members likes to use that word. I won't use it, but yeah.
This guy Maduro was a really bad... I know we have to go, but this guy's been involved in huge drug cartels as well.
Oh, yeah.
Like moving drugs all over the globe.
Gangs and everything else, man. The guy's a bad dude.
Bad news.
And I'm sure he'll talk.
12 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B. We're back from the America First Warehouse live on a Friday night right after this. sound like the blues on a Friday night from the America First Warehouse. Let me talk to you about our friends over at AMAC.
Hey.
All right, folks, here's the deal. If you care about this country and you want to do something that actually matters, join AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. AMAC is the conservative alternative to AARP. They're fighting for common sense, pro-America policies, and they're helping everyday patriots take a stand. Membership comes with great perks, exclusive discounts, powerful tools and resources, and of course the fantastic AMAC magazine that tells the truth about what's really going on in this country. And right now you can join AMAC for as little as $1.20 a month with a 5-year membership. Hello. Let me say it again, $1.20 a month membership to AMAC with a 5-year membership. Head right now over to amac.us/Studio6B, amac.us/Studio6B, and become something, part of something bigger. America needs you. AMAC needs you. Join them today. amac.us/Studio6B, $1.20 a month with a 5-year membership. And man, they are great people doing great work. They've got great stuff. They've got great news. Head over there, amac.us/Studio6B. Well, is the continued divide that's between Trump and the Federal Reserve putting us behind the curve again? Well, that's the question. Can the Fed take the right action at the right time, or are we going to be looking at a potential economic slowdown? Ooh, we'll see. The jobs numbers, some revisions, some firings, lots going on. What does it mean for your savings? Well, consider diversifying with gold. All-time new high again for gold today, by the way. You can diversify with gold through our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been viewed as a safe haven in times of economic stagnation, global uncertainty, and high inflation. Birch Gold makes it incredibly easy for you to diversify some of your savings into gold. If you have an IRA or 401k, you can convert it into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold, or you can just buy some gold to keep in your safe. But the first thing you want to do, no matter what, is get educated. And that, of course, Birch Gold will do. They'll send you out a free information kit on gold. All you have to do to get that is text the word America and send it to the number 989898. That's right, text the word America to the number 989898. Consider diversifying a portion of your savings into gold. And that way, if the Fed can't stay ahead of the curve for the country, at least you can stay ahead for yourself. Text America to the number 989898 to get started with our friends from Birch Gold. All right, 19 past the hour, live from Studio 6B at the America First Warehouse on a Friday night. Glad you're in. Real America's Voice, 103.9 LI News Radio. The host of the Kevin Downey Jr. show is Kevin Downey Jr., and he's here, and he's got another Patriot with him. KDJ, who you got?
Thanks, Big D. I've got Patriot and fellow comedian Frankie Hudak with me, folks. Frankie, there you go. Frankie, great to run into you again after all these years, man.
Kevin, what I wanted to say is congratulations on a beautiful show here, live from Studio 6B. These guys are doing great work. Let's hear it for them. Come on now, make some noise. And it's all here at the America First Warehouse. Let's make some noise for America First Warehouse, where the Patriots belong, right here. And Joe the Box, who makes this all happen in his beautiful place here, right here at the America First Warehouse. Joe, thank you for everything that you do. And the guys from Studio 6B, I just want to say we love you and thank you for what you do.
Hey, Kevin, I saw him at the Dunkin' Donuts truck for about 3 hours.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Working the coffee.
I haven't seen you for years, but I'm glad you're not doing decaf still, my friend. Always a pleasure.
Super espresso.
Let's hear it for Frankie. Frankie Hudak. Clap for him. Back to you, Big D.
All right, KDJ and Frankie, there's a duo for you right there.
I want to party with that cowboy.
Live at the America First Warehouse on a Friday night, Real America's Voice.
The only thing he didn't say was take care of your bartenders.
Tip your bartenders now. Come on.
Get the meal.
All right, let's do some headlines. The greatest headlines he's ever heard, and that, of course, is Rick Delgado. What's going on, Delgado?
All right. Well, I don't know if you guys saw this today as the peacemaker-in-chief, President Trump, announces yet another peace agreement. This one between whatever, I can't pronounce that.
Azerbaijan.
And, yeah, that one. And Armenia. I can pronounce that.
Good one.
What?
Can we have a social studies teacher here, please?
We have a language expert in the audience.
And a language expert? Yes.
Well, between A and Armenia signed this U.S. brokered peace deal
Azerbaijan.
earlier today. Yeah, that
you
one.
have to say it.
Azerbaijan.
Bajan.
There you go.
Hey, if I say it in Italian, I'll be Azerbaijan.
Not bygone. Oh, man.
So it's a light mushroom sauce, believe it is. Yeah.
So Azerbaijan and Armenia signed this U.S. brokered peace deal. They did it today, a bilateral economic ties. They're setting up with President Trump, of course, ending more than 35 years of conflict. Basically, when the Soviet bloc fell, these two countries became their own countries and started fighting immediately. They haven't stopped until today.
Commies.
Yeah.
Why not?
So the deal, assuming it holds, would be a significant accomplishment for the Trump administration that is sure to rattle Moscow, which sees the region of which it wants to impose its influence continue to shrink. It's been 35 years that they've fought, and now they're friends, according to Trump. They're going to be friends for a long time, as Trump said at the signing, with the two leaders of Azerbaijan and Armenia. So there you have it.
I saw the press conference.
I did it in my Dice voice.
Did you see the press conference?
Yeah, I did.
Regarding this, it was beautiful. It was absolutely beautiful. Trump has made peace with so many countries.
Yeah,
and this is a hard, long-term fight. You know, this was presidents. I think Biden tried to fix this, and Obama tried to fix this, and Trump even tried to fix it back in his first term.
You know what's amazing about
stuff
this?
by our president, man. He is incredible.
Did you guys hear Trump's quote on him?
No.
He's like, I came in, I got peace in no time. Sleepy Joe tried and tried for about 10 seconds and fell asleep.
He did say that, man. Exactly.
What's amazing, though, about this war is that we've never heard of it. Right? All these countries, we find out later, they've been fighting for years. You never hear about it. And it goes back to
throwing rocks at each other.
But it goes back to what you were saying about, the wars. That's what keeps these people in power, right? Is the war, the banks, and they control it all.
Yeah.
It's just amazing when you see this stuff. It's like, wait, they've been fighting 35 years and we've never heard about it.
Yeah. I drive a 2011 Subaru. I could finance that war. I've never heard of it. A country you rarely heard of is fighting with a country you've never heard of. Back to you, Rick.
And speaking a little bit more of President Trump here from CNN, Frank Luntz and his hair are telling the American people that watch CNN exactly what is going on with President Trump and what his supporters are happy about. Cut number 4, check this out.
If you voted for Donald Trump, this is exactly, almost to the letter, what you wanted. You didn't mind about the anger, you didn't conflict between the Republicans and the Democrats. What you wanted was to make a border safe and secure, which they've done. What you wanted were tax cuts, which he's done. What you wanted was cuts to spending, which he's done. Element after element, he delivered exactly what he said he was going to do, and that's why his own voters believe that this has been an incredibly successful presidency.
Yeah, not only that, and we're talking about, you can applaud that. I mean, let's face it, this is the first time I think we're talking about a presidency 200 days in. We usually, the big thing is, the first 100 days, what are you going to do? Now we're at 200 days, and people are like, wow, look at all that's happened in the second 100 days.
Yeah.
It's just
and of
amazing.
course, really, I don't think we've covered it yet. The big news tonight was, I think, around 6 o'clock, the president announced that he's going to meet with Russian President
Friday.
Vladimir Putin in Alaska. And don't let that little fact get caught, get lost on you.
Yep.
The fact that it's happening there. So.
Wow.
All right, live from Studio 6B. More to do, 26 past the hour. 2 more segments to go. We'll try to get to everybody one more time from the American First Warehouse. We're back right after this.
Think Sarah Palin will show up to the meeting?
patriotic venue on the planet. You're watching live from Studio 6B. We're here every Friday, and man, are we having fun, folks. Friend of the show, Patriot Matt, joining us again. Let's hear it for Patriot Matt. Clap it up. Patriot Matt, what is on your mind, my friend?
Well, I tell you what, before I get to what's steaming my clams, Kevin, first I'd like to say I love the last couple of weeks where we're going with the younger generation. Alden today, Mateo in the beginning, the young lady we had last week.
Yeah.
Hey, and Vince, of course.
Thank you.
We are definitely, like you said, we are winning the battle. We are getting the younger generation involved, and that's how we're going to take this thing back.
Yep.
Man.
Yeah, well, I'll clap for that.
You know what's steaming my clams, Kevin, is the Democrats, or the Democrats as we call them, how much time they're spending on Facebook and actually instead of spending time at legislature. I mean, Schmuck Schumer, he's on Facebook 900 hours a day crying instead of doing the job he's supposed to do. So I think we need to claw back his salary.
I'm there. I'll do that. Yeah, you know what? Remember that thing where he was like trying to cook hamburgers on the thing? Yeah. And he had a raw burger with cheese on it. Yeah. You can tell that man hasn't cooked a meal in his life. You know what? He needs to cook.
Chuck meat.
I want to see him make some Kraft macaroni and cheese with a hot dog like I ate as a kid growing up in Detroit. Yeah, you struggle for once, Cuck Schumer. I'm a little cranky at you right now. You know, he steams my clams as well. Hey, can I ask you something?
Yes, sir.
If Vinny's wearing a hairpiece, why is there a big bald spot in the back?
Something to do with Facebook? I don't know.
It's a special kind of
top of his head.
But I do have a tip for Vince. Vince, I agree with you on all the people talking about the tariffs.
Yeah.
There actually is.
You're not going to talk about the hairpiece?
Oh, no.
All right, good.
There actually is a statement out that all the actual production and investment that is coming into America through the White House on whitehouse.gov, if you take a look at that, there is a tremendous list of all the investment of all the companies, John Deere, Apple, Navidad. There's a whole bunch of companies.
$7 trillion.
All the jobs being created here in New York. And I actually sent it to Kathy Hochul because she stated something about how the Western New Yorkers are being taxed. And I said, Kathy, here's a list of the people, all the organizations that are creating jobs, actually some in New York. Did you take the time to talk to any of these organizations to talk about bringing more jobs here to New York, more investment here in New York? There's a lot of opportunity being done by the tariffs, not just what you're claiming to be. So, Kathy, wake up. We know what you're up to. Trump is doing a great job. The tariffs don't mean taxes. The tariffs mean investment and jobs for the USA.
Absolutely, man. You said it right.
There you go.
Yeah.
Do you know why Chuck Schumer left his meat raw? Because reptiles don't like cooked hamburgers. That's why he did that. All right, thank you. Let's hear it for Patriot Matt. Friend of the show. Back to you, Big D.
All right, Kevin Downey Jr., the great Matt Miller here live from Studio 6B on a Friday night. While Matt rightly says he's worried about the Democrats and what they're doing, sometimes I find myself worrying a little bit more about the Republicans than I do about the Democrats, because I think they do more 100%. Damage to our president and to our party. And just as a quick example of that, and I'm not sure why they're getting a pass on this, and that would be Leader Thune and Speaker Johnson and what they're doing in this so-called recess. And I don't know why they're not getting more grief for this, but they are coordinating, the two of them, to hold these pro forma sessions in the House and in the Senate that last about 6 seconds, absolutely meaningless meetings that have no agenda. That somebody gavels in for 5 seconds and then they gavel out. There's nobody there, but they keep doing it, and it prevents the President of the United States from using his authority under Article 2, Section 2 to make recess appointments. And I don't understand why they're getting a pass for this.
Go ahead, man.
I was going to say, and what's amazing that I've noticed the last couple times they've done this, there's only one person I see pointing it out, and it's Representative Thomas Massey. He seems to be the only one pointing it out and posting it every time they do it, which is kind of ironic since he and Trump have been kind of at war a bit.
Yeah, but they're at war over stuff that Trump just doesn't like. But Massey's right almost all the time when it comes to spending and when it comes to all these things. And when it comes to the Constitution, he's mainly right on the money. And what they're doing, and no one's talking about it. Johnson's not getting questioned. Thune's not getting questioned about it. And meanwhile, the Trump, what he did in his first term, we can remember talking about it on this show, mainly, through 16 to 20, how he reshaped the lower courts. It was going to be the one big lasting thing he did of many things, was reshaping the lower courts. This 4 years so far, I know we're only 7 months in, he is way, way behind. And it's not because of the Democrats. It's because of our own stupidity with Thune and Johnson in doing things like this.
Yeah.
And they're catching no grief over it.
We see the results of not being able to do that. I mean, look at all these crazy judges, making crazy rulings and stopping him. You would think that alone would wake everybody up in order to take some action here, or at least fight back, against Thune and Johnson. Doesn't make sense.
It's just unbelievable. Yeah. It's unbelievable. So, all right, let's get to Vinnie Mac. What else is on your mind, Vinnie Mac?
Two things. First, I don't know if anybody heard about this big secret. It's no longer a secret anymore, I don't think, that Trump is using military force against these Latin drug cartels because they've been determined to be terrorist organizations. Great move, terrorist organizations, and getting these guys out. Anybody who knows anyone anywhere that's been either hurt or killed using fentanyl, this is what we're talking about. I can personally tell you several kids that I know who accidentally died over fentanyl. We know it's coming in here. We know these cartels are coordinating with China, and they are terrorist organizations. And how many times did you kind of daydream about this where you think, all this bad stuff's happened. Can't we just go in and take these guys out? Well, I think Trump's having the same daydream and saying, yeah, we can. Make them a terrorist organization and send our guys in there and go do it. And you know what? Screw Mexico if they don't want to go along with it. End of story. Yeah. So I love that that is happening. The other thing that I've been, bothers me is I see this thing that happened to Stephen Colbert, right? So he got fired. He was losing $40 million. There's no audience. Jimmy Kimmel, no audience. The View, there's no audience. I mean, the audiences are really, really small. Yeah. And it's obvious that, they've lost half the market, right? I think that's a pretty common sense thing to determine. Then Greg Gutfeld goes on Fallon last night.
Yeah, sort of.
And it's the highest ratings the Tonight Show's ever had.
Wow.
Ever. This is going back to Jack Parr, Johnny Carson.
Wow.
For one night.
When there was 9 channels.
For one night. When there were 9 channels. What does that say to all the media and the networks? It certainly proves our point. You're cutting out probably more than half the country based on the way the Democrats cheat and take our votes away. They were probably more than half the country. And this guy shows up and does it. And everybody shows up to watch it. It's amazing. It is a perfect slap in the face to the media mob that runs, these TV stations, all of them, including the news stations. We've talked about our own network, Real America's Voice, compared to CNN and MSLSD and all these networks. We have 3 to 4 times their audience. We're huge compared to them, yet they get, the fanfare.
Yeah, we
Here's
can't
perfect
get
example.
advertisers because why? Because we're so controversial, because we're speaking the truth.
Yeah.
So we can't get advertisers because we speak the truth, but we get a giant audience. So think about how mangled the entire system is.
It's upside down. I mean, everybody here, you've bought a car. Someone's bought a car at some point, right? You bought a Toyota.
You have car buyers in the audience?
Yeah. We're all consumers.
I bought one today.
Thanks, Paul. Novel. Shocking.
KDJ's got a Subaru for sale if anybody wants. It's a 2011.
Vintage 2011 man-hater.
But we're consumers is the point. We're consumers, and we're reaching more consumers than any of these networks, yet these brands won't advertise on it. That's going to change.
What does the right have in common, then? We all work, we all grind, we all fight tooth and nail to make ends meet and get ahead in life. We can't say that about what you see on MSLSD.
Right.
You just can't say that. These are the people who are crying victim. They're crying, you have white privilege. Meanwhile, they stay home, get money sent to them, and they're wearing $400 sneakers.
Yeah.
Well, that's privilege.
Yeah, that's absolutely right.
I get up at 6 a.m. and I'm doing 2 jobs. What do you...
I'm decompressing, but that's good that you're doing that.
Yeah,
he's I appreciate that.
I'm not up in Martha's Vineyard hobnobbing with the Kennedys.
I was in Southampton yesterday. But no, it's good you're doing that.
I'm not hobnobbing with Ben
when you're doing that.
Not Southampton, not East Hampton.
I was, yeah.
If you're hobnobbing with the Kennedys, you better bring some scuba gear. Otherwise,
that's for sure.
Hey, he's crossed a lot of bridges to get where he is today. Right. Yeah. But it's changing. Trump is taking action against these advertisers and his media companies. They are taking big action. You are going to see this change, and it's one of the hardest things he has to do, by the way, because everybody's resisting this, and that's why our network is going to thrive. Yeah, because that's going to happen.
Yeah,
I think there are two things happening at the same time. I think people are getting. Remember, 5 years ago, if you didn't have a BLM sign near your lawn, well, you were just a Nazi and whatnot.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people are a little gun shy now. They haven't realized that those days are over. This is Trump time. All right, he killed it in the election. He's killing it everywhere. Sidney Sweeney, all of this stuff. Everything points in the right direction. Trump has changed the culture. I said it, and I'll say it again. Enjoy this, folks. It's never going to be this good again.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, man. 100%. He's making major changes to our culture. And then there's Gutfeld.
Yep.
You know, killing it. The highest ratings ever. Proof in the pudding.
I don't know that. I mean, I know what you mean when you say it won't be this good again, but I think the way things are going, what you're seeing, all the things you're talking about.
Yeah.
Obviously, if The View gets canceled or some of these other cancellations, they're obviously coming to their senses. You see what happened with Stern. We've talked about a lot of this stuff. You look at I don't know what's going to happen in 26. I know our guy Harriet and had a new thing today to say, and that's been what the news is. I've raised the red flags about it already. Basically, the generic congressional ballot shows Republicans are behind right now, but not that that's big news given that they're in power going into the midterms. But still, when you look at 28, though, Kev, it could stay this good for a while.
We got good candidates.
I think it will. I just love that Trump's here. He's not afraid. I hate the gutless Republicans who, well, I don't know, let me check with my team who's doing a survey to see if I can say this.
Yeah.
No, Trump doesn't care.
Exactly.
And 200 days have gone better than I ever dreamed it would.
But if I could push back to say, you still remember, we're still going against a giant monolithic corporate structure that has 6 major corporations that control 91% of the media we consume everywhere. If it wasn't for places like Rav, where would we be? Newsmax is owned by Viacom, right? It's a Viacom product.
No.
Who are they owned by?
They're owned by Newsmax. They went public.
Oh, that's right.
It's owned by the public.
Okay.
I guess.
My bad. So, but where else is there besides them? I mean, OAN is pretty good, but nothing's like Rav, in my opinion.
No.
You start looking at the lineup across the board, but there's still, everywhere you look, what does everyone cite? I mean, mainstream outlets like the New York Slimes, the WAPO, Huffington Post was
not as much anymore. They covered you guys in the New York Times. Talk about Epstein.
But
that's true, Paul. You and I were in the New York Times.
We've made a big time.
Third of a second of fame.
Just thought we should tell everybody.
I'm not sure that's the flex that you think it is, but
I thought it was a Ziggy cartoon, but maybe it was.
Just remember, though, they're still punching narratives. They're still forcing and shaping the way we're supposed to move and think. So this tide is gone, despite all that, which tells you where really America truly is. So we're watching. I'm with KDJ on this. We are truly at the precipice
100%,
of a turning point where it's kind of over for that old cultural nonsense we were gaslighted through.
all right, we'll wrap it up on a Friday night from the America First Warehouse. Back right after this.
6B. Coming at you from the America First warehouse. You got to see this place, folks. It's like Disneyland for MAGA, and no creepers walking around in fuzzy outfits. That's what we like about here. We don't like any of that nonsense, folks. We have Motorhome Mike with us here again, folks. Motorhome Mike, Patriot Motorhome Mike. Good to see you, my friend. What is going on, Motorhome Mike?
Man, a lot's going on. Big event tomorrow in Danbury. We're going to go make a run with ICE, maybe, support them. And it's going to be finish up, I should say, at, let's see, I'm having a hard time reading this here.
Can you check my Facebook page while you're doing that?
Tell us about the motorhome, too, while you look. Let me know if anyone's pissed off.
The motorhome, we've been rolling around at the different towns, and there's been all kinds of crazy activity with that thing. People assaulting us on the motorhome.
Just a reminder, the motorhome has a picture of Trump with his fight. There's the Iwo Jima iconic photograph, JFK in the motorcade in Dallas, and people get a little cranky when they see Trump, don't they, Mike?
They do. They really do. So tomorrow it's going to be at Danbury Auto Spring and Welding in Danbury at 381 Lake Avenue. So come out and support us and give a shout out to them for supporting the event, and come out and see what's going on in Danbury.
All right, and is there a website where people can find you, where you're going to be and everything?
Absolutely, logicalconservative.com. And they can find us there.
Logicalconservative.com. Motorhome Mike in Danbury coming up. Check it out, folks.
Check it out tomorrow.
Check it out. Be there tomorrow. Back to you, Big D.
All right, Kevin Downey Jr., thank you very much. Live at the American First Warehouse on a Friday night. Let's try to get to all the guys here in the last segment. I'll start with Paul Nolan. Paul Nolan, what else is on your news radar?
Not news radar, but I just wanted to comment back on what we were talking about. To me, the media shapes and changes culture. It's by design. We see things like the CFR, the Council on Foreign Relations. They get together and they discuss agendas and how they want to shift public opinion, and that's how they then use their way to support their own stock and their own values and their own way to advance green energies and other BS that we all have to endure through their endless slow cook infomercial. It's just a never-ending mind bend. And we see everything about the way they want culture to be in the form that they see it. And it comes through in even things like we talked about Malcolm Jamal Warner, right? He was a guy who portrayed a good, honorable, clean-cut, young, black kid who totally broke the stereotypes that doesn't work in terms of the negative narratives that keep us all hating each other and the endless divide and conquer. So anytime there's a good influence in that community, they don't get work. They don't, unless you act like a jackass and you act like an animal, you don't get pressed or pumped up. Right? Mm-hmm. I mean, we agree with that. So they mess. Yeah. It's an endless mind F. That's what they do. So for me, when you see some of these narratives that come out and the way they push them, we're endlessly assaulted with COVID, everything we saw on that, the bloody drip. Every time someone died, there was a gong went off on CNN. There was a celebration, and it doesn't end. It's so pervasive at so many levels. And then you look at it on social media, they have teams of CIA-based bots that endlessly change the subject. Everywhere there's a discussion, you can see it. These accounts aren't real. You have to constantly discern what's real, what's fake. It's truly a war for your mind. It is without a doubt an info war. And if everyone's not aware of what's going on, it's going to get worse through AI. So I just think that we should stay vigilant, always challenge everything, including what comes from our team, because the only team we have is us. We are our team. We are not, the politicians truly don't care. It's always got to be us versus politicians. So always question everything, as Ben Franklin said. Question everything, including the God himself who produced this great nation.
I want to touch on that because what's leveling the field right now in a big way, and we saw this happen with Fallon, and we're going to see this happen in the movie business. I could tell you verbatim what's going on in Hollywood right now. And we are changing the economics of media. Why? Because the stuff, our audience, the people that support faith, family, good content, things like that. We're spending money and we're buying those things. Hollywood's changing right now. The content of faith movies, for instance, that got really no notice.
Angel Studios is cranking.
They're going forward with big productions. When you see what I just mentioned about, Greg Gutfeld, small little story, but those economics matter. Yep. When you're losing $40 million on a Tonight Show or the Colbert Show, those economics matter. Then you see Gutfeld come on, and you're like, well, there's the audience. We can make money here. The media is changing because of economics, in addition to just a shift in this country's thinking. But we're getting more powerful, a lot more powerful, and I see it. I toil in that business, as you know, and I'm seeing it everywhere. Productions are being greenlit by Amazon, by Netflix, by all the studios for faith, for family, for good stuff that just wouldn't even be in a conversation.
Well, I would openly say that my men's Bible study on, you look at that group, it looks like a casting call for The Sopranos, and it's a bunch of just meat and potato guys.
You take care of that thing, the first thing or the second thing.
Everybody's got a story, and if that dialogue alone is as interesting as anything that happens for me, including this show, which is, I love talking to you guys, but it's so real. It's so ethereal, whatever. So.
All right, 7 minutes till the hour. Just very quickly, another story you wanted to get to?
Yeah, the things that you guys were just talking about fits in to what I wanted to make sure we got to today, and this is our flashback day in Trump history, believe it or not. You're talking about the culture, how things are changing media-wise. Well, this I wanted to point your attention to. Check this out. This is cut number 1. Check this out.
You've called women you don't like fat pigs, dogs, slobs, and disgusting animals. Your Twitter account...
Only Rosie O'Donnell.
It kind of fits in what you guys are talking about, the shift where now it's like, you know what, people aren't afraid. They're starting to go, no, this is what we want, and it's changing the dynamic of what's out there and what people want to consume.
Yeah, they have to make money too. Like studios produce movies. If they're not profitable, they're not going to do it. If they're comedians, and you probably lived through this, that were just woked out of clubs, right? Woked out completely. They lost their living, and now we're lining up for them.
I don't know if I told you guys this, but during my whole alleged J6 thing, I get a call. Someone says, hey, Kev, I got this great gig. John Decker, the White House correspondent for ABC? He's having a birthday party, and they need a comedian. And the money was great. And I said, yeah, I'll take it. But first, why don't you Google my name in January 6th and let me know if you still want me there.
Nothing. Crickets.
4 minutes later. Hey, thanks for your honesty, buddy, but not a chance.
Slick, give me a quick couple scores just to wrap.
All right, well, a little preseason big day here. Cleveland with a big night tonight, 30-7 over the Patriots. Shedeur Sanders, 14-23, 138 yards and 2 touchdowns. So Farmer Brook looking good there.
Okay.
Hello. Patriots 34-11 over the Commanders.
Hello.
And Lions over the Falcons, 70-10. Okay. Who do you got?
He's wearing a blue shirt. Yeah. He's in the front row too.
It's the mothership. It's for you.
All right, as always, I want to thank everybody at the America First Warehouse. As always, we honor all of emergency personnel, all our truckers, all our farmers, all our emergency personnel, police, firemen, military, retired, unretired. Slick, great job. Vinnie Mac, everybody on the show, great job. Aaron, great job. Corey, great job, everybody. Thank you, everybody here at the America First Warehouse. Joe the Box and his whole staff. We will see you Monday back in the studio, live from Studio 6B.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
A ritzy, upscale neighborhood in a deep blue city is starting to realize, hey, some of these deep blue policies are affecting us, and we're not happy about it. NBC also has some advice on buy now, pay later scams, and the advice is honestly kind of hilarious, and banning machetes, because that's what this state in Australia needs. All that and more coming up on this episode of Turning Point tonight. My name is Joe Bob. Thanks so much for tuning in. Together, we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. This is Turning Point tonight. Now, before we get to those stories and our fantastic panel, Congress is on break. The legislative branch is on break, so they're back in their districts pretty much full time if they're a good congressperson, and they're hosting town halls. And with that comes libs screaming their heads off. I asked producer Glenn to double, triple, quadruple, double check that this picture wasn't AI. But it is. This is from Congressman Mike Flood's town hall, in which he said some incredibly reasonable things that people still booed for, and some very unreasonable things that they cheered for, which probably mostly came from this lady, or sorry, this, they, them. I'm not sure what she is or identifies as. But the question surrounding this is, should people still be holding town halls, congressional members specifically, especially considering that there are people on the conservative side that said libs coming to these things and wrecking them with their just outlandish, absurd distractions makes them completely ineffective. Well, that's the direction coming from the heads at the conservative movement on a lot of different congressional fronts. But some conservatives are also saying, no, we're going to still have them. So the question is posed, should conservatives continue to have town halls, especially with this disruptions like this? Let's bring in our panel to weigh in here. Chris Hand is the host of the Chris Hand Show, and primetime Alex Stein 99 over at The Blaze. Guys, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate you taking the time.
Thanks for having me.
Guys, before we get to you, I want to get to this viral clip that happened over the weekend of this town hall in which Mike Flood, congressman, proposed a thoroughly reasonable legislation, or at least should be, and was, well, not booed because they were cheering the opposite of what he was saying. But just watch the clip and we'll get your reaction.
It talks about two big changes to the Medicaid program. One of those changes is that if you are able to work and you are able-bodied, you have to work. If you choose not to work, you do not get free health care. You do not get free health care. Okay. So here's a question. Do you think that people who are 28 years old that can work and refuse to work should get free health care?
All right, that's enough of that. Chris, I'm going to open the floor to you. What are your thoughts on whether or not we should still be doing town halls? Because even when they weren't booing or cheering, they're just yelling, chirping in the background, making as much of a distraction as they can.
Well, first, I just want to address the picture that you showed in the beginning of the segment. That woman clearly identifies as an orca. We like to call them land whales. And she's definitely going to need free health insurance because the diabetes and the clogged arteries are coming very, very fast. And I feel for her. I do. I also don't want to pay for it. Should they continue doing these town halls? Yeah, they should. They absolutely should. We know that the left is funding these radical leftist lunatics, or they're ramping them up with the rhetoric. But you should be ready. You should be ready for these losers. How about if you love Trump, keep yelling. Say something dumb and get these idiots to shut up. Go in with a plan and keep doing the town halls. I think that you should. Yeah.
I'm excited for this one, Alex, as a guy who goes in and I wouldn't necessarily even say disrupts, but proves very eloquent points in somewhat of a humorous way. What are your thoughts here on the future of town halls?
Well, I try not to disrupt it so much so that I get arrested, and I guess that's a little different than what these people are doing. But, obviously they should continue to keep doing these town halls, and no disrespect to Representative Flood, but, half these politicians, even the ones on Capitol Hill that get elected to Congress, you can't really pick them out of a lineup. So what this guy did, accidentally, is he went viral because these protesters went there. So more of these politicians, what they should do is, if they're really playing 5D chess, is you hire the protesters yourself to go and disrupt disrupted, because that is what makes it interesting. No, seriously, because you go to these meetings and they're so boring half the time. You know, this is a weird thing, but what people don't realize in life, you need life to be hard. You need some resistance in order to, to actually, succeed. In order to gain any sort of really success, you need a little friction. So that's why we're watching this. So honestly, they should pay the protesters to come. That friction makes it more entertaining and makes it go viral. I'm dead serious.
Keep them on their toes, and creates viral content. That's a pretty interesting point. I wonder if anybody will take that up. Speaking of things that libs are doing that is fascinating and interesting, we all know that these deep blue cities, Los Angeles, New York, Chicago, have these horrible policies that are brought about by people who don't live in the rougher parts of the neighborhood. Similar situation is going on in Boston. There's a neighborhood called Beacon Hill, where the average home price sits at about $2.3 million, according to Realtor. But they now are seeing the drug addicts, the transients come into their neighborhood, and for the last several months have been going to city council meetings saying this needs to stop. Alex, I feel like this is what it's going to have to take. We saw this with DeSantis shipping illegals up to Martha's Vineyard. We've seen this with a bunch of different places of, hey, deal with these problems in your neighborhood and see how much you like it. Do you think the tide is shifting, or do you think it's gotten so bad in these blue cities that the elites that perpetuate it are finally going to start speaking up?
Well, no, I really honestly think it's like the Hunger Games, and I know we use that cliche a lot, but there's literally no middle class. I just saw some study, the amount of people that are, in their 30s that own a house and have a kid compared to the 1960s is down like 1,000%. I mean, it's incredible how far we've fallen as a society, and really the indication that it shows me is that we don't have a middle class. You're either ultra wealthy or you're homeless, and I think Boston is a good example of that. Like, being such a classic city, it's priced out all the normal people. It's just these Harvard elites that can afford to live there, or the bums that live on the street that don't even want to go to a homeless shelter because they're so strung out on fentanyl. So I don't know if this will actually be a wake-up call, because I see in New York, I think Mamdani has a very good chance to win if Curtis Leawood, I think he's their only chance to defeat him, and he's ran a bunch of times and haven't won. So I guess it's just a product of their environment, and it's actually it's socially engineered to be that way, to have no middle class and have ultra rich people having to step over homeless people on their way to the country club.
Yeah, it's a crazy thing to watch unfold. Chris, the only reason I think this was brought to the media's attention is because this happens to be the neighborhood that John Kerry lives in. According to the Boston Public Health Commission, there was a 47.1% increase in mortality rates due to drug use over 2020 to 2022 versus 2017 to 2019. I know there's kind of a lot of years dates there, but basically they've gone up by 50% drug use mortality rates in this particular neighborhood. Same question that Alex answered. Do you think this is going to be a wake-up call, or do you think this is going to be a continued slip into the separation of the elites and the homeless?
Yeah, no. They'll throw money at the problem, but we've seen them throw money at the problem. I believe it was Portland. They threw like $700 million at homelessness last fiscal year, and they saw it increase by like 70%. It was something ridiculous. But no. In Boston, you have Mayor Michelle Wu running the city, and while she doesn't allow whites to go to her Christmas party, she's fine with them shooting up on the streets, and it's insane. I grew up outside of Boston, and the drug use there, man, it is wild how much fentanyl is going through there. A lot of my friends have passed away in that area because of overdoses. And it's heartbreaking. I mean, they make their own choices, and that sucks. They shouldn't make those choices. But for the city to enable it, it gets real messy. It was 2022, Michelle Wu started having a needle exchange program in a lot of these areas, and you've seen the problem get incrementally worse. It seems like every time the left has a solution, it's not a solution at all. Sure, they'll make a little bit of money here and there with their nonprofits, but they don't ever fix the problem, and I don't think they want to be perfectly honest with you.
Yeah, that seems to be the problem, is they'll throw money at it, but then they'll also pocket that money when the money goes to the people that are in their pocket. Crazy situation going on there. We'll keep everybody updated on any unfolding events. But speaking of things that are damaging, that people don't necessarily know are damaging, I thought this was really interesting. The Journal of American Heart Association on Wednesday published a study that basically said kids from 10 to 18 years old are at higher risk for cardiometabolic diseases, including high blood pressure, high cholesterol, and high insulin rates for watching screen time. If they use screen times at a higher level than their counterparts who don't use screen time, they're at risk for a bunch of heart problems, which seems crazy to me. Now, nobody actually knows why specifically, but Alex, let me get your thoughts of what you think might be causing this. Is it stress related? Is it teenage angst? What is it?
Well, I forgive Joe Bob that you're a lot younger than me. I know exactly what this is because when I was a kid, I didn't have an iPad. I didn't have a cell phone. You know, we had the flip phone cell phones that had like Snake on them. You know, seriously, you know, we had the Nokia phones that didn't have crap to do. So you had to go on your bicycle. You had to go ride your bike. You had to go out in the hot Texas summers. Now these kids are so insulated and they're just all on their cell phone and they don't even go outside. They don't even move around. And I think that's why their hearts are not getting the exercise at a young age where it's most important. You need the development. You need your body, your hormone all balanced. You know, their hormones are going to be so imbalanced when they're eating microplastics and looking at their phone all day and not moving. So I think it's just obvious that we've changed as a society and screen time equates less time in the real world, which equates to bad health.
Interesting. And to lay it out here, none of us on this panel are doctors. I can confirm that.
I'm not a doctor. I'm not a doctor. This is not medical advice. That's not medical advice. Yeah.
But again, as a non-doctor, Chris, you know, every time I see you're out on the weekends playing sports with your kids, running around, they're probably not inside on screens all day watching TV. So yeah, I think Alex has a good point. It's probably not the screen specifically. It's the lifestyle that comes with the screens. What are your thoughts as a dad of younger kids?
Well, I mean, you're probably going to have to do another disclaimer after I say what I'm going to say, because personally, I think that conservative parents are shying away from technology and liberal parents are fine to give it to them. And what else do we know about liberal parents? Well, they're probably getting their kids schmaxinated, allegedly. I have no idea. So maybe that plays a part in it. I do worry about the smartphones. I don't give them to my kids. When my kids want technology, I get them a Game Boy Color. I got an N64. I'll go with tech before they started programming it to hit the dopamine receptors. Which is really crazy. But if you look at the suicide risks that are raised with kids that have phones as young as 5, it's insane. And to Alex's point, yeah, the phones we had were dumb phones. There are options out there. I'm not saying don't let your kids have a device to keep in contact with you, but you can find all sorts of wearables and technology that you can make phone calls, and that's it. And it's really all they need. Get them off the screens, get them outside, touch grass, all the things.
Again, nobody here is a doctor, but you should definitely 100% take this severely needed medical advice from us three quasi-comedians on the screen. Alex and Chris will be back right after the break to discuss the banning of machetes in Australia, because that's the problem that needs fixing down under. Don't go away. We'll be right back after the break.
Got to admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep TPUSA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks cooler. Claim yours today.
President Trump signs an executive order holding bank companies accountable for alleged discrimination against conservatives. A draft of this order also directs bank regulators to investigate whether any of these financial institutions like JP Morgan Chase or Bank of America may have violated the Equal Credit Opportunity Act or Consumer Financial Protections laws. Now, this new order threatens to fine lenders that drop their customers for political purposes, and those found guilty of such practices could be subject to financial penalties, consent decrees, or other disciplinary measures. This executive order comes as many Americans claim they were debanked by their lenders for political purposes. For example, business owner Dr. Joseph Mercola claims his Chase bank accounts were suddenly terminated without explanation after his vocal criticism of the COVID vaccine. The Heritage Foundation also claims this debanking phenomenon under former President Biden hit the crypto world hard as well, alleging the SEC unleashed multiple investigations with the intent to threaten or force innovators and investors out of the space. Even President Trump admitted his bank was terminating his account during the 2020 election.
I had many accounts loaded up with cash. I was loaded up with cash, and they told me, "I'm sorry, sir. We can't have you. You have 20 days to get out."
Even First Lady Melania Trump claims in her memoir that her longtime bank terminated her account and her son Barron was denied the opportunity to open a new one. While CEOs Moynihan and Diamond insist they don't discriminate or debank.
We have 70 million customers, and we're happy to serve anybody. We don't debank people because of political, religious affiliations.
What's your message?
But there are a lot of things that can be fixed, and we should fix them.
Many feel that trust could be restored due to this executive order. From the White House for Frontlines with Turning Point, I'm Monica Page.
A while back, Australia famously banned guns after a mass shooting because guns were the problem 100%, so guns needed to get banned. Well, now they have a stabbing problem. They have a knife violence problem in Australia. So rather than address the sociological, cultural variables that allow people to think that it's okay to hurt other people, let's ban knives also. Let's bring back our panel, Chris Hand, Alex Stein. Guys, I thought this was a hilarious in a horrifying way video that's been floating around the internet. Check this out, and I would love your reactions on Australia's banning of machetes. Check this out.
On the 1st of September, when the ban on machetes takes place, we are rolling out through Victoria Police at 24/7 police stations the safe disposal bins. People can come and lawfully dispose of any machete that they may already have. And we've done this because we want to get these knives off the streets, because these knives destroy lives.
Yep, it's the knives. I hate it when my knife is on the kitchen table and it jumps up and stabs someone. That's just, I hate that. Chris, so Australians in the state of Victoria have until September 1st to have amnesty by submitting their knives to one of 40 disposable bins. How much participation do you think this is going to get in Australia?
Well, I just think it's hilarious that this benevolent government thinks that banning knives, giving you a few months to do so, is just very kind. I wonder what they're going to do with the giant spiders, though. I do think you need machetes to handle some of the giant spiders in Australia and some of the other terrifying wildlife. But this is exactly what we've seen in so many other countries. How long until they start doing the QR codes on their knives like they do in Japan? Bend the knife. This always seems to happen, that evil people are going to do evil things at the end of the day, and the instrument is just the instrument. When they get rid of the knives, well, then they'll go to a car, and we'll see what happens. Will they ban cars next in Australia? What does Kalshi say, or Polymarket? Probably. They probably would.
I think they're trying to get there from a green energy climate change standpoint. Alex, so this is really interesting to me, machetes specifically. I'm Samoan. My dad was born in Samoa. We went back there a couple years ago, and they had a rack of machetes just in the grocery store checkout line. You know how you see like People magazine or the New York Post or tabloids? There was a rack of machetes. Famous. Nobody got stabbed there. Why do you think that is?
Well, I mean, obviously, I'm pro-gun. I want more guns. I think more guns actually create less gun violence. But the reason why nobody gets stabbed is because let's be real. Why do people get stabbed? They get caught cheating on their wives. People get stabbed because they did something wrong. It's not the knife's fault, that they got stabbed. They shouldn't have been caught with a mistress. So I guess when it comes to Australia, though, I love my Australian brothers and sisters so very much. But, you saw what they did during the pandemic. They were, one of the harshest lockdowns in the world. So I'm actually not surprised that, whenever you trade your freedom for protection with the government, you always end up with neither. So they're not even going to be able to cut the bush down very soon in Australia.
Yeah, again, it is a cultural problem. Try fixing the culture rather than banning a thing, an inanimate object that unfortunately can, obviously get in the hands of the wrong person can be bad, but it's not the thing, it's the person. Speaking of the person and the culture, I thought this is really interesting. Alex, this whole buy now, pay later has been a topic of discussion for the last couple months. People can effectively finance a burrito on the Chipotle app. If you're going to order a burrito, you can buy now, pay later in 4 installments, and people are doing it. The reason I bring this up is because NBC had a article that said these are tips to smartly handle your buy now, pay later. It says focus on needs versus wants, pause before purchasing, read the fine print, and avoid stacking buy now, pay later loans. Do you think that's effective, or should we just say, hey, stop buying things you can't afford?
I really was a huge culture shock the first time I saw that Rent-A-Center, one of the most famous, buy here, pay later furniture stores, they started doing layaway for Jordans. I don't know if you ever saw that, where they were actually selling, yes, it's a famous thing. You can look up. Rent-A-Center was, selling these buy here, pay later tennis shoes. And I thought, man, this is like the bottom of society. Now we're financing, Jordan tennis shoes. But now the fact that we're financing Chipotle burritos, I have to get my conspiracy tinfoil hat on. This is done on purpose because they want people to have horrible credit scores at a very, early age in their credit history, so that those people don't get money from banks or aren't able to buy a home, so that they are, like I said earlier, they can't be a part of the middle class. They have to be on government assistance the rest of their life. So this is done on purpose to try to make it harder for buyers in the future, to have good credit. Because I think I forget which company it was that is doing this buy here, pay later on these small, price transactions, whatever it's called. I think they were like $300 million in debt, I believe. So don't quote me on that, but I don't think this has been financially beneficial for the loan givers as well.
I want to say it was $400 million, and they couldn't recoup all of the stuff that they were lending stuff out for because you can't repo it. Like, Chris, you can repo a car, you can evict somebody from a house and foreclose on it. You can't repo a burrito unless you're weird and into some pretty sadistic stuff. To Alex's point, do you think this is kind of like on purpose to kind of diminish people's ability to finance bigger and more necessary things in the future? You'll own nothing and enjoy it type of mentality?
I think Alex actually makes a great point. Debt slavery is not a conspiracy theory. We see it happen to college kids every year as they walk across that aisle for graduation. I would go a step further, and I would say, take away even the buy now, pay later. Poor people shouldn't be using Uber Eats and DoorDash for starters.
It's true.
Go pick it up on your own. Let's be perfectly honest. Make a sandwich. I remember when I was struggling in radio and trying to make it, I went for a week eating stale taco shells and salsa. And like, you had to go through that. You had to experience that. And it got me to a better place. If I could have financed a burrito, I would have, and I would have been in debt, and I wouldn't have been able to climb that ladder to where I am now, owning a home, having a wife, having kids. No, you shouldn't be using any of this stuff, period, if you're not financially stable, let alone the buy now, pay later aspect of it. You're screwing yourself. If you were a college kid, if you're a young person, because that's who they're targeting, really, you're screwing yourself using this stuff, whether it's buy now, pay later or using it just at face value.
Yeah, what I heard from that is having a wife is a financial decision. Interesting, and I don't necessarily disagree, but a topic for a different time. Alex and Chris, guys, thanks so much for your input. Really appreciate you taking the time and joining the show.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Coming up next here on Turning Point tonight, we got a fascinating clip from Alex Clark's Culture Apothecary podcast, produced by Turning Point USA, ranked #1 in a bunch of the health and wellness space podcasts. Don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
Gotta admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep TPUSA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks Cooler. Claim yours today.
Every day I get asked, Alex, when it comes to eating better, living cleaner, I'm overwhelmed. I don't know where to start. And it also can't be too expensive and it can't be too complicated. So what is your answer for people like that?
Make sustainable habits. Create a program that works for you, that works for your family, that fits your budget. I will say the first week is always going to be more expensive. Adding in those seeds and those healthy oils, there's a cost to that, but they last. And so after that, usually the grocery list evens out. And that's something I'm really considerate of with people. Repeat meals. Don't let anything go to waste. That's the key. Sustainable habits.
What is an integrative nutritionist and what is your food philosophy?
I think anybody you ask would probably give you a different answer, but my answer, what an integrative nutritionist means, I'm looking at the mind, the body, and the spirit. And sometimes when I work with somebody, it's all spiritual. Sometimes when I work with somebody, it's all emotional. Sometimes when I work with somebody, it's all clinical. So the bio-individualized approach using all different kinds of quote unquote medicine, anything from like Chinese, Ayurvedic, biomolecular, to traditional functional. I say traditional functional because functional medicine's been so popular. And I don't even like the word medicine necessarily, but that's what it's referred to as. So I really integrate what people need to support their whole body. One of my favorite methods, which I hope we get into later, is Ayurvedic, because I want to tell you more about yourself.
Yeah, I don't know this word. I don't even know what it means.
Okay, so Ayurvedic is ancient medicine. It comes from like 6,000 years ago. It was written not even in scrolls, but like in trees. But my favorite part of Ayurvedic is that we are responsible for supporting our bodies, for bringing balance to the body. And so many people bypass that by trying to supplement symptoms or supplement in general. So Ayurvedic is like, how do we restore the body that we're given with the elements that the body is? And so it sounds like woo-woo when you think of it that way, but even Western culture adopted the philosophy when it came to assessing criminals. So there's a Ayurvedic dosha body type, and then there's the somatic body type, or not somatic, that's nervous system, somotyping when it comes to assessing criminals. So it's ironic that we adopted this body type when it comes to assessing criminals, but there's 3 different body types, and they are each made up of different elements. And based on the elements that the body type is made up with is how you rebalance and restore the body. Like certain body types should never in a million years cold plunge ever, ever, ever.
Who should?
You.
Who? I knew it. I have been a suspect of this from day one, that cold plunge would be terrible for me. And I've been telling people, I don't think all women should be cold plunging.
Exactly. And you're 100% right. A Vata woman, you, long, lean, air is your element, should never cold plunge. Ever.
Would that be the case for anybody with autoimmune?
I will say that most thyroid, Hashimoto's, and other autoimmune related to that are Vata body types. So they do go hand in hand. Yes, for most people with certain autoimmune, they shouldn't. But the Pitta and the Kapha, those are the other 2 body types. The Pitta is really strong. A lot of business owners, go-getters, fire is the element.
Okay.
And then the Kapha is wood, water, goes with the flow, always pleasing others, but tends to be a little bit bulkier. They can cold plunge.
Okay.
The Pitta needs to cold plunge. That's why those are the people that are raving about it and trying to get everybody to buy one, because they're a Pitta and they need to put their fire out. But a Vata and air doesn't need to be any colder than you already are.
Okay, this is fascinating. Yeah, I feel like you could do a whole episode just on this.
I know. And I was like holding out on telling you. So my food philosophy in the feel-good way that you will find that I've been teaching for 17 years, part of what I learned was because I was a female college athlete and I wanted to take that performance energy into everyday life, because I thought, doesn't everybody want to perform? And the more I'm around people that are business owners or, want to feel good at their daily jobs, everybody wants to perform. Everybody wants to have energy. So I built the feel good philosophy 17 years ago, and it still stands. So it's eating within the hour of waking up, always combining all 3 macros: carbs, fats, proteins. My philosophy for a cycling woman is 50% carbs, 20 to 30% fat, 20 to 30% protein. And the way this looks is the palm of the hand carbs, the fist protein, and the thumb fat, because the fat is twice as nutrient dense.
Oh.
And I'm not saying we should limit ourselves to that. This is a range. It's a roadmap, but not necessarily hard, fast rules. I just think that cycling women tend to undereat carbs because it's kind of the trend. So
that's definitely what I'm doing. And it's not my choice. It's just, I think I'm struggling getting enough carbs because I was told by so many people I need to be gluten-free. So then I'm not eating a lot of bread.
Right.
And I feel like I am somebody that would love a huge heaping pile of grass-fed butter on top of some sourdough bread. And now I can't eat that. So it's just like, okay, is it potatoes or is it rice? And, I mean, what are my other options? I'm trying, but it's just like every meal. I mean,
there is a bread company that I love out of Colorado that's like so worth ordering as much as you can fit in your freezer.
Yeah, tell me.
Outside the bread box.
Okay.
They have vegan oat. If you do good with oats, I don't do good with oats as oatmeal personally, but I do good with oats baked in things.
Got it.
Their bread tastes like a croissant. I'm not joking you.
Okay,
you can
that's
make
interesting.
Sandwiches with it. You can do all kinds of things.
Now, I love AWG. I've talked about them on the show before. That she makes a phenomenal gluten-free bread. That's actually, it is the only gluten-free bread that I will eat. Right. Because all of them I think are nasty.
Not your carbs.
But so that doesn't count as carbs. So, and then I had this woman, Sue Becker, who was wildly popular, saying it's not gluten. Nobody has to be gluten-free. You have to mill your own flour.
Right. And I don't disagree with that.
Okay, so you think that there could be truth to that?
I think there could be truth to that for people that are intolerant and people that aren't trying to be in a healing phase. So there's a difference between like being in a healing phase and being all in on your choices with your food and maintaining. So if you were to get, because are you Hashimoto's?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you were to get that in remission, then I would say that you could totally have it. And I would even say that you could have long fermented sourdough. And that's the trend that I see in my own community, at least. Eating within the hour of waking up, always regulating your blood sugar by eating all 3 macros together. Eating every 4 hours. Again, women still cycling. Postmenopause can get away with 5 hours. So it's going to be 3 to 4 meals a day for most women. Keeping meal sizes consistent. This is one thing I don't see. The only exception, if you're going all in on Ayurvedic and your dosha body type, is some of us need a way bulkier lunch than any other meal, which is ironic because we're told to bulk the breakfast. But I've noticed a huge shift in my afternoon energy by bulking the lunch. And when I say bulking, I mean like 100 calories extra. So keeping meal sizes consistent, no small snacks, eating 5 different colors a day. Having the different colors fills your gut with a diverse microbiome, but also different antioxidants and different phytonutrients. Each different color has its own set of nutrients that it's offering. Ooh. So eating the different colors of the rainbow makes a big difference for anti-aging, for energy, for gut diversity, and all these amazing things.
Okay, so on that, kind of a weird question that just popped in my head. Would sometimes it be good to opt for the purple potatoes rather than the yellow potatoes?
Absolutely.
So that really does make a difference?
Yeah, it does make a difference. And the other fun thing about potatoes and like apples is the flesh and the flesh and the skin both count as different colors.
The skin, the corpse.
All in. Flesh and skin. Okay. It's 2 different colors if they are 2 different colors. Don't go eating your banana peels.
Okay. And then also, this is interesting to me that you said about a thumb size of fat with every meal. So to me, I'm like, oh my gosh, I have to eat like a whole avocado to get my fat. But you're saying it was double, your fat is double in nutrient density or something like that? Okay, so then for a meal, if I just cook the protein in beef tallow, does that count for fat or no?
Yes, it does count for fat.
Okay.
And it, like, again, it's not a hard fast rule. But I do feel like it helps for people to have a visual of what their plate is supposed to look like.
Yes.
So they're not measuring their food. They're not counting. They're not obsessing over it. It's more intuitive.
Okay, so literally, I don't know anything about fat. Is butter?
Yeah, butter.
Okay, so
avocado,
butter, beef tallow, avocado, what else?
Seeds, all of our oils.
What does that mean, seeds?
Like pepita or pumpkin seeds, sunflower seeds, hemp seeds, stuff we sprinkle on top of our meals or add to our smoothies, flax seeds, all of that counts as your fat.
How do you put seeds on just like a regular dinner plate?
So like a stir fry.
Okay.
I don't know if you ever make a stir fry. It's a 5-minute dinner. It's one of our go-tos in our house. Or a sheet pan dinner and then sprinkle it with some hemp seeds or sesame seeds or even cashews, crumbled up cashews. Ooh. That's another way to get in your fat. I know some people don't necessarily cook with their fat because they'd rather add it and have a little bit more control over it. I'm not that obsessive when it comes to like the ranges. I just know that for a fact that if we don't combine our carbs with our fats and our protein every single time we eat, we're going to be dealing with an irregular blood sugar. And when it comes to our bodies, the key to maintaining metabolic health is blood sugar. And it's mind-blowing that God gave us these bodies with no guide. And this is such a vital way to live. But people do it all the time. Everywhere I go, it's so hard for me to not observe, especially kids, because I have 4 kids and I'm with kids all the time, eating carbs by themselves. And an unstable blood sugar leads to metabolic dysfunction majorly, but minorly it leads to mood swings. It leads to hormone issues. It leads to, heightened emotions. It leads to stored fat.
This has
to
be
me. Low energy.
Got to admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep TPUSA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks Cooler. Claim yours today.
got to admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep TPUSA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks Cooler. Claim yours today.
TPUSA.com, you can get that cooler with any donation. Also says Big Gov Sucks. I don't feel like I've mentioned that. I feel like I've mentioned the, hey, it's hot outside, you want cool drinks, and you want to keep them in a confined space with ice. Wow, a cooler actually might do fantastically well at that. It also says Big Gov Sucks on it, which shows all of your friends and neighbors who might be over that, yeah, the government is not good at things. TPUSA.com, donation of any amount gets you that cooler. You can also email the show anytime you want, tpt@tpusa.com. Several people have asked, what does TPT stand? Turning Point Tonight. It should be very straightforward. It's an acronym. It's not very long. tpt@tpusa.com. You can email whether you agree or whether you're wrong. We love seeing all the videos and all the things that you send. You know what? There was an email recently that said something along the lines of like, hey, there's just a picture of the Supreme Court. And it was just a regular picture of the Supreme Court. I should have brought it on, but I didn't think about it in time. And it was the Supreme Court. But for some reason, Ketanji Brown Jackson had a dunce hat on her head. I don't know why that would have happened or why that would be there, but I don't know, pretty accurately describes the newest member of the land's highest court. So anyways, email tpt@tpusa.com. Now, we had a little bit of a filming issue. I think it was on Wednesday. There was a live event going on. It kind of overlapped our show, and that's totally fine. That happens. It's TV. What are you going to do? But there were several videos that I think we aired there that I really, really wanted to make sure we got on, and so I want to play them for you today. And if you've seen them twice, you've seen them on social media, sorry, but it's just, they were too good to pass up. This first clip is of it looks like a brother and a sister talking about real life things in terms of men and women, and I can't tell what's going on here. I'll be completely honest with you. I'm not sure if he's joking or if she is realizing like, oh, this whole thing doesn't make sense, or if he doesn't know that she's at. It's a whole kind of convoluted thing. I don't entirely know how to take it in. All that I know is that it's great that this is happening. Watch this.
Should men and women both be drafted in the war if there's a World War III that happens?
I guess.
You think both should be drafted? Drafted means like you have to go.
I know what drafted is.
Oh, okay.
I mean, like, equality, I guess, so.
So you think they should like just drop off a form at everybody's door and be like, if your kid's over 18, they have to go to war?
They wanted this, though.
Who did?
The women.
No, they didn't.
They wanted equal rights. If somebody can vote, they can vote. If someone goes to war, which is hard, someone goes forward.
Yeah, but men are bigger, so then they're like...
So now you're being sexist.
What? No.
So like in theory, you're right, but in theory, it could also be wrong. You're a sexist girl.
Okay.
So I'm right.
In rewatching it, I think what's actually happening is both of them, thankfully, are stumbling their way into the reality that the whole woke ideology is just ridiculous. He is going, hold on. No. All of these people, my school, and unfortunately, keeps telling me that everybody's exactly the same. There's no difference between men and women. Anything that a man can do, a woman can do, and anything a woman can do, a man can do, including give birth. So yeah, you should go to war and get drafted. And I think she is realizing, this looks like his sister, going, no, whoa, hold on. We want to, all the same thing, but except for that, I don't want to do that because, I'm smaller than men. And regardless of if either of them are joking or serious, I can't really tell. I think the main point is that they're both finding their way to reality, which isn't that what conservatism is? The acknowledgement that reality exists and trying to maneuver policy and lifestyle and culture in a way that fits into what already exists in reality and in human nature. And you kind of find that out by going through life, and you kind of figure that out organically if you just question the mantras of the libs. Men and women are exactly the same. There's no physical differences. A man can be a woman, abortion isn't murder. All of these things that they say, the more that you puzzle through them, the more that you start to realize, holy cow, none of it actually makes any sense. I got to get to this next clip. I'm sorry for having to make you listen to 40 seconds of Jasmine Crockett, but watch till the very end. I'm pretty sure Congresswoman Crockett forgot this lady's name. Just watch, and I want to know if you agree with me. Check it out.
I am Texas Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, but I am standing here with one of my faves right here, honey. Yes. Listen, and guess what? Neither one of us are in Texas. You know why? Because we know that it is time to stand up, rise up, and fight back against these fools that think that we're weak. One thing that they should know, when it comes to a black woman and a Latina, that's right, they're about to get a little spice, okay? And that's exactly what they got. So right now, we are fighting for our rights in this country. We are fighting for democracy. And I just want y'all to know that I'm standing 10 toes down with my homie, the representative from the great state of Texas. That's right. Yes.
I think she clearly forgot that woman's name. And I don't blame her for having to take the video. You kind of, in these situations, you talk about different things with different people, and some people are lying, some people aren't. I understand all of that, but clearly that was the situation that happened there. And in the process of doing this video, poor old Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett just completely forgot that lady's name. And I'll tell you what, I don't know her name either, because it doesn't matter, and that's that. But that's going to do it for us here at Turning Point tonight. Have a great weekend. We'll see you Monday. Charlie's going to take us out. God bless America.
Russell, great to see you. Thanks for being here.
It's so lovely to see you.
So, I have so much to talk about here. Are you carrying around a Bible?
That's my Bible in 1 year for my daily readings. And I thought it was very apposite that today we've transitioned out of Acts and into Romans 1, because on our previous conversation, which was in Milwaukee at the RNC, you said to me that Romans is the Christian constitution. This is from my friend J. John. I like it. It's Old and New Testament, but it's very easy to carry around and read. These are just some of my notes in preparation for the interview. Note 1, ensure Guantanamo Gator present in front row. This will distract Charlie. No, there's just like lots of actually notes about Rome itself and Caravaggio and stuff like that. So yeah, I carry 2 Bibles, which I recognize is quite cumbersome, but I've not been Christian very long, so what do you expect? You know?
And so Russell, you have a phenomenal story, and thank you for taking time to travel to this conference. It's terrific.
Thanks for paying me to come.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you for gladly accepting. So you were in public eye, you still are, in a non-Christian lifestyle. Is that fair to say?
Almost anti-Christian in some ways.
Walk us through the journey as you're comfortable sharing from that lifestyle to now giving your life to Jesus Christ.
Well, you know, in a sense, we have no choice but to worship something. And my devoutness and devotion was effortlessly directed by the culture and by my conditions, I mean, familial and psychological as well as social, towards worship and reverence of the individual, which I see as being the nexus of false idolatry, really. As long as you're trapped in self, worshipping yourself, aspects of yourself, self-aggrandizement, pursuit of personal glory, you're very easily contained by the culture. In a sense, I've started to recognize that the culture wants us in a state of self-centered bewilderment. When you're in that state, you're very easy to manage and manipulate. I really thought that I was autonomous and had a great deal of personal authority. In fact, I would have believed in the kind of rags to riches idea that I come from a pretty modest background, and through success and endeavor and hard work and through personal excellence and ability and charm, moxie, call it what you will, I fought against the odds to become a Hollywood star and marry Katy Perry and be on red carpets all over the place. For a brief while, I lived with the Guantanamo Gator. It was a complicated era. That's how I would have characterized it, Charlie. As a
I missed that one.
Yeah, no, I kept it quiet. I was embarrassed. I would have characterized it as a sort of a story of personal success. And I didn't... This is how I came to realize this. I was looking at the work of Yuval Noah Harari, the writer of Sapiens, which I sort of found perfectly enjoyable till it became clear to me it was an atheistic trope that was geared towards directing people towards surrender and subjugation towards AI false idols.
That's what it was.
It was, wasn't it?
Yes.
And I thought, the reason this guy is such a popular and accredited intellectual is because his message and agenda fits very neatly into the agenda of powerful elites who determine which cultural artifacts get celebrated and popularized. I didn't realize that at first. And then I thought, I wonder if you were that. I wonder if there was something about your success, Russell, that was telling the culture a story that it wanted to hear. And then I thought about it for a while because it is, after all, my favorite subject, me. And while I was thinking about that, I thought, oh, yeah, it was my personal hedonism and my sense of myself as self-actualizing through excess. That's a story the culture likes to tell itself. So really, you were just a useful sort of vessel or expression of a particular set of cultural ideas. I came to Christ the way that some people do who don't have the benefit of Christianity in early life, although it happened obviously at the perfect time, through a variety of collapses in my private and public life, a sort of a personal difficulty with the birth of my son, who's sort of beautiful and incredible and doing very well, but certainly was a crisis in our family for a minute, and through false allegations of sexual misconduct, which gave me great pause for reflection on the way that I'd lived for a lot of time and the impact of that lifestyle. And I suppose in the midst of all that confusion, the clarity of Christ came in a way that's sort of still difficult to describe. But most recently I felt, Charlie, when reading, I was looking at Acts and it talked about the meeting of Paul and Peter. So I went and checked it in Galatians, the same encounter. And I thought in that encounter between Paul and Peter, you've got someone who knew Christ while alive and met the resurrected Christ, as well as Paul, who has this profound, incredible vision re-encounter with him. And I thought, and I had that kind of visceral wave of the reality and truth of the historical Christ, not just the mythic Christ that we need to use as a sort of an inner constellation for personal guidance, but oh my God, it actually happened. It actually happened. And when I feel that, it brings me out of the humdrum, it brings me out of the sensual, and it puts me in the supernatural, where I believe we must to some degree live in the world, not of it.
Yes, and so I'm sure you tried Buddhism, or did you experiment with Eastern stuff? What made Christianity different?
The reason I was repulsed by Christianity initially was because I felt like this is the religion of, like any ordinary American or my grandmother or my wife. Is accessible to everyone. I must have something a little more esoteric, a little rarer, a little more hardcore. A little more
Gnostic.
A little more Gnostic and a little less conformist. I felt that, Christianity, and maybe there's an argument that could be had about whether institutional Christianity is used as a kind of panacea to prevent people being the radical revolutionaries that I believe our Lord would have us be. And I when I with things like Buddhism and Sufism, not that I'm claiming to have had a deep understanding of these faiths, just an autodidactic perusal of the books of Sufism and Hinduism and Buddhism and philosophy, although there were many, many truths that were discovered in them texts, at the center of those truths, Charlie, there I was still trapped in self. When I surrendered, kind of voluntarily yet exhausted, to the man Christ, the flesh Christ, I realized, I wanted to be Jesus. I wanted to be the center, the Son of God, the apex. I can't do miracles. I'm not willing to be crucified. Now, since surrendering to him, accepting him, bowing at the foot of his cross, on my knees, shoulder to shoulder with any one of you that accepts Jesus alongside me, I feel relieved, I feel unburdened, I feel empowered. And I realize that the person that I used to be was not an error or a mistake, but part of the unfolding way, as the early Christians called it. And I find it interesting that a lot of these ideas that I investigated, dear Charlie, like Taoism, say, have embodied in them even semantically notions that can be discovered in Christianity.
Gotta admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep TPUSA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks Cooler. Claim yours today.
Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
The president has been very clear that he's going to take the action necessary to secure the city of Washington for the people who live here, for all the American people and all who visit here. It's our capital city. It is more violent than Baghdad. It is more violent than parts of Ethiopia, parts of many of the most dangerous places in the world. It's really shocking if you actually look at the graph that has been shown comparing parts of some of the most dangerous failed states in the world compared to D.C. D.C. is more violent, and so he's going to do what's necessary to make sure our nation's capital is safe for all Americans.
The one big beautiful bill that was passed gives us $150 billion more to invest in Golden Dome, in hypersonics, in securing our border, in long-range drones. You name it, submarines, we're investing in it, and it'll be sourced in America. We're doing it. Our allies and adversaries understand that, and that only makes us more independent, more able to put America first, to drive peace through strength, and it's happening every day.
We finally have the 2024 data on what happened with real family income in the United States. We saw a $6,400 real after-inflation gain in income for the average family, and that compares with Joe Biden, which was a measly $551. So, Mr. President, you gained 10 times more income for the average family.
All I
I want to do is clean up D.C. That's why the president put me here. And youth crime is on the rise. In the last 4 years, we've had 150,000 cases of youth violence, okay, 4 years ago. Now it's close to 500,000 cases of youth violence. We've got D.C. as one of the highest murder rates in the country. So we can talk about crime going down, but going down from where?
Does Putin have to meet with Zelensky in order and before you and Putin have to meet? Or are you hoping?
No.
Are you hoping?
So you're willing to? That's actually important because President Putin said this morning he was pretty dismissive of this idea of meeting with Zelensky. President Putin was.
I don't know. I didn't hear
You
it.
to meet with him. He doesn't have to agree to meet with Zelensky. Is that what you're saying?
No, he doesn't. No.
So when do you think that means?
They would like to meet with me, and I'll do whatever I can to stop the killing.
How many Americans with proof of citizenship are in our area, in our country, redistricting some of the House districts? Your thoughts on that?
I would love for them to redo the census for 26. My legislature will redistrict those lines. We'll get it to where it's fair. But as it's right now, this country is not fairly apportioned. I've got so many more millions of people in Florida that have representation because of that flawed census.
Mr. President, I think it's going to do very well. A lot of people, I don't know if you've heard about it, it's captivated the country. Everybody wants it. It's going to get in. It's going to pass.
This is how they're going to play the game. We're going to fight fire with fire. I didn't want to take on this fight. I've always followed the rules. Democrats always follow the rules. But when they're willing to do this to subvert our democracy, shame on us if we don't.
Today, the Department of Justice and State Department are announcing a historic $50 million reward for information leading to the arrest of Nicolas Maduro. Maduro uses foreign terrorist organizations like TDA, Sinaloa, and Cartel of the Suns to bring deadly drugs and violence into our country. To date, the DEA has seized 30 tons of cocaine linked to Maduro and his associates, with nearly 7 tons linked to Maduro himself, which represents a primary source of income for the deadly cartels based in Venezuela and Mexico. Maduro will not escape justice, and he will be held accountable for his despicable crimes.
One of the big things is it helps decide congressional maps.
Right.
Does this have everything to do with redistricting?
Well, it does. In fact, we know the 2020 census, the errors were almost always to the detriment of red states. Blue states like Rhode Island.
Do we know that?
We do know that. The Census Bureau's own audit of its work has proven that. Blue states like Rhode Island were overcounted. Rhode Island then didn't lose a seat. Red states like Alabama were undercounted. Listen, this is just a fact. It wasn't all red-blue, but it was disproportionately red-blue.
I was telling the president in his first 5 months in office, starting in January through the end of June, the average median household income adjusted for inflation for the average family in America is already up $1,174. That's an
incredible number.
Yeah.
Just came out.
Just came out. So that's a giant gain.
And if I would have said this, nobody would have believed it. There's your number. We're doing well.
day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
Okay, everybody, radio stations across the country, happy Friday. We are back in the chair. We had an amazing pastor summit yesterday. It's actually still ongoing. Well over 750 pastors from across America in beautiful California. We talked about Marxism, we talked about wokeism, we talked about the church, and we also talked about Islamism. My speech, we talked about a lot of stuff there. It is going to go very viral. We talked about the red-green axis of Mohammedism and Marxism that are working together to strangle and suffocate and submerge Christendom, which is Western civilization, in real time. It's a critical speech. We're going to talk about that probably later in the hour. But first, I want to get to some breaking news. And this is something we've been waiting for here on this program, something that we voted for. It's something that is so beyond necessary, which is that President Donald Trump's entire foreign policy strategy is hemispheric triage. We start with the conflicts furthest away, and we work our way towards our own hemisphere. Now, why would you start with the stuff furthest away? Because that's the active combat zones. So you figure out the Iran-Israel situation. President Trump is figuring out the Iran-Hamas situation. He's trying to figure out Russia-Ukraine. He figured out India-Pakistan. You got Congo-Rwanda. You're starting to figure the Cambodian situation. President Donald Trump has a different doctrine. I call it the MAGA doctrine. I wrote a book called The MAGA Doctrine back in 2020 about this exactly, which is the same way that President Monroe, the fifth president, wrote the Monroe Doctrine about hemispheric dominance. President Donald Trump believes the same, that it's one thing to go fight over lands of sand and death abroad. It's completely different to all of a sudden have dominance over your own hemisphere. And if we are honest, the warmongers, the neocons, the Dick Cheneys, the George Bushes, the designers and the architects, the Paul Wolfowitzes of the neoconservative project have ignored our own hemisphere, and quite honestly, at great expense to the American people, because we were told the greatest threat were in the hills of Kandahar, or the greatest threat was in Iraq, or the greatest threat was in the Tigris and the Euphrates, or it was in Damascus, or it was in Libya. And let's be honest, that has been a failed project. The regime change wars the last 20 years, Iraq war, Afghanistan war, meddling in Syria, meddling in Libya, all the while a different act of war has been killing our fellow countrymen. A different act of war that has been imported, produced, refined, and imported into our own homeland. And we've kind of ignored it, being like, well, we have to make sure we keep the terrorists at bay in the Middle East. No one on this program is pro-terrorist, but excuse me, almost every single community in America has piles of bodies right now in morgues of people that have overdosed from fentanyl. Has piles of bodies of people that have died because of the Mexican drug cartels that worked with the Chinese Communist Party. Not to mention the drug smuggling, the human smuggling, the sex slaves, the child slaves. The open border was made possible thanks to the Sinaloa drug cartel that changed what they were trafficking from drugs to people. Now, as a side note, I just have to kind of get a little bit of a gut punch in there, which will irritate some of my friends listening. We were told the cartels would grow weaker when we legalized marijuana. Turns out they're stronger, they're richer, they're wealthier, and they just got into heavier produce and more product. The legalization of marijuana did not weaken the cartels, it actually strengthened them and sharpened their resolve. Today, President Donald Trump, breaking news, directs the military to target foreign drug cartels. This is what we voted for, everybody. We want a president to use the full force of our $1 trillion military in this hemisphere. We want them to be focusing on the Sinaloa drug cartel. We want them to be focusing on the products, the drugs, the heroin, the cocaine, the things that are undermining and ruining and destroying our own communities. President Donald Trump has ordered the Pentagon to use armed forces to carry out what in the past was considered law enforcement. What could possibly be more important, by the way, than making sure that we have hemispheric dominance? We've used our military for many other different things. We use our military to do airstrikes in Syria, to do airstrikes in Libya. We used our military all across the world. Why don't we use our military to protect our own homeland when it's here? Right now, as I'm doing this program here in Phoenix, Arizona, a couple hundred miles from here is the U.S. southern border. That matters a lot more than the border of Ukraine, the border of Syria, the border of Iraq, the border of Afghanistan, or the borders of Iran. Our military does not exist to fight foreign governments. In this world, there are dangers to Americans that are not just from foreign armies. There are a lot of places in the world where governments are weak. There are places where the land is ruled by bandits, criminals, and warlords. And Mexico is one of those places. The Mexican government is very weak. Huge swaths of Mexico are ruled by the cartels. They get rich off the drugs, weapons, and people. They have weapons of a small army. They often win battles against Mexican military forces. Now, there is a Mexican Marine force that fights very hard, and they are not influenced by the cartels, but they are outnumbered, they are outgunned, and they are outmanned many different times. The cartels have countless police and politicians in their pocket, and right now, they menace our border routinely. Now, the border is completely secure, so the cartel has to figure out other ways to get product into the United States. But of course, fentanyl overdoses. Tens of thousands of people die via fentanyl. And let me be clear, fentanyl importation into the United States is an act of war. So what do we have an army? Why do we have a $1 trillion fighting force if we're not willing to use it to defend our own homeland when we used it to invade Iraq, invade Afghanistan, meddle in Syria, meddle in Libya, meddle in every other corner of the world, but we're not willing to use it against the Mexican drug cartels? That is changing, thanks to President Donald Trump. America has a history of operations like this. 220 years ago, we were menaced by the Barbary pirates. They were basically the drug cartels of their day. The line in the Marine hymn to the shores of Tripoli is about a military campaign we launched against them to stop raids on American shipping. More recently, 110 years ago, we sent the U.S. Army into Mexico to hunt for Pancho Villa. He was a Mexican warlord who raided America and killed American citizens during the Mexican Revolution. And for that matter, 8 years ago, President Donald Trump used U.S. forces to crush ISIS in Syria and Iraq. We should not be afraid to use the finest military on the planet, to use the F-22s, the F-35s, to use the bombers, the drones, the UAVs, the Marines, air power, Navy SEALs, special operations, special low-intensity conflict operations. It should be all on the table to go and protect the homeland. If there is a fentanyl processing facility in Mexico, a drone strike should be on the table. We should go to the Mexican government and say, here are 50 sites. If you do nothing about it in the next 24 hours, we're going to come in with superior air power. We're going to start taking out these drug labs, one after the other. We're going to go take out cartel leaders. We're going to go take out the military force that is menacing our nation. Our military can, this is key, fight these bandit armies. Far more Americans are killed by cartels than ever were killed by Russia or China or North Korea. This is a war that we actually support. Because you know why? This is a war the people of Pittsburgh can feel a connective tissue to. This is a war the people of Marshallton, Iowa can feel a connection to. Because they have invaded the nation through foreign enemy alien invaders. They have sent drugs into our communities. We can be supportive of Mexico, too. This would not be a war against the Mexican government. We could say to Mexico, hey, if you collaborate with us on the border and on deportations, we'll give you as much support as you need to destroy the cartels. We can work with the good actors in the Mexican government alongside of them to go after them and liberate them from the Sinaloa drug cartel, who is vicious and brutal and nasty and cruel. They hang people in the streets. They slit their throats and let them bleed out in public. And they have killed hundreds of thousands of Americans. We are currently spending hundreds of billions of dollars on a war against Russia that President Trump is trying to end. I'm sorry for all the war hawks and the octogenarians in D.C. that are so worried about Russia. Here's a little bit of a fact for you. The Mexican drug cartels with CCP support via drugs have killed an exponentially more amount of people than the Soviet Union or the Russian Federation ever has. Maybe it's time for us to fight the true enemy, which has been killing our fellow countrymen. Patriot Mobile. Here's the truth. There's only one way to that Patriot Mobile is able to stand in the gap, and they are able to stand up to woke wireless. Make the switch today. Patriot Mobile uses all 3 major networks. Go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie, or call 972-PATRIOT. Use promo code Charlie. Switch today. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie, or call 972-PATRIOT, patriotmobile.com/Charlie. President Trump is giving the green light for hemispheric dominance. We'll be right back.
To the car, the bullhorn, to the microphone. It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, I want to show you a picture of our pastor summit that we had last night. I sent it in the chat. Let me send it again just so you guys can load it up here. Why Refi was a major supporter. They're a supporter of all of our grassroots events. So we had a pastor summit with over 750 pastors last night. It was one of the most impressive events that I've ever been to that we've done at TPUSA. And the energy, the intensity, the understanding of the red-green axis of Marxism and Islamism, very impressive, these pastors. And that was right there. And why Refi Help makes it possible. They really get it, and they're willing to speak out. And there will be some very viral clips out of my speech. If you go to whyrefi.com, you can read testimonials from what other people have been where you are. They help you privately. They help you get out of private student loan debt. Just call 888-YREFI34. Log on to whyrefi.com. That is YREFY.com. May not be available in all 50 states. Can you imagine being debt-free and not living under this burden anymore? The first step is contacting YREFI. That is YREFI.com. Many clients aren't even able to make the minimum monthly payment on their private student loans when they first contact YREFI. Go to YREFI.com. That is YREFY.com. Can you imagine being debt-free anymore and not living under this burden? The first step is contacting YREFI. Go to YREFI.com. That is YREFI.com. We'll be right back, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. President Trump directs military to target foreign drug cartels. The president has ordered the Pentagon to use the armed forces to carry out what in the past was considered to be law enforcement. Says here, President Trump has already deployed the National Guard and active duty troops to the southwest border to choke off the flow of drugs as well as immigrants. They're not immigrants, they're invaders, as well as increase surveillance and drug interdiction efforts. There's so much news happening, everybody, but this is such a promising development. Understand, again, the President Donald Trump MAGA doctrine is let's settle all these foreign conflicts, and now we're going to go through a lens. And by the way, just so we're clear, we're not even done with the first chapter of Trump 2.0. And I had a great conversation with him recently about this. I think the second term is just far better and far more energy and far more purpose and far more direction. But there's two big other fights that are happening that are going to happen right around the corner. Panama and Greenland. Those are not done, and they shouldn't be. We need to have some way to broker a deal to get Greenland, and we need to take complete control over Panama, because that is the MAGA doctrine. You see, the MAGA doctrine is understanding the Western Hemisphere is ours, not the Chinese Communist parties. It's not the Sinaloa drug cartels. It's not some sort of thug, tin pot dictator. And the cool thing about our hemisphere is we are so above, there is no second place. If you were to look at the Western Hemisphere, who would the second most powerful country be? Brazil? Maybe Canada? And I'm not making fun of these countries. It's just we have such a lock, and we are so blessed by God Almighty that we can have a complete domination. We can have complete control of this hemisphere, as we should. We can ice out the Chinese Communist Party, and we need to go country by country and say, you have to disassociate your ports of entry, your airports that you've allowed the Chinese Communist Party to build. Like Lula in Brazil, this guy is taking in billions of dollars of Chinese cash. And understand, the Chinese Communist Party, they're very similar to Islamists. You understand, we have the Marxists, we have the CCP, and we have the Islamists. And one thing that the Islamists and the CCP have in common is they're trying to take over the West by non-military means. This is key. You see, we are seeing a civilization where we are inviting our own demise. We're saying, oh, yeah, come on and immigrate because we're a nation of immigrants. Secondly, we have the Chinese Communist Party that's coming and like, oh, yeah, go up and buy all of our critical infrastructure and buy our companies. And this kind of working in harmony, 1-2 combo of the Chinese Communist Party, Islamist threat, they're working together to take over the Western Hemisphere. And this statement here by President Trump, let me just kind of read here in the New York Times. The U.S. military has conducted anti-drug training, including with Colombian and Mexican troops. Let me be very clear. This is not a war against the Mexican government. No, we want the best people in the Mexican government to be purged and to be liberated from the captivity that they are suffering under from the Mexican drug cartels. This is not a war against the Mexican people at all. No, this is a war against the menace that is not some sort of small thing. This kills tens of thousands of Americans. Drug overdoses are near 100,000 a year, and President Donald Trump is getting those numbers down. Right here, quote, labeling the cartels as terrorist groups allows the United States to use other elements of American power, intelligence agencies, and the DOD to target groups if we have an opportunity to do it. We have to start treating them as armed terrorist organizations, Marco Rubio says, and Marco's great, phenomenal, not simply drug-dealing organizations. This is the key. They are foreign terrorist organizations that should meet the might of the U.S. Air Force. that should meet the might of Navy SEALs. And you think about it, why has it taken so long for us to do this? It's because the neoconservative globalist project, they are more than willing than sending your son or your daughter in some cases to a foreign war thousands of miles away. But the immediate threat right in your face, they ignore. And let's be honest, because for decades, the cartels are actually allies of Washington, D.C. They help smuggle illegals in. So when they want to replace the native population in this country, the Great Replacement strategy is made possible thanks to the cartels. The Great Replacement reality is made possible thanks to the Sinaloa drug cartel and thanks to all of these terrorist organizations. They keep Latin America so chaotic so that every migrant, quote unquote, has an asylum claim. And then we give asylum to actual gang members. Understand that the drug cartels are one of the primary actors, one of the primary components in this machinery that has been the Great Replacement reality. And President Donald Trump is finally willing to slam it down. If you're going to go be running a fentanyl lab and a single one of those pills goes and kills an American kid in Scottsdale, we will drone strike that fentanyl lab. If you dare try to kill Americans in Columbus, Ohio, we will send in the Navy SEALs. That is the just war theory of our hemisphere. We'll be right back.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice News headlines. The White House and the Kremlin have signaled that President Trump will be meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin in the coming days, but no timeline has been set. Trump stated yesterday that Putin would like to meet with him, and Trump will do whatever he can to stop the killing. Trump is also denying a Politico report that indicated that he would require Putin and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to meet as a precondition to Trump's meeting with Putin. The deadline for a ceasefire between the two nations expires today. And in other news, a judge has temporarily halted construction at the Alligator Alcatraz Illegal Alien Detention Center. The judge ordered the 2-week halt as she deliberates whether environmental laws were violated. Alligator Alcatraz was quickly built 2 months ago on a little-used runway training center. It reportedly holds up to 3,000 illegal aliens. The Miccosukee tribe claimed the detention center could threaten the wetlands in the area that are homes to protected animals and plants. Meanwhile, the U.S. ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, says the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is adding more aid sites. Huckabee says the new plan is to have up to 16 aid sites that could be operating 24 hours per day to get more people food to the people efficiently. The U.S. and other countries are reportedly planning to spend $1 billion to fund this expansion. The GHF has already reportedly delivered nearly 110 million meals to the people of Gaza. This group is backed by both the Israeli and American governments. And Disney and Lucasfilm announced a settlement with actress Gina Carano. Carano claims she was fired from the Star Wars show The Mandalorian for expressing conservative views on social media in 2021. Lucasfilm said they hope to find opportunities to work with Carano again in the near future and that she was respected by directors and the crew. A judge still needs to sign off on the settlement to formally dismiss the case. It was set to go to trial in Los Angeles next February. And the FBI has granted Senator John Cornyn's request to help locate the Texas Democrats who broke quorum, though it remains unclear how the FBI would proceed. The Texas senator is seeking to punish Texas Democrats who fled the state in an attempt to stop the state legislature's passage of a newly redrawn congressional map that would give Republicans 5 more favorable districts ahead of the 2026 midterms. Those are your headlines from the Real America's Voice newsroom. I'm Bo Davidson. Now back to Charlie Kirk.
Stops here. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Right now, over 7.5 million businesses in America are thriving on TikTok. We have gone super viral on TikTok. In fact, we have, some of these videos, just the last 24 hours. I mean, we have 5 million, 1.8 million, 2 million, 3 million, 1.1 million, millions and millions of views an hour sometimes. Let me play one of my favorites. You guys have seen this one. It's just, this is the beauty of the campus interaction. Play cut 8.
Why don't you believe that white privilege exists? I just want to get your understanding first, and then we could go from there.
Well, let's just, is there anything that you can't do that I can do?
No, we could do the same things if we put our minds to it.
Good. Then there's no white privilege. Boom. TikTokeconomicimpact.com. Arizona Taco King in Arizona, able to employ over 28 people and pay them well, thanks to the foot traffic that TikTok brings in. So check it out right now at TikTokeconomicimpact.com. That is TikTokeconomicimpact.com, because when small businesses thrive, so do the communities around them. So learn more. We have gone viral. We helped win the youth vote largely thanks to TikTok. That is TikTokeconomicimpact.com. Email me, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. Joining us now is Wade Miller, Senior Advisor to the Center for Renewing America. We want to talk, Wade, welcome to the program. I want to talk to you about Texas eliminating these race-based districts and also possibly a census. But first, talk about your analysis of the redrawing of the maps in Texas, and let's go more broadly.
Sure. So, the plan is to get 5 additional seats. I think Abbott has recently threatened that they're going to go for an additional 3 if the Democrats won't return. I do think one of the undertold stories of all of this is that the Texas House Speaker, Dustin Burrows, had everyone in the chamber with the map out of committee already about 2 weeks ago on Wednesday, not last Wednesday, the Wednesday before, I believe. And he allowed them to adjourn to go meet with Hakeem Jeffries, knowing that they were going to leave. So they could have voted on it that night. The Austin establishment there allowed this to happen, allowed Democrats to leave. And now they're putting forward all of these various threats on, withholding pay. Of course, Dustin Burrows, the speaker, said that they're not going to electronically submit their pay for the special session, that they will have to come back and collect those in person. Well, why are they paying them anyways? You know, they're not even doing simple things like taking away their parking spots, which they could do. They're not removing their chairmanships, which they could do. They've put forward arrest warrants, but they have not really been effectuated. There's some, you know, thinking that that's moving forward. And of course, Governor Abbott has threatened to, you know, render these seats vacant. But he's doing so through a court process instead of just unilaterally doing it. And our analysis is that Governor Abbott, it's empirically clear what's going on here. They're abandoning their seats. He should just declare them vacant, which would immediately establish quorum, and then they could vote on the maps and pass them. Absent that, if this gets drawn out, I think that the way that we need to handle Texas is that the DOJ and D.C., the Trump administration, sues Texas. Attorney General Ken Paxton in Texas can then enter into a consent decree with the DOJ, effectively affirming the maps. And so I think that the DOJ should have that in the back of their minds. If Governor Abbott is not going to be more aggressive on this, if they're just going to kind of punt this around and play games and then just hope that Democrats come back, well, you know, we can't wait months. We need this to move forward. We need to start planning for the next midterm. Primary elections will be based off of these maps. So there's a lot riding on this, but there's a lot more that could be done to get this map through the finish line. Yeah, look, so Texas is just one prong in a broader strategy. I did have to ask a quick follow-up, though. I love the people of Texas. I love Texas. We have a lot of Texans watching right now. But why is it that the Texas political leaders are so weak while posturing to be so tough? Where is that Texas tough attitude in the political leadership of Texas? Well, I think a lot of these are holdovers from kind of the Bush era politics. And, you know, there's an incentive for the Texas Republican speaker to be a centrist or left of center speaker because he can effectively be the speaker with 5 or 6 moderate Republicans supporting him and all the Democrats. Now, they didn't go that route, but that is the power base of the speaker. Anyone who wants to be speaker, all they have to do is say, Democrats vote for me, and I'll get 5 of my liberal Republican friends, and then all of the rest of the conservatives have no voice. And they all know this, so they all cave. And if they want to get their bills passed, they have to allow this. So there's just a broken process which allows Democrats to drive the leadership of the Texas House. And in terms of Greg Abbott, I mean, I think he's a nice guy, but if you assume that Greg Abbott is going to do the least amount possible while making it sound like he's doing everything possible, 99% of the time you'll be correct. He has very strong rhetoric, but the action on this is very weak. We saw this with Operation Lone Star, the weak use of the invasion declaration, which was in the first 2 iterations pointless, and then really did nothing at all. And of course, we saw very quickly with the Trump administration, the border just stopped. And there was a lot that, could Abbott have done that? No, but he could have done a lot more to make those numbers go down a lot more, and he just didn't do it. And I don't know why. I don't know if he wants to be careful, if he's always concerned about elections and moderates and how they'll vote, which you and I both know is always the way that the establishment operates. Mm-hmm. But it defies logic. I can't fully answer the question. I don't know why they do this, but this is kind of a holdover of an older version of Republicanism, which kind of harkens back to being moderate Democrats at best in many senses and kind of Bush-era politics. So Wade, speaking more broadly now, the president, I just want to get a super quick answer. We have some time because I want to dive into this. The president has announced the other day that he is ordering a new census. Can he do this constitutionally? Can he say, I am doing a new census? Well, this is a technical distinction. He can absolutely republish the prior census, and that would be the correct term is republish. I don't think he's actually calling for a whole new census process. He may be. If he is, yes, you can do that. You can call for a whole new census. There's something else called a mid-decade census. That's different. But yes, he could start the process of a whole new census. But I think what he's actually asking for is just republishing the last census with corrected data accounting for all of these various undercounts, overcounts, and we can get into the rest of it, but, fraudulent numbers that are in it. So, Blake, can you get the Minnesota example? I think Minnesota got an electoral vote based on 18 extra people. That one in particular is just nakedly fraudulent. But so the president put this out, and so are you saying that we're just going to learn that they just make up numbers? Is that what you're saying? Yes. So part of it is we can get into this, but differential privacy effectively scrambles the population data. And then through the actual counting, which the census admits they got massively wrong. The 2010 census was off by about 36,000 total nationwide. Texas alone was undercounted by 560,000.
What?
A whole bunch of other states were massively undercounted. A whole bunch of blue states were massively overcounted.
Was this because of COVID?
Well, they will say that. I think it's for a whole bunch of other reasons that these Obama bureaucrats at the census
at the Department
radically
of Commerce,
redid the process.
Right? That because the Department of Commerce runs it, right?
Now, the Census Bureau was moved under Commerce. But the same bureaucrats from the Obama administration and prior to that are still there running this. So I think the Trump administration is aware of this. If not, I hope that they're watching this. But they've got a big problem at the Census Bureau, and we can get into differential privacy.
No, we have a lot of time. Keep going. We have 15 minutes. Keep going.
The way this is supposed to work is they count everything, and then they do all of these corrections and just checking the data to make sure that someone who lives in a household and an assisted living center isn't getting counted twice, or a college dorm in their home with their parents isn't getting counted twice. And then they have the raw data. That's called the Tiger file. The way this should work is they send this data that's accurate to the states. That does not occur. What they do is they run differential privacy. And this has an algorithm which no one has access to except for a few people at the Census Bureau that have a special clearance. And this scrambles the population data. Now, they will say it's for privacy, but really what's going on here is they're moving, and we don't know how much. There's been all of these open source studies on these algorithms. It's not the actual algorithm. They'll call it an open source, but it's not the actual algorithm. And even Harvard has said that this is likely resulting in population data that is being sent to the states that's resulting in unconstitutional outcomes for the purposes of redistricting and apportionment. So if you have state level data that's accurate down to the block level data, then you can make accurate political districts. You can make congressional districts that accurately count the citizens. But what differential privacy does is it moves the population around in an undetermined amount. It could be a 2% variance. It could be a 40% variance. We actually don't know. And the states don't know, and cities don't know, and counties don't know. And there's no process for them to actually know, because the census would say, if you think that our numbers are wrong, then in the past they've had a process where you can get it corrected. But now, because of differential privacy, they can't tell you if it's wrong, because that would alert them potentially to how the algorithm works, and they won't do that. So now you have, this is really important. The Trump administration wants to count illegals, or figure out, ask the question of citizenship, so they can determine how many legal citizens or legal immigrants and how many illegal immigrants are in the United States. If you don't remove differential privacy, but you ask that question, you will get some utility out of it. But differential privacy can move those illegal aliens all over the state, so that when it comes time to drawing the maps, you can't actually get as much utility out of it. It's a big problem. It's a massive problem. And if you count illegals for the purposes of apportionment, that obviously has big impacts on the Electoral College. If you count illegals or the population of illegals for purposes of political districts, even if you don't want to because you just don't know where they're at, then that gives disproportionate amount of voting power to some citizens over other citizens. Because the cities, the big cities are where, and the suburbs of the big cities are where most of the illegal population lives. So what has happened as a result of the 2020 census is that voting power for Congress has been disproportionately moved to these cities, both through differential privacy and through counting illegal alien populations. And it's depriving rural communities of their electoral power in congressional districts and state house districts and state senate districts. So what does that mean? It means that red districts, rural districts, are way underrepresented in the current congressional maps. I think that there's a massive constitutional problem with the way that the census has been put out to the states for apportionment purposes and then for redistricting purposes. And I think that the Trump administration, Stephen Miller has been very loud about this. They have every legal right and power and every constitutional power to insist that the prior data be corrected, not for partisan gain, but because it just doesn't actually represent the voting power of the various states.
By the way, I think I have an idea. I want to keep you for another segment, Wade, which is what a great olive branch. Let's bring the Elon Doge team back into this. They're data guys. They understand this. I think we should have big balls. We should bring Elon. I think that we should say, and I'm happy to reach out to Elon and, hey, I know that there's been some, tense moments, but I think the whole Elon Brainiac crew there, they are meant for this, right?
Elon would crush this. He would.
Enough trying to figure out if the Department of Labor is buying staples too expensively. We know that's happening, right? This is civilizational stuff, right? So I think Elon and the whole Doge team, this is a perfect overture. Bring in those super geniuses. Bring in that high Q squad. I mean, and Wade, let's talk about that. After the break, what a high IQ driven Doge squad, Navy SEAL operation team could do with this. That is a perfect project for the Doge brainiacs. Stay right there.
Amen.
Z-Factor. Z-Factor goes beyond melatonin. They use a combination of 4 natural ingredients to help you relax your mind so you fall asleep quicker. No groggy feeling when you wake up. Z-Factor was developed by Relief Factor, so you can count on the science behind it. Right now, pay $19.95 on a 30-day supply. It is a 46% savings. Go to relieffactor.com. That is relieffactor.com. Better sleep without drugs. See how Z-Factor can give you the Z's you want. Call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is 1-800-4RELIEF, or go to relieffactor.com. That is relieffactor.com. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. If we're able to fix the census, the Democrats might not win the White House for a generation. Stay right there.
Nobody ignores him. It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
Welcome back, everybody. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Subscribe to our podcast. More on the census and the fight over tabulation. Who would ever think this is how sneaky and how deceitful the American left is? Something as simple as a census has been corrupted by these parasites, has been corrupted by this corrosive cancer known as the American left, where now we have a fight over how we count. How we count. Everything the left does, they undermine objective reason and truth. Make sure you guys take out your phone and subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast. We've had quite a week. I've been all over the place. I had an Air Force Academy Board of Visitors meeting, which I have a lot to share about that. Not breaking news, but I could share about that maybe in the members only hour. We had our pastor summit. I was in New York this week. I was in Maine this week. I was all over the place. And I'm glad to be back here in Phoenix, Arizona. Sunday night, we are going to have one of the biggest events that we've ever had as a standalone event. It's going to be at Steve Smotherman's church, Legacy Church in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Can you spell Albuquerque without Googling it? If you can, you're pretty smart. Albuquerque, Sunday night. See you there. Be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. For the record, it's ALBUQUERQUE. 3 U's. Wade Miller continues us. Wade, so I think this is a perfect way to bring in the super geniuses of Doge. What would you have them do? If you were kind of a special government employee and you were in charge of this task force, how would you put 20 rocket scientists to work on this?
Well, with the coordination of Doge and Howard Lutnick, who's in charge of commerce, who oversees the Bureau, and he's a very smart man. But I think between those two, I think you would need to remove the current top 2 or 3 bureaucrats there. I think that these are holdovers from the Obama administration. They should not be there. They're not in line with the president's vision on this to begin with. We need to bring in our own people, not just Doge, but we have some people that have done a lot of census work for a very long time who know where these skeletons are buried. They know how this works. They would be able to go in there, work with the Doge team to immediately correct this, to immediately fix the differential privacy problem that's in there that masks a lot of this data and moves it around. And again, it's all speculative. It could be a little, it could be an enormous amount. And given all of the scandals and corruption and weaponization of government, I'm not willing to concede that it's not a lot. It could be a substantial amount of corruption in the data from the last census. Either way, we know that there is corruption in the data. That's just inherent in the process. The question is how much. But the Doge team could get in there with their programming people and quickly fix this. I think one of my bigger concerns is that the Commerce Department needs to send a letter notifying the census to retain all of their records, anything related to this work. I don't want to see these bureaucrats start to cover their tracks, delete text messages, delete things to try to cover their tracks on what they've done with this differential privacy corruption. But I think that they would very quickly be able to right the ship on this. And then the administration itself, I think, figured some of this out towards the end of the last administration and tried to fix some of it, but ran into some regulatory hurdles, Administrative Procedures Act problems. I think they've got enough runway. They know what needs to be done on most of this. And then certainly I hope that if there are any gaps that they read our paper. But I think that they have the legal, constitutional, and statutory basis to fix all of this and then correct the numbers. And then really we need, in order to get the maximum gain out of all this, there are some things that Congress could do, and they're on our paper. They're minor reforms that would make some of this easier so that the administration doesn't have to go through the APA process on all of this kind of stuff moving forward. But the next census definitely for the 2030 cycle needs to be fully corrected and account for all of this. But a republishing of the 2020 census, which is completely legal, despite what the left will try to say, is inherently justified by every means, just based on the sheer amount of miscounts, overcounts, undercounts, the corruption of differential privacy, the counting of illegals for the purposes of creating political districts. None of this should be permissible, and yet that's exactly what these Obama bureaucrats did on the last census.
What state is the worst?
I'm sorry, what was that?
What state would be the worst offender? What state is the least accurate? What state did we miss the mark most wildly?
Texas was the one that was undercounted the most. And this is another important distinction. There were a lot of errors that the census admitted to. Almost all of them all of them essentially went to the benefit of Democrats and to the detriment of Republicans. Okay, that could be just a chance, but given the totality of the circumstances here, I think that we should assume that that wasn't just by chance. It may be chance, but we should assume that something nefarious was done here. If that is the case, people should be held responsible.
Wade Miller for the Center for Renewing America. Super quick. Trump on his Truth Social said, quote, "What we learned from data from the 2024 election." 30 seconds. What did he mean by that?
Well, one, that illegals were counted, that there were massive undercounts and overcounts. This was publicly admitted by the Census Bureau in 2021. And also, I think an element of this is differential privacy. The admin knows that they are masking data and that no one, even other federal agencies, don't know this. I could come on here and do a whole segment on the ability of municipalities all over the country suing the federal government on not being paid as much as they could because the census undercounted them for purposes of federal grants and federal funds.
Wade Miller, thank you so much. Again, from the Center for Renewing America, thank you.
Thanks for having me on.
It's time for us to play hardball. That means redoing the census, republishing the census. Minnesota got an extra electoral vote by 26 people. 26 people. Obviously fraudulent. Next hour, we have our members call. If you want to call in and join the program, become a member today, members.charliekirk.com. That's members.charliekirk.com. We could join 30 to 40, we could add 30 to 40 congressional seats if we redo the census correctly. Second hour coming up. Folks, let me
I'm Bo Davidson from the Real America's Voice newsroom. I'm joined by RAV correspondent David Zier, who is in Washington, D.C. David, it's really great to see you. I understand that you attended yesterday's White House event in which the president honored 100 Purple Heart recipients. Tell me what the occasion was like.
Yeah, it was great. It was Purple Heart Day across America, and Trump hosted the ceremonies where nearly 100 Purple Heart recipients attended, along with Tulsi Gabbard and Pete Hegseth, along with Secretary of Veterans Affairs Doug Collins. And it was quite the ceremony in honor of those who served and, sacrificed so much for our country. And, 3 Purple Hearts recipients, I believe, gave their Purple Hearts to Trump after the Butler rally. So it was a significant day here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think August 7th is now National Purple Heart Day, which is significant, too. And I have a personal affinity for it, having performed for these Purple Heart return ceremonies. So it sounds like it was a really ceremonious day. David, I want to turn your attention also yesterday. The president signed some executive orders regarding retirement accounts, opening them up to some alternative assets. Break that down for me.
So a lot of pensions are turning into 401ks these days, and private instruments will allow to be, participate for these people to invest in, as far as private equity, along with Bitcoin and cryptocurrency type things. So Trump changing the game, and also it'll help, these 401ks will track the economy better. So if the economy does really well, people will get more yield.
Yeah, it's very interesting that he's opening these new assets. I think it's a great thing. It's about time that something happened, but he's also, as we know, a big innovator when it comes to things like this. He also signed an executive order on what's called debanking, or when banks discriminate based on political or religious reasons. Right. Has that been a common thing?
Oh, yeah. Well, look how many Americans were persecuted after J6 and, going into their private bank accounts. Bank of America handing over records for gun purchases and flight logs and, flight purchases. And Trump was a victim of it himself, along with his children. And they were debanked by major bank. So there's a parallel between Trump and the average person out there who's concerned about the integrity of, and being protected and not to be tracked. So another great executive order.
So what does this order do exactly, David? Does it enable the government to be able to kind of audit these particular banks and look at their records to see if they're discriminating?
I think that's the goal. I think they will look into and investigate what went on, right, and about banks handing over records for everyday Americans, and to make sure they're protected.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, David, in just a bit, the president is going to be hosting the Prime Minister of Armenia. What do you think would be expected topics on their docket today?
Well, Armenia and the president of Azerbaijan as well, their neighbors, former Soviet socialist republics. 1.5 million Christians were killed in 1915 in Armenia by Ottoman Muslim Turks and Azerbaijani Muslims. And the Soviet Union incorporated those two republics. And then when the Soviet Union fell, they went back to war for the last 40 years. So there's a 20-mile stretch of land in Armenia that will open up as part of this trilateral accord that'll be signed hopefully this afternoon in the stateroom at the White House. And what it'll do is open up a pipeline, gas, oil, fiber optics, railroad lines, and other things, so Armenia can increase trade with Turkey, and there can be more cooperation between the countries and peace. And what is this, Trump's 4th or 5th peace deal this year?
Yeah, I think he's headed maybe for a Nobel Prize, or I think it's Nobel, not Nobel, I think is what I'm hearing is the correct pronunciation these days. Just a little bit of time left, David. It is the deadline for the ceasefire today. Speaking, we were just talking about the former USSR, now Russia. What's the word on the street about when we maybe could see a meeting with Putin and with Trump?
Hopefully that'll happen soon, and Real America's Voice News is all over that, and I hear a lot of chatter about that. And, is Putin ready to come to the table? And, I feel like Putin is taking advantage of, the 12-day war. We were distracted with that. He doubles down in the Ukraine. He sends all these drones in. So, I think that it's time, probably time, both sides taking heavy losses.
It's time. He's got to make a choice for his country. We'll leave it right there, David. Thank you so much. We'll take a break and be right back.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. We're here at the Bitcoin.com mobile studio. We are here at the Members Hour. If you want to come on this show, become a member right now, members.charliekirk.com. That is members.charliekirk.com. I actually want to start with a member email that we got. It's very important. It's from Stephanie, and it's something I'm hearing more and more, and I think I'm uniquely positioned to address it. She says, Stephanie writes us, "Hi, Charlie. I'm a concerned parent of a 21 and 19-year-old young men. I've seen some pretty big changes in my sons in the last 18 months. Their attitudes about women, Israel, and even God have worsened. I try to temper and dispute these false ideologies, but I don't think I make a dent. I'm praying constantly for the Lord to intervene and change their hearts and bring them back to Him. However, I wondered if you consider doing a show on this. Maybe touch on some false teachings by conservatives that are brainwashing young men to hate women, Israel, and even question Christianity. I think parents should be aware and equipped to help their sons. I feel like you have a platform to do this. Thank you so much for your time." I want to lead by this because there's a lot of different reasons for this. Let me first start as to why this is happening and then how we address it. The first, of course, is the why. Young men are entering a disordered society. It's disordered in dating. It's disordered in male-female relations. It's disordered economically. Young women are more empowered to engage in the venom of feminism, where they just want free sex and that they want nothing to do with men in any sort of deep relationship. I experienced this recently where I spoke to a couple of young women at a certain event I was at, and they're like, "We just use men for sex, money, and dinners." So, wow, it's pretty dark. So young men are souring on male-female relations. Secondly, the economics drives some of this, but not all of this. It's a disordered economic environment. It's harder than ever to buy a home. Rents are going up. But there's a second part to it that I think sometimes is missed here. So the first of which we need to talk about why it's happening, but then also realize that it's actually not excusable that you engage in this. So I want to play this TikTok here. This is from a young man. It's gone very viral, and he's articulating some of the economic resentment that drives this partially. Play cut 442.
They tell us to stop eating out and rent's $2,000 a month. Oh, save for retirement, and yet you can barely save for next week. Go buy a house. Yep, every house is $500,000, brother. I'm not asking for a handout, man. We're asking for a freaking fair shot at life. Our parents did not work harder than we work right now. They were simply just given a better chance. Their wages covered their lives, their bills, their hobbies, their passions. Our wages barely cover our freaking bills for the month, dude. No amount of budgeting can ever fix a system designed to keep us down. We're doing the best that we can, and yet it feels like the outcome has already been decided.
A lot of young men feel that way. They're getting priced out of this economy. They can't afford homes. So we have to build more homes, deport a bunch of illegals, end the H-1B scam, be harsher on crime. All those things will help. But what does it mean for you out there if you are a 19 or 20 or 21-year-old man? Well, the problem is when you are economically disordered and societally and relationally disordered, you tend to find yourself engaging in bitterness and resentment politics. And at that moment, we must call time out. It is all good, fair, and acceptable to say I can't afford stuff and it's wrong. It's all good, fair, and acceptable and should be actually highlighted to say my parents had it easier than me. I am with you. There's been an intentional intergenerational thievery campaign to plunder and to steal your future. But the question, the operative question, is what did you do about it? Politically, we're working on it. That's what Donald Trump wants to do. However, this is where it gets a little bit dark because you can use that disordered reality. You can use the fact that young people are on the outside looking in, and you can mobilize it towards treacherous means. There are a lot of voices out there trying to win over young men. Now, mind you, I don't try to win over young men. We try to speak truth, and whoever likes what I have to say, they end up following me. We have moms that follow us. We have young women that follow us. We have senior retirees. We have veterans. We have Hispanics. We have blacks. We have Asians. I would postulate that we have actually one of the most diverse audiences of anybody in the right-wing world. We have Jews. We have secularists. We have atheists. We have Christians. We have Mormons. We have Catholics, because we don't pander. We don't try to just have a little fringe little corner. And that's the key, is some content creators, they just want to hold on to a fraction of the population, constantly feeding it what they want to hear. And some people that are catering specifically to the resentment of young men, they might consider themselves to be right-wing, but what they actually represent sometimes is very similar to the left rhetorically. They promote resentment-based views of the world. They promote blaming other people for your problems and not taking ownership of your life. And that is key. Yes, the rules are rigged against you. Yes, you don't have it like your parents. Now what? You going to complain and just stare at your screen all day long? Or are you going to go make yourself more physically fit? Are you going to go to church? Are you going to stop watching pornography and stop doing drugs and stop drinking alcohol and stop staring at your screen till 3 a.m.? The question is not the environment, which is important and we must address, but the most important thing is, what are you going to do with your agency? On the left, you hear people say all the time, well, white people are racist and that's why minorities can't get ahead. But on the right, this is key. More and more you are hearing from some fringe voices is that you can't succeed because we're ruled by the Jews or some Zionist occupied government. And that is the term they use. It's easy to sell people on hating. It's extremely seductive and shallow to tell people they can hate somebody, and it's even morally justified. People get into online subcultures, chats, groups that feed all of this, and it's cycles of anger and negativity, and then to have some compassion is they can't afford anything. So they can't afford anything, so that resentment is just a fire, it's an unstoppable bonfire that is fed. They can't afford stuff, so they go back on the internet and they say, this is why you can't afford stuff. And then they can't afford more stuff. And then the women they want to date, the modern woman is just, unfortunately, again, we have some wonderful, sweet women that work for us here at Turning Point of the Charlie Kirk Show, but so many of the modern women are just so on the other planetary when it comes to what young men are looking for. They don't want tradition or piety. They want something completely different. But here's the raw truth. This is the key. People who view themselves as the chief arbiters of success in life, they live better lives. And we've always promoted that at Turning Point, always. It's not that there are no problems. There are a ton, especially for young people. In fact, we are one of the few. I went on Tucker Carlson's and I talked about BNPL. And we talked about debt finance and we talked about homes and renting. All that is legit and that is fair game. But we always say that those problems are fixable. And they are fixable through our own actions. And if you reduce some of the right-wing, quote-unquote, right-wing commentators that are saying this, you reduce it down to, we'll get better once we kick out all the Jews. Now, there's something dark about you, actually, if you're saying that. Oh, it's going to get better if we just kick all the Jews out of the country. If you are a young man today, there's honestly a ton of opportunity out there. Unemployment is low. The Trump economy is really heating up. Learning skills are easier than ever. College is less necessary than it was 15 years ago. Salaries for skilled work in America are high, and there's a labor shortage. In fact, people that are working in AI, they say there will be more millionaires created in the next 5 years than were created in the last 50 years. Let me say that again. There will be more millionaires created in the next 5 years than the last 50 years. You have a good idea for a business? Go use AI and work with it. If you have an idea for a movie, go use AI and try to publish it. Don't just stare at the screen and go blame the people in the shadows that you don't like. Instead, go be a champion and go on an adventure. Own your future. Don't blame somebody else because you don't have it. Getting married is harder. I agree. It's hard to find a woman. But you don't fix it by scrolling through endlessly. And you, by the way, I think deep down, you know it's bad for you. It's kind of like watching porn or doing drugs. It doesn't make you feel good. Here's a good rule of life. If you feel worse after you engage in something repeatedly and you feel just broken and darker, it's probably not good for you. Getting married is harder. You fix that by going to church, getting engaged in a community. Stop drinking. Maybe you go to the Catholic church. Maybe you go to a good evangelical church. The point being is you look up, you don't look at your screen. Look up at the transcendent. Go read books, take a Hillsdale online course, go lose 10 pounds, Go for a walk. Turn off your phone. Honor the Shabbat. Learn a foreign language. All of that is accessible to you. You have a supercomputer in your right-hand pocket, and this supercomputer should be used for self-improvement, taking inventory, journaling, self-authoring, aiming at a transcendent destination. Instead, you don't use this supercomputer for resentment and bitterness. That is wrong. And it's doable. If you're fat, eat better and work out. If you're poor, I get it. The economy has not been in favor of you, but there are ways to still make money. Take a second job. If you're young and you have a lot of energy, figure it out. Push yourself. You will feel more satisfied and feel more connected to purpose. Or you could do all that stuff, or you can blame the Jews. Choice is yours. One will give you joy, purpose, children, and a future. The other one, I think we know where that leads. We'll be right back.
He lives in light. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Welcome back, everybody. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. I want to tell you guys about YRefi. Check it out right now at YRefi.com. That is YREFY.com. Private student loan debt in America totals about $300 billion. About $45 billion of that is labeled as distressed. YRefi does not care what your credit score is. Many clients are not even able to make the minimum monthly payment on their private student loans. If you go to YRefi.com, you can read testimonies from other people who have been where you are and how they've escaped. Do you have a co-borrower? Well, you should check it out at YRefi.com. That is YREFY.com. Just call 888-YREFI34. That is YREFY.com. May not be available in all 50 states. So check it out right now Whyrefi.com. That is whyrefi.com. So check it out right now. Can you imagine being debt-free and not living under this burden anymore? Whyrefi does not care about your debt total. They can get you out of debt. They don't care what your credit score is. May not be available in all 50 states. Again, they helped our Pastor Summit. They help all of our great stuff. It's whyrefi.com, YREFY.com. So take a look at it right now at whyrefi.com. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Subscribe to our podcast. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. Nick is with us. Nick, thank you for being a member. Members.charliekirk.com. Nick, what is on your mind? Nick. Okay. Let's go to someone not named Nick. Let's go to the next member, members.charliekirk.com. Melissa, what is on your mind? Melissa, make sure you unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes. How are you?
I'm great. I'm so excited to be on with you. I'm a longtime listener. And a couple of years ago, I was able to hear you speak at Baylor with my daughter.
Oh, wonderful. I remember that event. Yes. Baylor's got some problems, I'll tell you what, but that's for another time.
Another time. Well, I wanted to talk to you today about my state of New Hampshire, largely inspired by you and other conservative voices. I'm stepping out in faith, and I'm running for Congress in New Hampshire's 1st District.
Wow, amazing. Phenomenal.
Yeah, and I've met your Turning Point Action rep here, Davis Miller. He's great. He's at all of our local Republican events. In fact, he's speaking at my town's committee meeting next week. And I understand that you're hiring more field reps here and that you see our state as an opportunity to flip our federal seats. I'm extremely optimistic myself, obviously being in the race and being on the ground here. So I'd love to hear from you what you're seeing that makes you view our state as an opportunity. And I'm also curious if New Hampshire will be one of your stops on your college tour this fall.
So great question. I don't know if I'm coming this fall. So we like New Hampshire for a lot of different reasons. We're going to be investing pretty substantially in New Hampshire if we can raise the capital. And even if we can't, we're going to have definitely a fighting force there. So New Hampshire is interesting. New Hampshire has 2 Democrat senators, and Democrats have won New Hampshire every single year presidentially for the last 20 years. But it has a Republican governor, as you well know. It actually has more registered Republicans than Democrats in New Hampshire. Republicans control the Secretary of State, the Attorney General, and they control a lot of the House of Representatives. A lot of libertarians and very, very grassroots politics. So we like that. Their state house is extremely large, 400 members, one of the largest in the country. And it's also growing with a lot of freedom seekers throughout the Northeast. As a lot of freedom seekers from Massachusetts and Connecticut and Vermont, they are going to New Hampshire. Now, the question is always the independents and how you mobilize them and how you reach out to them. However, it's clear that in New Hampshire, like Arizona, they will elect Republicans to statewide office. So we want to try to invest in New Hampshire to possibly win a Senate seat or 2 Senate seats in the future. And if you're able to do that, you're able to create a red wall to counter the prior blue wall. If the Democrats are able to win back Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, taking New Hampshire plus Nevada, it's basically like winning another battleground state. And so I'm cautiously bullish on New Hampshire. As you know, there are some really fast-moving towns and cities like Portsmouth and Nashua and Manchester. New Hampshire has an increasing population, which not every northeastern state does. And I was just in Maine. I know a lot of Mainers that are moving to New Hampshire for freedom and for lower taxes. And there's a lot of spillover from Massachusetts, which people think is bad, but it's actually not. A lot of the spillover is actually more right-wing, center-right people that are a little more conservative, that don't want to have the nonsense that they see in Boston or they see in Portland. And so, again, New Hampshire is very local. It is very grassrootsy. My piece of advice for you is be everywhere, a campaign throughout the entire state. And even if you don't win, here's my piece of advice. If you don't win, you could one day be White House press secretary. Caroline Leavitt ran for Congress. We endorsed her. She came on our show when she was just the congressional candidate, and now she is the White House press secretary. So I believe running for office is good for you, even if you don't win. It develops your character. You get to know the state. It boosts your name ID. So don't look at it as victory or defeat, whether or not you win. Look at it as victory no matter what, that you are going to win even if you do not win, and you could run again. And it's a great thing for your kids and your family members to see that you are winning even if you don't get the most amount of votes. It's that kind of growth mindset. You will become a stronger person and a stronger mom and a better neighbor and a better community member. And again, look at Caroline Leavitt. Caroline Leavitt did not win her congressional seat. She should have, and everyone thought, wow, you know, what will her future be? Well, now she's one of the most name-recognized ID people in the conservative movement, doing a fabulous job defending President Trump every single day as press secretary. So work hard. You're going to do great. I hope to see you in the Granite State, and I think we're going to be visiting sometime soon. Thank you so much. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. We don't have time for another question in this segment. I want to just kind of continue on this idea of growth mindset. We live in the greatest country ever, and some people are trying to convince you that we don't. President Trump has improved this economy dramatically. The one big beautiful bill is just kicking in. There's never been a better time to start a business and have a growth mindset and make money than right now in the United States of America. Yes, it's hard. Things are expensive. They are out of touch, out of reach. Affordability is a massive thing, but the number one inhibitor to getting money is your psychology. It's your mindset. Fix that, and you'll be in a good spot. Be right back.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. A meeting between Russian President Vladimir Putin and U.S. President Donald Trump has been agreed upon. That's the word this morning from the Kremlin. That meeting could take place as soon as next week, and the venue has reportedly been decided on in principle, but there's no word exactly where it's going to be. President Trump is trying to help broker and end the years-long war between Russia and Ukraine. The top-level meeting announcement comes just 24 hours after President Trump's envoy, Steve Witkoff, met with top Russian leaders in Moscow Wednesday. That meeting included a 3-hour sit-down with Vladimir Putin. Taking to Truth Social, President Trump saying he has updated European Union allies on the progress that's being made and, quote, everyone agrees this war must come to a close, and we will work towards that in the days and weeks to come. Meantime, dozens of U.S. trade partners are digging deeper into their coffers as steeper tariffs are officially in effect. Import taxes are not at the levels that they've been seeing in almost 100 years. Americans are reportedly expected to pay an average of 18% more for imported products, as the U.S. similarly is collecting billions in additional revenue thanks to the Trump tariffs. The White House is also confident that businesses will ramp up new investments and begin hiring more workers in order to rebalance the U.S. economy and re-energize the United States as a manufacturing power. More than 60 countries and the European Union face tariff rates of 10% or higher. Countries like Taiwan, Vietnam, and Bangladesh are paying 20% tariffs, while the president just slapped India with a combined 50% tariff for buying Russian oil. Senator Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee looking to take over her state's top job.
Trump is back, America is blessed, and Tennessee better than ever. I'm Marsha Blackburn. Here in the volunteer state, we always lead the way. And that's why I am announcing my candidacy for governor.
Senator Blackburn going on to say that President Trump is going to need strong conservative governors who can help support his job creation and energy production policies. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates.
Of the MAGA doctrine and president of Turning Point USA. Here's Charlie Kirk.
All right, I need to tell you guys about TikTok. Check out TikTok at TikTokeconomicimpact.com. Right now, over 7.5 million businesses in America are thriving on TikTok, businesses that employ more than 28 million people. But behind the stats, it's the stories that really matter, like Dan O. Seasoning from Kentucky, who used TikTok to reach new customers and grow from a one-man show to a team of 45. Or Arizona Taco King, who was able to employ more than 28 people and pay them well thanks to the traffic that TikTok brings in. Go to TikTokeconomicimpact.com. Their success means jobs, support for families, and stronger local economies. Go to TikTokeconomicimpact.com. That is TikTokeconomicimpact.com.
These were people who were sacrificing their children to Molech. They would they would heat up this molten hot god who would sear the baby on the arms of this molten hot god. In fact, Plutarch, who's not even a biblical writer, he was a Greek writer in the first century, says that the village drummers would beat their drums louder to drown out the cries of the kids so the parents couldn't hear their own kids being sacrificed. Charlie, on every college campus I go to, on every college campus you go to, there's going to be some kid who's going to say, why doesn't God stop all the evil in the world? Well, here's a situation where God does stop the evil by judging these people, and the atheists are complaining about it. Like, wait a minute. Do you want God to step in or not? Here he is stepping in. He is crushing these people because of the evil they've done, and people are upset about it. And
they would say yes, but not the kids and the woman, right?
Right. If it's a literal command that they did crush everybody, there's no evidence it's literal. It seems hyperbolic. But if it is literal, then the question is, does God have the right to take people into the next life whenever he wants?
Of course.
Yes. If Christianity is true, people don't die, they just change location. They go from this life to the next life, and it's up to God when that happens. And this, if it is true that everyone was killed, this is what happened. The more, I think, proper interpretation, when you look at all the data, is these were exaggerated commands to push people out of the land so the promised people could get into the promised land to bring forth the promised Messiah to save the whole world. Remember, God's working with free creatures. He's not going to overpower their free will. He's going to warn them for 400 years. If they don't repent, he's going to judge them so the promised people can get into the land and bring forth Jesus ultimately. That's going to bless the whole world. So there's a lot more on Copan's book on this. I have a little bit more on my book, Stealing from God, on the killing of the Canaanites, so-called killing of the Canaanites. But it's judgment. And Charlie, we don't like judgment in our country, right? We want God to be, as C.S. Lewis put it, a benevolent old man who just wanted to look down and see that everybody was having a good time.
Yeah, we want to be nicer than God.
Right, right. But God is a God of judge. He's infinitely just and he's infinitely loving.
Which is funny because the campus group is very big on justice. That's their big
I know.
thing. Yeah. But not really. They say they are. But
that's why I always ask them, look, there's two things you can have in the afterlife. You can have either justice or grace. Does anybody here want justice in the afterlife? I don't want justice. I want grace. If I get justice, Charlie, I'm toast. An infinitely just being is going to judge me. He's got. I haven't been infinitely just, so I deserve justice.
What do you have to say? And this is an AI generated one, but I hear this all the time. This helps me kind of remember about the Bible. And I think I know your answer to this. And I've read a couple books about this, but that the story of the Old Testament closely resembles Canaanite and Mesopotamian deities. That the Old Testament has like a lot of similarities, such as the story of Moses or the creation story or a flood story.
Yeah, sure. Every ancient culture has a flood story.
Sure.
Now, what do you think the reason for that is?
Because there was a flood.
There's a flood, right? Everybody had some sort of story related to it. But if you look at the story of Moses, for example, you don't find parallels that are all that close. And if you do, it doesn't necessarily mean that Moses copied. What's unique about the Israelites is that they are told to be separate from their neighbors. That's one reason they're pushing out the Canaanites. Holy, separate, right?
Same word.
The last thing they want to do is borrow from the people that they're trying to separate from. In fact, what happens to them is when they do get too intermingled with the Canaanites, God judges them and continues to say, you're playing the harlot. You're going with Baal. You're going with all these other deities, and you should be worshiping me. So he judges them.
And so, without getting into too much detail, though, is there any credence to this idea that the Bible was copied regionally between other River Valley civilization mythologies?
I have not necessarily heard that objection, but I can tell you from
Bill Maher said that on our show. Remember, you know?
Oh yeah. Well, here's the problem. If you look at the archaeology, so let's just look at the archaeology.
Yeah.
Let's go back to Joshua and Jericho. The evidence from Jericho shows that, oddly, the walls fell down and out. There's no other city that has ever been discovered where the walls have fallen straight down and out. When you take over a city, you go inward. You crush the wall, you knock it down, and the walls go inward. Here, we find in the dirt there in Jericho that the walls fell out, just like the Bible says.
Yeah, there's a lot of that.
And there are, when we just did a 22 one-hour lesson series on the top archaeological discoveries of the Bible, Charlie, we discovered over 107, I think it was 107 people in the Bible that have been found in the dirt. And about 75 of them were from the Old Testament. And many of the events of the Old Testament have corroborative data in the dirt. How would somebody writing the Old Testament, say 1,000 years after Joshua, 1406 BC, know that the walls fell down and out? How would he know that? He wouldn't. In fact, you know how many places are named in the book of Joshua? What is it, 24 chapters in the book of Joshua? There's over 350 named places in the book of Joshua. Just in the book of Joshua. It works out to something like 13 places a chapter. More than that even. I can't remember the exact number, but it's crazy how many place locations, and many of these place locations have been discovered. This is not an invented storyline that was put into writing 1,000 years later. Moses and editors later, there are editors that came after Moses, like they put his death in Deuteronomy. They wrote this down at the time.
So here's a question of morality. It's the problem of divine command theory. I've heard this question only once. Is something good because God commands it, or does God command it because it is good?
Euthyphro dilemma from one of Plato's writings. Socrates says this, and it's supposed to put the believer in God in a dilemma. If you're going to say God is the source of morality, does he look up at a standard beyond him and say, oh, that's good, I'll do that? If so, why you need God? We can do that, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's much of a dilemma, though. Maybe I'm I think the answer to both is yes.
You are correct. Here's why it's not a dilemma.
Yeah.
Why is it not a dilemma?
Because God himself his essence is good.
That's
right?
it.
Am I right?
Yeah, he's the standard. He doesn't have to look up.
Exactly.
He's not arbitrary. He is the standard.
He is the standard, yeah.
So it's easily answered, and yet atheists online still think this is a good one.
What am I missing about that, though?
You're not missing anything. Okay. It's a false dilemma. A true dilemma is A or non-A. A false dilemma is A or B. Maybe there's a C. Maybe there's a third option, and in this case there is. God is the standard. His nature is the moral standard. The buck has to stop somewhere. It stops with God's nature.
So I asked AI, this is kind of goes to show how good of a teacher you are, like the best intellectually rigorous questions, and like I can answer most of these honestly, and I don't do this professional. I mean, I do somewhat of this, but you're like a super professional on this. And so
that's what my mom says.
I'll read this one. If God, this is from AI, if God desires all people to be saved and know the truth, why does he remain hidden or silent to sincere seekers who never experience divine revelation or compelling reason to believe?
Everybody experiences divine revelation because God has written 2 books. Yes, he's written through men what we call the scriptures, the Bible, but he's also written the book of nature. In other words, we could say God has the book of his words and the book of his works. And everybody has the book of his works. Everybody knows there's a creator God who's moral because of the creation and the moral law written on the heart. And the way we know God is we know God by his effects. So if there's a creation, that's the effect. We reason back to a cause, a creator. If there's design in the universe, that's the effect. We reason back to a cause, a designer. If there's a moral law written on the heart, that's the effect. We reason back to a cause, a moral lawgiver. So there's nobody in the world who doesn't know that there's a creator God who's moral, and we haven't lived up to that standard. There are people who've never heard of the solution to our moral problem, that's Jesus, but everybody knows that there's a creator moral God, and the Bible indicates that if you take a step toward that, the works that he's provided, he will get you the word so you can be saved.
This is the other one. We spend a lot of time on this, but let me just repeat it, and I want you to answer it as you would a student. How can we trust Scripture as morally authoritative when it regulates slavery, commands genocidal warfare like 1 Samuel 15, and enforces harsh penalties for non-crimes by modern standards without undermining the concept of God's moral perfection?
I would ask the person, again, by what moral standard are you saying that?
You're appealing to a Christian standard.
Yeah, you are. Secondly, we've already dealt with those before on this program, that slavery was not the kind of slavery we had.
It was a kind of bankruptcy law.
Right. It was a kind of bankruptcy law.
The genocidal warfare.
It wasn't genocide. It was sinocide. Now, why do I say that? Because God wiped out the Israelites for doing the same kind of things. In other words, it wasn't ethnicity God was worried about. It was the ethics.
Like after the golden calf, after the...
Sure. He wipes them out, right? How many times does God judge Israel for the evil they've done?
Repeatedly.
A lot. Yeah. And our mutual friend Dennis Prager puts it this way. He said, one of the reasons I know the Old Testament...
The least flattering... telling of no, it's true. It's the least flattering telling of an ancient people.
Yeah, that's it. You know it. Yeah, they would never invent such an embarrassing history of themselves. They keep getting dope slapped by their own God. And Charlie, you don't see this. Like if you go to Egypt, all of the monuments in Egypt are propaganda monuments to how good the Pharaoh is. They don't include any negative behavior. But when you read the Old Testament, this is the history of the Jews. They get the gold medal in sin every time.
Here's one that I think is important. Again, this one is, I can answer this one.
Answer it. Go ahead, take it.
Given the discrepancies between gospel resurrection accounts and the lack of external corroboration, how do you defend the resurrection as a historical event without begging the question? Well, first of all, the discrepancies are a feature, not a bug. the fact that there are discrepancies means that it's probably true. Because if you were trying to lie, every single account would be exactly the same, right? It's like we know this whenever there's, car accident or something in the
or a
parking
murder
lot here.
Yeah.
Or even like, something happens here and there's a little controversy at the Turning Point campus or an event. I bring 3 people in and I get a generalized telling, but I realize like, oh, okay, got it. Was what mile power do you think they were going? What was this? What was the color of the car? But, eventually you get towards that. So I think it's a feature, not a bug. And then if there are a lot of external corroboration. I mean, there's Josephus, right?
Yes.
There's other Roman historians. Also, the Talmud talks about Jesus, not the resurrection, but they said that people believed in the resurrection.
Exactly.
Before I go to break, I want to tell you guys about Z-Factor. Z-Factor is a great way that you guys can get the sleep that you need. It goes beyond melatonin. They use a combination of 4 natural ingredients to help you relax your mind so you fall asleep quicker. And once you fall asleep, you stay asleep. 100% drug-free, no groggy feeling when you wake up. Z-Factor was developed by Relief Factor, so you can count on the science behind it. Right now, pay only $19.95 on a 30-day supply of 46% savings. Call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's the number 1-800-4RELIEF, or visit ReliefFactor.com. Better sleep without drugs. See how Relief Factor can get you the Z's that you want.
Stop watching the news and start making some. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. You could take out your phone and subscribe to it. Let's go to another piece of tape here. I want to just play something. Oh, do I have the right cut sheet? I do not. That would explain everything. Got it. Okay, let's go to cut four. Cut 4 is perfect to lead us in. Cut 4. I personally do not drink alcohol. If you want to drink alcohol, that's fine. If you want to do that, that's fine. But if you want to be a high performer, Donald Trump doesn't drink alcohol. Tucker Carlson doesn't drink alcohol. I don't drink alcohol. It will set you back. Mornings will be a little bit more sluggish. You'll forget stuff. Nothing good happens after midnight while both parties are drunk. So if you want to have a life of ease, go keep drinking. But if you want to go do heroic and great stuff, maybe it's time for you to battle your flesh and not just always get drunk every single night and say, you know what? No, instead of drinking alcohol, I'm going to go to the gym. Instead of drinking alcohol, I'm going to hang out with friends and talk about deeper and more purposeful things. I'm going to go to a Bible study instead of a bar. Welcome back, everybody. Email us as always. Right now, over 7.5 million businesses in America are thriving on TikTok. Businesses that employ more than 28 million people. We have gone ridiculously viral on TikTok. Arizona Taco King in Arizona able to employ over 28 people and pay them well thanks to the foot traffic TikTok brings in. Their success means jobs, support for families, and stronger local economies. Go to TikTokeconomicimpact.com. That is TikTokeconomicimpact.com. She mechanic in Georgia who expanded her auto shop and hired her new employees with the support she found on TikTok. Go to TikTokeconomicimpact.com. Portions of the Charlie Kirk Show are brought to you in part by TikTok. We are reaching the next generation. Go to TikTokeconomicimpact.com. Okay, Matthew, thank you so much for being a member. Members.charliekirk.com. Matthew.
Thank you so much for answering my call. So I'm heading out to Faith Baptist Bible College in Ankeny, Iowa. This will be my first time going to college.
Great.
I was just wondering, how would you manage time between going to classes, working, and then I guess getting quote unquote the college experience?
So it's a good question. I mean, I never went to college, so I don't know. And I mean, look, don't forsake the community. That's why you're there. Try to meet your future wife. But also, obviously, you're there for a reason. You're not there just to have fun. You're there to study and to learn. And so you said you're going to a Baptist college. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. So I don't think drinking will be a problem at that college. However, one of the best things about college is tons of young people to socialize with. But again, you're going to a Baptist college. You're not there to drink and party, but you're there to explore big ideas and have the tough conversations and to debate and have dialogue and disagreement. So do things with people. Get outside of your comfort zone. Become a lifelong learner. Read books you never would. Get involved. Start a Turning Point USA chapter. Get involved in your local community. Do stuff. Don't just sleep all day long and just be a slob. And not saying you would, or be slovenly. Just be active constantly. And that's the one thing that we've done really well here on the Charlie Kirk Show on Turning Point USA. We've outworked everyone. I say this as humbly as I can. Our team works harder. Our editors work harder. Michael and the entire gang, they're here from like 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. sometimes, accommodating my crazy schedule. We will outwork you. And it's a way to feel fulfilled. Join a book club, do an additional Bible study, do local politics, be involved in the Iowa primary race in 2027 and 2028. It will not be boring if the Democrats don't get rid of it because they think Iowa's too white. Seize the day, carpe that DM, be active, do stuff. Don't just sit around and hope things come to you. Okay, next, let's go to Marissa. Marissa's the last question of the day. Marissa, what is your question? Marissa, you are our anchor. You are our closer. Are you there? Unmute, Marissa. Okay. She says, tough day for the unmuting. Hi, I would like to know where you think we should start looking to learn more about politics. I found a new interest in politics and want to be learned more, but from a reliable source. Look, I hate to overly self-promote, but the Charlie Kirk Show is a great place to start. And we talk about it every day from a biblical worldview. And according to Alabama, we're the second most listened to show behind Fox News. And we love Fox. I'm going to be on Fox News, I think, next week. Last night, I was on Fox News, and it went very well. It was phenomenal data that shows the power of this program. And look, when you're able to build something, you're in a unique category. And the team deserves all the credit of how we've been able to drive and create and take risks. But building is hard. And that is what makes us different in the conservative movement. We've built organizations. We've built trainings. Right now, as I'm doing this, we're doing a pastor's training. Right now, as I'm doing this, I have 230 full-time employees that are just in our high school and college department right now. We got to raise over $100 million a year. We have 500,000 donors. We got Turning Point Action. Right now, we got Turning Point Action guys that are following around Ruben Gallego in Iowa. Right now, we have Turning Point Action people doing voter registration in the East Valley of Arizona. Right now, as I do this, we have Blexit trainings. We have our Turning Point Academy homeschool initiative. We have our classical initiative. We have our gap year initiative. Right now, as I'm doing this, we have our social media team. We got viral videos. We have our campus tour coming up. We got our Believers Summit. We have AmFest. Not to mention, we have all the other stuff that we're doing. We have our evening event. We have shows. We got Alex Clark. We got Joe Bob. We got Turning Point tonight. It's hard to build stuff. And I want to be a nation of builders and of risk takers. And people call me a lot of names. The one name I wish they would call me more is an entrepreneur, because that is true. There's a lot of different things you can insult, but building is hard. They say, oh, it's just because you got a little bit of money and raise money. There's a lot of people in politics on the right and the left that have raised a lot of money. Again, I'm not taking credit for it. It's thanks to the glory of God and his mercy and his grace and his compassion, and the team deserves the credit. But what we, not I, but what we have built here is exceptional. It is remarkable. It's unique. It's extraordinary. It's something that rises above the rest. And again, it's easy just to yammer endlessly and to complain. A lot of people can do that. But to build stuff that lasts, that's something that I'm most thankful for heading into this weekend. Have a wonderful weekend, everybody. Shabbat Shalom. Good Shabbos. Turn off your phone. Enjoy your family. God bless America. See you guys Sunday night in Albuquerque.
happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec. Christ is king.
We have breaking news. Wrestling legend Hulk Hogan has died.
Ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only, the incredible Hulk Hogan!
Looking at the size of your arms, I wish I had anything that big.
He just came in and you knew that this guy had a glow about him. He was a force to be reckoned with.
He was the Babe Ruth of wrestling.
The household name that became bigger than our sport.
Hulk Hogan was the man who brought professional wrestling into the mainstream in the 80s.
Hulk Hogan was the foundation for everything that we have today.
When Hulk Hogan came out, he was in the main event, the roof just blew off the place. And that's when I decided, man, I would really like to be a professional wrestler.
The Hulkster, how good was he? Is he? Where is he?
Hulkamania is here.
He was one of those guys who was larger than life.
People always wanted to paint us as enemies, but we were actually very, very close friends.
He was a good man. He was special. He loved the president, and obviously he loved America.
I said maybe entertainment, but he is one strong son of a gun. I will tell you, I watched it many times.
Train, say your prayers, eat your vitamins, be true to yourself, true to your country, be a real American.
I am a real American, fight for the rights of every man. I am a real American, fight for what's right, fight for your life. When it comes crashing down and it hurts inside.
Let me tell you something, brother. When they took a shot at my hero, and they tried to kill the next president of the United States, enough was enough. And I said, let Trumpomania run wild, brother. Let Trumpomania rule again. Let Trumpomania make America great again.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's special edition of Human Events Daily here in Washington, D.C. And today we're doing a special entitled The Death of the Superstar. And you just saw those images of Hulk Hogan, Harry G. Molea, from his entire career, his iconic status as a patriot among all things. A patriot who loved God, who loved his country, who would wear a cross, who would make the sign of the cross before going out on that ring, who told seminal stories and performed incredible feats, and stood as a symbol for children, young children, that America was good, and that America was strong, and that America was worth defending. And now you've seen this reaction, a very split reaction to the death of Hulk Hogan. And in fact, in Hulk Hogan's very last physical appearance in WWE, in a crowd full of Angelinos in Los Angeles on Netflix, he was booed. So you quite literally have the icon of real America being booed by new America. And this is something that's played out in our politics. This is something that's played out in our streets. It plays out in the media. And that's what I want to talk about today. And not just about Hulk, but I want to get into this idea of the death of the superstar as well. But just zooming out for a second, I was there that night at the RNC, and I had my kids there, had my wife, my brother. The minute I heard that Hulk Hogan was going to be in town, I said, I'm going to lock in my seat. And the minute that the performance, or, the event began that evening, we sat down and I said, I'm not moving from the seat until Hulk comes out. And the boys were there. And even though it was way past their bedtime, they stayed up. And it was easily one of the top 10 moments of my entire life. I don't just mean career, I mean my entire life. Be there, again, with my children, who at Trump's original RNC, I didn't even have children yet. And there he was, waving the flag, my little boys, my two little boys. And man, when he took that jacket off, I froze. I said, he's not going to do it. There's no way. And then he brought his arms up to the top of his shirt and he started pulling, and it was like a wave of energy washed over the entire crowd. My knees buckled. Not even gonna lie, my knees buckled. Hit the wall behind me. I almost dropped my kid. I couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it. I've never seen any depiction of this in any footage or any of the streams that just catch and capture the sheer energy and power that was unleashed by Hogan on stage that night. That's what was needed to save America. And he came back one last time for one last ride to make America great again. So today, folks, we're going to run wild and talk all about the importance of Hulkamania, which will live forever. Ladies and gentlemen, right back. Human Events Daily, real on his voice.
And our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, Jack Posobiec, here we are back live, Human Events Daily. We're talking about the death of the superstar. And in order to understand the death of the superstar and the reason that our society just doesn't produce these types of figures anymore, we really have to understand how they were produced in the first place and how they came about. And, you know, when you look at the 80s, the 90s, there were superstars everywhere. And not all of them were truly iconic status, but there were so many. Mike Tyson, Michael Jordan, Princess Diana, Ozzy Osbourne. We're going to talk about him in a little bit as well. But Hulk stood head and shoulders, both physically in some of these cases and relatively above all of them. By the way, another icon of the 80s, of course, Donald Trump himself, who we talk about almost every day here. But what I mean with Hulk is that he was this larger than life figure that you could also reach out and touch, because what was he doing with professional wrestling is he was going out to all of those little towns and crossing the highways and byways of America 365, or in his telling, 400 days a year, because he would wrestle in Japan across the date line. And he would show up in your town. You could go and see him and physically watch him come and do battle with these other legendary figures. And so to understand sort of this whole milieu and everything that was, everything that we've lost, everything that we can have again, wanted to bring on my great friend, the Raw Egg Nationalist from the UK, to talk a little about it. What's up, man?
It's good to see you, Jack, as always.
AKA Dr. Charles Cornish Dale. He's a PhD from Oxford, if you believe it or not, folks. I'm not sure about that one, but somehow he slipped through the cracks.
Yeah,
so,
I made it somehow.
What's funny is, and I'll say this publicly for the first time, the very first conversation that you and I ever had in our entire time of knowing each other was actually about a Hulk Hogan TV show that somehow we both watched in the 1990s growing up, called Thunder in Paradise. And I went back and watched some of that this week with my kids, and man, they do not make it like that anymore. They don't make anything like that.
They really don't. Yeah, Thunder in Paradise is this kind of lost classic in a way. It's it's this absurd premise. Hulk is this kind of special forces guy who's living somewhere like Hawaii, and he has a special kind of transforming boat that he kind of rides around in and solves crimes and fights the Cuban communists and all sorts of other absurd stuff. And they're bikini clad women, and he's got a sidekick, and it was just totally over the top, really, really kind of absurd stuff, a bit kind of like Baywatch, but with guns and explosions. And for some bizarre reason, they showed it on British television on a Saturday afternoon. And so I watched it when I was sort of 6 or 7. I mean, I also watched, of course, wrestling, WWF, as it was back then. I had a friend whose parents had satellite, and so I could watch WWF, and we would watch The Undertaker and Bret Hart and Shawn Michaels and the British Bulldog, and of course Hulk Hogan. So I mean, Hulk Hogan was a huge part of my childhood, and he was a huge part of yours. And yeah, it was actually pretty much the very first thing we bonded over was this absurd, silly mid-90s television show with Hulk Hogan in it.
But let's zoom out for a minute. What was it about Hulk Hogan as a figure, and what was it about our society at that time? So we're, he really is a figure. You almost can't separate it from the Cold War and then the end of the Cold War and all of the pressures that were sort of pushing into that, because this feeds into Hogan. He doesn't originally have the Real American soundtrack. He's given that. He holds the flag and just transforms immediately into this larger than life figure, because he's not just a wrestler anymore. He's somehow become this living icon of the nation itself.
Yeah, Hulk Hogan really did. I mean, for me, look, a little kid growing up in rural England, watching wrestling on satellite, I mean, there were loads of big personalities. Of course, there was The Undertaker, there was Shawn Michaels, but there was just something about Hulk Hogan. He did, like you say, he seemed to personify in all of its aspects the American dream. And, I mean, he literally personified it in the sense that he was, 6 feet 8 inches tall, 300 plus pounds. I mean, everything about him was absurd and overblown and raucous and out of this world. I mean, for a little boy like I was, watching from a rural English village, it was actually like having a window not into another country, but actually onto another planet. I mean, this guy was like an alien or something. I mean, he's so different from the norm for sort of an English boy, and it was so glamorous, and it made America seem like this incredible place of opportunity and where literal giants walk the earth and perform superhuman feats of strength and on a nightly basis. I mean, it was incredibly alluring, and Hulk Hogan just seemed to capture, I think, the real kind of absurdity and the overblown nature of the American dream, of the hopes and aspirations of the American people, and this kind of vision actually of like he's an ordinary guy and then he becomes this incredible superstar. I mean, it is the American dream. It's the American dream advertised nightly in a squared circle.
And what is, so you have that, and of course Hollywood came calling. His first movie, Rocky III, tremendous success, took over the entire world, and you've got a number of figures in there. You've got from Carl Weathers to Mr. T to Sylvester Stallone himself, Hulk Hogan. People look and say, where can I get more of this type of thing? And of course they turned to the WWF. And what is Hogan doing there? And again, it's not complicated. It's not some large, complicated story. It's what he does is, how do you present someone as a hero? You go and have them slay the giant. You have them go out and kill the giant that's been terrorizing the land. And that's exactly what they did. And what's amazing, and I want to tie that back into this as well, because this is another element of it. When Hulk Hogan fought Andre the Giant, people say, oh, well, it's scripted. Yeah, well, so is Marvel, okay? So is Star Wars, right? But what's different here is he's actually lifting a 500-pound man over his head and slamming him to the ground. That requires actual physical. He tore every muscle in his back and talked about it for years, that it was an injury that stayed with him for the rest of his days until his death itself at 71. And that match wasn't held in Madison Square Garden or Los Angeles or any of these big cities. It's held in Pontiac, Michigan, right? So this hard scrabble, rural, industrial, working class, blue collar area, but they still get 93,000 people into the arena. Why? Because, well, your area. And that was what was so great about wrestling. Your area may not have a professional sports team or some massive downtown, but you know what? Hulk Hogan might be coming, and you can go and see him perform these incredible feats without having to go too far or even pay that much money.
Yeah, it's, I mean, look, people rag on wrestling and always have ragged on wrestling for being fake, and maybe it's unsophisticated, and the only people who like it are rubes, etc. But it's not, none of it's true. I mean, what you were saying about slaying the giant. Look, I mean, we're talking about archetypal stories. And yes, the hero going out and slaying the giant, slaying the dragon. This is an archetypal type of story, and it's a type of story that everybody can get behind, everybody can understand, and everybody knows who's right and who's wrong, and everybody can root for the good guy. And that's what they did with Hulk Hogan. But
it's quite literally in the Bible.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yes, it's David and Goliath. We're talking about the oldest kind of stories being played out in a totally novel format, with modern glitz and glamour and pyrotechnics and, beamed around the world on satellite and all that kind of stuff. But nevertheless, this is deep, deep human interest that we're seeing play out. And but what is interesting as well, like you say, is look, that didn't take place at Madison Square Garden. That took place in Pontiac, Michigan, right? So ordinary people could literally watch these giants, these superheroes, and they were superheroes. They could watch them, they could be within feet of them, within 10 feet or 100 feet of these two giants going at it in this archetypal, like biblical story. It's like here's a restaging of David versus Goliath, but it's also a story about America. So I mean, it was a supremely effective way, I think, actually, of making people feel patriotic, making people feel like they were part of this grand kind of tableau, this grand story that not only is about America as a nation, but also about sort of like human achievement, striving, good versus evil. I mean, it's incredibly powerful.
And where did we see that play out again, or in terms of a spiritual successor? It's another 80s icon, Donald Trump. When he would go to places like Battle Creek, Michigan, or Mosinee, Wisconsin, or even Butler, Pennsylvania. And you can come, and it doesn't matter where you're from, you can go and see Donald Trump. And so in this way, Trumpomania, or the MAGA movement, becomes the spiritual successor of Hulkamania, what Hulk Hogan did. It's beyond politics. Right back, Jack Posobiec, Raw Nationalist.
Influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, he's done a great job.
All right, Jack Posobiec here. We're back. Human Events Daily. We're talking about the death of the superstar. And what's interesting, though, is so many of these superstars, we're talking with the Raw Egg Nationalist, Dr. Charles Cornish Dale. And Egg, one of the things I have to say when we're talking about Hogan, we're going to talk about Ozzy in a little bit, is there's so much of what we're saying here is strength, masculinity, testosterone. And then you look at something obviously you've written about so many times is the lack of this in our society. And you go all the way down into the weeds of it. But, you know, when you take a step back and you really look at the big picture is we aren't a society that produces Hulk Hogan's anymore. And if they're out there, we're certainly a society that suppresses a Hulk Hogan from rising to such heights, because we are not a society that places value on these things anymore. And you saw the success of America in the 80s and 90s, and it really has to be said, are we a country that's been led into ruin because we no longer prioritize these things?
Yeah, well, I think it's impossible to disagree with the notion that actually, you know, American society has been neutered since the 1980s, since the 1990s. I mean, just with regards to wrestling, you know, then the
back when Hulkamania was running wild.
Exactly. I mean, Hulkamania was running wild, and then you had kind of like a last gasp of that really kind of testosterone-fueled version of wrestling with the Attitude Era. You know, I mean, that was really off the hook with people like Stone Cold Steve Austin and The Rock, etc. And that was kind of like the last gasp in wrestling. But I mean, more broadly, as a society and a culture, then yes, I mean, you know, America is more than it's ever been hostile to, I think, that kind of overblown, incredibly over-the-top sort of masculinity. And really, in a sense, I think that someone like Donald Trump is like the last gasp. I mean, Donald Trump was there in the 1980s, in the 1990s. He's
in the World Wrestling Hall of Fame.
World. Yeah, he was part of the wrestling world.
And our current Secretary of Education is Vince McMahon's wife.
Yeah. And so he's kind of like, he's like the last custodian of that flame in a way, you know. It's like he's in the White House, and now it's like the last chance that maybe America will get actually to return to that sort of glorious, overblown, hope-fueled kind of, and Donald Trump has talked of a golden age. You know, he said the new golden age of America begins again. But of course, he's looking back to the 1980s, to the 1990s, to the days when Hulkamania was running
Talk to me a little bit about. I mean, this is sort of that meme, right? That classic meme of weak men create hard times, strong men create good times, and you really can't separate this notion of strength and masculinity being in the lead, and you know, this is a thought crime, I suppose, and good times. It's something that just it echoes throughout history. It's a pattern that echoes throughout history.
Yeah, it absolutely does. It absolutely does. And I think that we're discovering really, or have discovered over the last, say, 20 years, that actually, you know, if you neuter men, if you tell men that that their natural instincts, that their natural desires, that the hormone, testosterone, that makes them men and not women is bad, then actually you create a society that doesn't work. It doesn't work. You know, I mean, America has been sent off down the wrong track because it's demonized its boys and its men. And, you know, it's a complex phenomenon that has, you know, a wide variety of causes and a wide variety of sort of symptoms. But fundamentally, I think it is, you know, I mean, the decline of superstars, the decline of people like Hulk Hogan, the inability of the system to foster these people, to give them outlets for their masculine impulses and tendencies. You know, I mean, that is a fundamental failing, and the reason why America has fallen behind, the reason why America is in hard times, is definitely because America hasn't found a way actually to encourage positive masculinity. And, you know, I mean, Hulk Hogan was a positive role model. Hulk Hogan was somebody who, however overblown his, you know, WWF routine and was, and however overblown he was on the silver screen, you know, I mean, he was still someone people could relate to, and people could still see in his actions and the, you know, the situations he got himself into and the stories he was involved in, that actually, you know, he was playing out a positive story about the need for strong men, even if he was absurdly strong and absurdly huge and far bigger than, you know, than the vast majority of people could ever be. Nevertheless, he embodied a kind of vision of positive masculinity in service of the nation, and that's
well, actually, you know, It's funny you mention this because just before Hulk Hogan really burst onto the scene, there was, or as I should say, as he was coming out, he was sort of concurrent with this. There was another wrestler, Dusty Rhodes, who had a famous promo. You just mentioned it, Hard Times, where he says this on air, and he says you put hard, and he's talking to Ric Flair. He says you put hard times on Dusty Rhodes and his family, but you don't know what hard times are, Daddy. Hard times are when the textile workers around this country are out of work. They got 4 or 5 kids. They can't pay their wages, can't buy their food. Hard times are when the auto workers are out of work and they tell them go home. And when a man has worked for 30 years at a job, 30 years, and they give him a watch, kick him in the butt and say, hey, a computer took your place, Daddy. That's hard times. And and you hear that and it resonates because here we are, I think 40 years later, and it's the same situation.
Mm. Yeah, it's the same story, except it's not a computer taking your job. It's, it's uncontrolled mass immigration. It's millions of people flowing across the southern border. But yes, it's totally the same situation. And this I think is why you have to understand the kind of intimate links between the wrestling world, between a phenomenon like Hulkamania and also the kind of rhetoric that someone like Dusty Rhodes was using in the early 80s and the Trump phenomenon. I mean, this is all populism. This is all.
It's a massive. National. I would even go so far as say nationalist populism. So it's nationalist populism because it's a rally around the flag moment. But at the same time, it's wedded to these populist ideas that, hey, the economics have gotten so screwy. We love our country, but we need someone. We need a hero. We need a champion. Jack Posobiec, right back. Real America's Voice, Human Events Daily.
Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
Jack Posobiec here. We're back. Human event.
All right, watching the action live as the President of the United States, Donald Trump, is about to meet the Armenian Prime Minister, Nikol Pashinyan. Here's the color guard coming in at the White House as the Armenian Prime Minister is at the White House for some bilateral meetings. Very entertaining, as you can see. We decided to drop in and show you a beautiful day in the nation's capital. Let's drop in and watch for a moment. Here's the color guard. You know, what a beautiful day in the nation's capital as they do this on a fairly regular basis. But you don't always get to see the color guard and all the people that are operating there on the north lawn of the White House there in what they call Pebble Beach. It's where the media generally sets up. But today, welcoming this Prime Minister from Armenia. It's all part of the ongoing process of Donald Trump working with anybody and everybody on the planet, working for trade deals, working to bring peace to troubled regions, working to welcome the world to the White House. It's all part of the foreign policy of this president, has been since he took office for his second term back in January. And this is just more of what you can see as pomp and circumstance. We're waiting to see the motorcade roll in here. And then, of course, you'll see the president greeting Nikol Pashinyan, and that'll happen here in the next few minutes, of course, as we stay here with the live coverage. And again, a gorgeous summer day, August, at the White House. Couldn't be any nicer as you watch this roll out. And we decided just to bring you in on this because you don't always get to see this sort of thing. And so we thought we would share this with you, the viewers of Real America's Voice. We appreciate you being here as the president has several things on tapping in today. As you know, he has been signing executive orders this week, including ones to free up the access to $9 trillion in retirement money, which is remarkable, offering seniors and others that are on their way to retirement more opportunities for investment. That's big. The White House also working to invest $2 billion in Bitcoin, pushing cryptocurrency to the forefront. Cryptocurrency obviously important when you're dealing with nations like Armenia and nations around the world, making transaction and trade seamless and instantaneous. As we watch this roll out for a moment. The color guard seems to be ready, and then we would expect the president to come out of the West Wing and meet the contingency. They must be close at this point, we would expect. Working to get you some audio of the day there in the north lawn of the White House. All right, and it looks like they're coming in, making way through the gate. By the way, when I'm at the White House, this is the same way we walk in through the entrance, that generally in the direction you're looking here. This is also, by the way, if you're looking across the lawn there, where the president put in that brand new flagpole on the north lawn to honor America. Never had one there before, which is remarkable. We were there the day that happened, and a few weeks ago now. Should see the motorcade arriving here any moment. Again, it is the Prime Minister of Armenia, Nikol Pashinyan, and again, it's part of the new posture of the United States to welcome anyone to the White House. And of course, coming up on Monday, the important meeting that could happen in Rome. From the last understood, he could be meeting Donald Trump with Vladimir Putin in the attempt to bring peace to the troubled region of Ukraine. Of course, that would be welcome news for Armenia and all nations in that part of the world, as the ongoing war claims 4,000 to 5,000 victims a week. Peace in Eastern Europe would be welcomed by those that are there. It could be a tough negotiation. We do know that Steve Witkoff was with Vladimir Putin for some 9 hours here a few days ago and seemed to make tremendous progress. We'll see where that goes, and that could be part of the conversation here as well, as the Armenian Prime Minister is making his way there. Now, there you see where the president would be coming out to meet Nikol Pashinyan. And you've seen this a number of times recently. This has been one of the places where the world leaders have been greeted by the President of the United States, the 47th president, of course, as he reaches his hand out from America to greet the world in an attempt to bring prosperity to the world and peace to the world, a high mark to meet without question. Couldn't be a better day for this as you look at the people gathered there. Still looking for that motorcade to arrive there. If you remember in the city of D.C., these are busy times as they close the intersections and come through with the law enforcement and so forth shutting down the streets. You can see the news operations gathered there along Pebble Beach waiting to see the Armenian Prime Minister make his way through. So the bilateral summit at the White House, just the latest in a series of these sorts of meetings that the president continues to have. Just watching it, still working on getting you some audio here. But here's what's going to happen here today. As we talk about peace, one of the reasons the Armenian Prime Minister is here is that the president, again, working for peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan. There we've got some audio now. And so he is hosting Armenia and Azerbaijan for a peace summit. That's the goal, again, of this president, to earn peace on the planet. That is really what he's working for. He'll convene this peace summit at the White House. Armenia, Azerbaijan will also be in attendance here. The two countries in the South Caucasus region will sign an agreement that will create a major transit corridor that will be named the Trump Route for international peace and prosperity. Pretty key there. The White House reporting that the route will connect Azerbaijan and its autonomous Nakhchivan enclave, which is separated by about a 20-mile wide patch of Armenian territory. The man from Azerbaijan had held up the peace talks in the past, but the roadmap they're agreeing to will build a cooperative future that benefits both countries. The region of the South Caucasus region and beyond, says White House spokeswoman Anna Kelly, that comment being made on Friday. She added that the new transit corridor will allow unimpeded connectivity between the two countries. It is a new era. This is not unlike what we saw with the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Rwanda as they ended a 30-year conflict under the watchful eye of Donald Trump just in the last few weeks. This, too, a big step forward for Armenia and Azerbaijan. And they'll be meeting here at the White House. This will be going on for the next little while here, and we'll be, of course, bringing you live updates. It is the latest peace agreement brokered by Donald Trump. And this is why many people believe he is deserving of the Nobel Peace Prize, whether it's Azerbaijan and Armenia, Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo, India and Pakistan, and maybe, just maybe, Russia and Ukraine come next week. We're going to take a break and be right back here on Real America's Voice. Don't go anywhere.
breaking news from Real America's Voice.
All right, welcome back to continuing coverage here on Real America's Voice. Breaking news as President Trump is welcoming the leaders of Armenia and Azerbaijan to the White House to sign a peace deal. It is his latest effort to broker peace around the world, and this is key. It will fully unlock the potential of the South Caucasus region. They say that was some of the comments from Friday. And here's what I'd like to say about this. The critics of this White House, of this administration, early on took issue with Steve Witkoff. He has been Donald Trump's chief liaison, chief negotiator in a variety of places around the world. Well, Steve Witkoff has proven to be very adept, very successful, and despite the critics, has brought home peace deals from a variety of areas, this being the latest. Witkoff had met with Ilhan Aliyev. He is the prime minister of Azerbaijan recently. And so they spent time together, and Steve Witkoff obviously able to pull this together. Now, among the documents to be signed, a letter that asks the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe to dissolve its Minsk group, established in the 1990s, co-chaired by Russia, France, and the U.S. to mediate the Armenian-Azerbaijan conflict. That's how long this has been going on. The White House said that on Friday the group is no longer relevant as they move forward with peace in the region under this new era. The area was largely populated by Armenians during the Soviet era, but is located within Azerbaijan. The two nations have battled for control for this autonomous region through multiple violent clashes. Tens of thousands of people have died over the last few decades, all while international mediation efforts failed. That is, again, until Steve Witkoff and the Trump administration 2.0 intervened. This is, look, no matter your criticisms, if you have any of Donald Trump, no matter your thoughts, it is hard to argue that he has not been a president of peace. It's an impossible thing to argue that he's not been a president of peace as he intervenes time and again to find peace in otherwise deadlocked standoffs, wars, disagreements, failed agreements from the past, rewriting them or throwing them all away altogether. And that's why this day is another remarkable day in the success. Look, he has only been in office 6 months. And there are half a dozen different successful peace negotiations you can point to that this president has been successfully involved with. Some of it involved using the economic resources of the United States as leverage. That was clear when India and Pakistan had their skirmishes, and the president made clear, if you continue with this, there will be economic ramifications and you will not have access to the markets of the United States. So economic leverage has been key in a number of these issues. In this particular case, it was a path forward negotiated by Steve Witkoff again. And it gives me pause to consider what could happen Monday. Because Monday, if, and I say if, Vladimir Putin shows he's been unpredictable, to be fair, on a number of occasions. If Vladimir Putin shows on Monday and Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin meet in Rome as is possible, we might finally see an end to that conflict that began February 2022. 20,000 people a month dying in Russia and Ukraine. It's going to be a difficult negotiation because President Zelensky refuses to consider the idea that some of the regions of Ukraine are not coming back. Crimea has been in Russian hands for, 12 years now, 13. The Donbass in possession of Russia for the last 3+ years. They will be difficult negotiations, but many of them are. And so watching this happen is remarkable. And again, it's why many people believe that Donald Trump, maybe more than anybody in recent memory, is deserving of the Nobel Peace Prize, because it's not just one conflict he's brought to a close, it's numerous. David Zier is with us from the White House today. He gets a front row seat for all this. David, good to have you here. As I go through all of these conflicts that the president has had the ability to bring to a close, it really is remarkable, the pursuit of peace from Donald Trump and his administration. Your thoughts?
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. And this is what, number 4 or 5. Just in the first 200 days of the Trump presidency, we're here at the White House in front of the West Wing, waiting for the arrival of the Prime Minister of Armenia, Nikol Pashinyan. And then in a little while after that, after Trump meets with him, the Azerbaijani president, Ilham Aliyev, will be coming here. And later on, they'll be signing a trilateral agreement ending a 4 decades war that really dates back to 1915, when 1.5 million Christians were killed in Armenia by Turkish Ottoman Empire Muslims and Azerbaijani Muslims. And when the Soviet Union absorbed them, Steve, in 1918, they became Soviet Socialist republics. And when the Soviet Union broke up in about 1990, they went at it again, and about 30,000 have died since then. And this is really important, Steve, because there's a 20-mile strip of land in Armenia that may open up over this, and the cars are coming in here. But that strip of land will be a connection for fiber optics, for gas, for oil, and trains and and it'll open up trade to Turkey and then on the eastern side. So very important day here. The motorcade is coming in right now, pulling up with security ahead of the Prime Minister of Armenia, Steve.
Yeah, and we've seen this a number of times, David. Thank you for that. This has become, if not a weekly event, almost, as the president greets leaders from all over the world, as again he exerts American strength and leadership. And here's the motorcade coming through now as we see Nikol Pashinyan coming in for these bilateral agreements. Later, as David pointed out, the president of Azerbaijan, Ilham Aliyev, will be here, and they will sign a deal to bring to a close 40 years of war, which actually, as David points out quite aptly, dates back to 1915. It's been an ongoing struggle and conflict. And yet Donald Trump is here to bring this to a close as we watch it roll out here. And President Trump ready to greet, and there they are. A close shot of the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of Armenia. Thought we might get a comment there. We did not. As they go behind closed doors now. We expect a lot of action here at the White House complex over the next hour, 2 hours. David, your thoughts as you see this? We've become used to watching Donald Trump welcome people to the White House. But again, I must praise the work of Steve Witkoff, who is criticized as being a rookie by people on the left when he took the position. He has been outstanding in his job as liaison and negotiator, hasn't he?
I agree with that, Steve Gruber. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff went to Baku, Azerbaijan, earlier this year to begin the talks between these two Soviet republics. And remember, Azerbaijan is adjacent to Iran. This deal will help stabilize the region. Very important for trade, for energy, maybe a stabilizing factor going forward.
Yeah, and wouldn't that be something, a stabilizing factor? Now, we will expect them to talk. David, do you know, is the press open or closed today? I'm not on the ground there with you. I will be back there in about a week and spend some time at the White House with you and the others. Is the press going to be involved here? What do you know about the schedule today?
Yeah, there is a pool that will be in, I believe, the Oval Office for the first meeting with the Prime Minister of Armenia. And after that will be a closed meeting bilaterally between Trump and the President of Azerbaijan, Ilham Aliyev. And then after that, at 4:15, which will probably be pushed back a little, they're going to go over to the stateroom and hopefully sign this agreement. I believe all three events are open to the pool today. I did request to go in, but there is so much media here, Steve, that may or may not happen. There's a lot of foreign press here, more than I've seen since covering the White House, but definitely a landmark day.
A landmark day for sure. All right. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll keep an eye on the White House. Coming back at the top of the hour in about 2.5 minutes, we'll have America's Voice Live. We'll keep an eye on what's happening there and take you to it as it happens. That's Real America's Voice. We'll be right back.